Hello, everyone, and welcome to the live stream here at CardsHQ for the second Bothan Invitational. I'm Josh Snyder, Courtney Myers alongside of me, and we are getting ready for round one of the second team event in Star Wars Unlimited.
Good morning, everybody. Get excited. It's going to be an amazing, eventful day of Star Wars Unlimited all day long here on the stream. So stay with us. We are actually starting here. We're going to switch over to table one so you can see the die roll and kind of get some information on the starting of the 3v3 teams here.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we're going to have one of the late night gaming teams versus one of the Colorado Cantina crew teams for our feature match here in round one. Now it looks like we've got Kira, Cad, and Han2 Blue Force on the left side, and we've got Han2 Green Force,
right,
Boba Green, and Cad Tarkentown on the right. So we got a couple Cad Tarkentowns here.
Late Night Gaming won the initiative role. They chose to sit first.
Perfect.
Okay, there we go. All right, so Late Night Gaming won the initiative role, choose to sit first. So let's explain that real quick with the team event so that every one of you understand exactly what's going on here. So the two captains rolled off, and the winner of the die roll was able to choose if they were team one or team two. Team one was able to sit one of their players first in seat A.
Correct.
Team two will then sit all three players, seats A, B, and C, choosing one of their matchups.
Yep.
And then team one would then seat B and C.
Yep, exactly.
And so they're essentially going to choose two of their matchups.
Right.
However,
Team B,
team two
yeah,
is going to choose the initiative.
Right.
So they only chose one matchup, but they're going to choose the initiative of each and every game. So it looks like we're going to have Han2 Blue Force versus Boba 4 Green.
Okay. Cad Tarkentown.
Yep.
I missed who was sitting across from it, but I'm sure our streamers caught it.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's how this is going to work. And it looks like we are going to have Han2 Blue Force versus Boba Green to start out as our feature game.
Phenomenal decks right now, honestly. So
absolutely.
I'm excited to see this matchup.
Han2 Blue Force was such a, no pun intended, force to be reckoned with.
Right.
All of last set, right? Even after the Force Throw suspension, this is a deck that has played a very serious role in the meta. And I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it got some new tools.
Yes,
right?
Sure, yes.
It got some new pieces for this deck. And then Boba, I think more specifically, really got some really good new pieces of its puzzle because you have Topple the Summit and you have Centicast. So you have these really good plot cards that allow you to get so much value out of Boba being deployed and try and get value out of him deploying as a pilot.
Right, absolutely. And I think what's going to be super interesting about today and the 3v3 in general is that we may see some actually like slightly off meta decks or more more tier B and C just because of the 3v3 rules. So they're limited now on the teams to only having 3 premier cards. So like you can't have 3 surprise strikes in each deck.
That's
you can only have 3 on the team.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that is something great to point out for sure. They're
new from last
sharing the card pool just as you would in Premier. So now it's 3 people sharing the card pool that you would in Premier, and only 3 cards can be represented throughout the whole team.
So that makes it really tricky when you're picking your decks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing here is making sure that they were able to diversify the card pool enough, right? So I think you made a really good point. You may have to go down into some decks that we may not see as frequently. And I've been talking to some of the teams coming into this event, and I think we are going to see some spice. We're going to see some decks that we're not really expecting.
Right.
And I think that's great.
Right,
so,
absolutely.
Now, chat, let us know. We turned the volume up a little bit, so Courtney's voice should be a bit better here. But super exciting. We had a smaller event this past weekend to kick off Secrets of Power competitive play over in Europe. And now we've got the first really big event of Set 6 meta with the brand new Secrets of Power set. Politics being at the forefront of this new set. 2 great new mechanics in Plot and Disclose. And I'm excited to see how players attack this new meta. So looks like we're going to be bringing you, we've switched over to, is this Loopee here on Cura? Okay, so Loopee on Cura Data Vault. And we've got Maya on Han 2 Green Force. So late night gaming, Colorado Cantina crew. Here we go. And this is a deck, this Han 2 Green is a deck that these guys from Colorado Cantina crew, they have been working on this deck for a while. They had a good bit of success at the PQ level last set. And it's very cool to see that they're still on this deck and trying to make it work.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much we actually see Force bases today.
Yeah.
With, the new set, it seems like Force may not be as strong as it was. But something that we did see come back here now in Set 6, or that it seems to be seeing more of, is Kira has really made a big resurgence. So it seems it got a lot of cards, and will not be shocked to see a lot of Kira today.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. Game 1 is underway. We've got Gunji for Maya, the Great Force Jedi Wookiee, and we've got Dr. Pershing, that classic turn 1 start for
Perfect turn
Kira.
1 start, right?
Yeah, being able to get some early card advantage here. Gunji's going to go into Dr. Pershing. Back over to Loopee. And Loopee's going to get that card draw right away. The action ability on Pershing dealing 1 damage to itself. And now we're going back over to Maya. Looks like we're going to contemplate an early Han action ability here. And it looks like he is going to think otherwise of it. We've got Red 5 coming out.
Yeah.
Which is really good here against this damaged Dr. Pershing.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be Power of the Dark Side from Loopee. So Maya forced to defeat one of these units. There we go. Yeah, that Force Wookiee off the board. But Maya claiming the initiative's got that Red 5 ready to go with that on attack ability.
Yep.
Red 5's on attack ability. You deal 2 damage to a damaged unit. So it looks like Loopee may only get 1 card out of Dr. Pershing here in game 1. 3 damage to Data Vault. Dr. Pershing defeated. And now we are going to see the new Imperial Dark Trooper, the new Battlefield Marine for villainy.
They finally got one.
They got their 3/3, absolutely. Here comes CoDameron from Maya. We're going to get the X-Wing token, and we are absolutely going to pilot that X-Wing token with CoDameron. That's a 4/5 X-Wing token in the Space Arena. And Loopee's just all ground arena here. Another 2-cost unit with Pike Sentinel.
Yeah, got to see what Loopee's got here to deal with some of those space units. Because if you don't deal with that, it's going to get out of control pretty quickly here.
Yeah, Maya pushing in the Space Arena. Once again, Maya's got the initiative. We'll get in for 4 damage with his first action. That's 7 damage on Data Vault. So now the action back over to Loopee.
Yep.
Going to chip away. First damage on Maya's base here in game 1 with the Imperial Dark Trooper, and Maya not wasting any more time. Here comes Han Solo. Leader unit deployed. Pike Sentinel for 2. That's 5 damage on Maya's base, and Han Solo leader unit cleaning up the Sentinel. But here comes
Kira.
Relatively early Kira flip here. Deal damage to each unit equal to half its HP rounded down. Oh, and he's going to plot here. Cad Bane. Look at that beautiful prestige Cad Bane. Yeah, this is one of the great new tools that Kira picked up. And that when played ability, able to defeat a unit with 2 or less remaining HP, so taking out Red 5.
Right.
Maya setting up for a big play as well. Oh, look at this. It's Mace Windu
Nice.
using the Force, able to deal 4 damage to the Kira leader unit. That was so impactful because Kira was set up to take out that Han leader unit. What a strong play for Maya. That Han action ability showing its versatility here, bringing out the 6-cost Mace Windu, 1 turn early on 5 resources. Super great tempo play here, very impactful in the mid-stage of this game 1.
Yeah, ideal way to deal with Kira. You've got to deal with her when she flips, so that's fantastic.
Absolutely. Kira players love when they can go into these 3 power units, and Kira has 7 damage on then,
right,
and can swing for 7, and that's what we were set up for, but Maya had other plans. Initiative back over on Loopee's side. So Kira dealt with, but right now, Maya does have a pretty good board. However, Maya's units are all damaged. Cad Bane is going to go in and trade with the Mace Windu unit here. Both units defeated. Han Solo leader unit getting in for 3. That's 10 damage on Data Vault.
We have 5 damage. Is that 5 damage on the other base there?
Yeah, 10 to 5 right now. Action back on Loopee. Now, Loopee does have the Imperial Dark Trooper in the ground arena. So, if nothing else, he could absolutely trade with that leader unit on Maya's side.
Looks like he... Oh,
he's
Overwhelming Barrage.
Okay, he's going to try to take out both here. Overwhelming Barrage on the Imperial Dark Trooper, getting +2/+2. 5 total damage. That will take out the piloted X-Wing token. Couple extra damage to Han Solo as well. We're going to see the second red 5 of this game 1 for Maya.
And Loopee going to the base now.
Yeah, Loopee evening things up in the race. 10 damage on, and of course Loopee actually ahead in this race because he's got 5 extra HP on Data Vault. So starting the game ahead with Data Vault versus that Force base. Getting into the later turns here, we can start seeing some of these big plays out of Kira.
Right.
Now, Maya was able to claim the initiative. And another red 5 is actually going to be proved to be very strong here.
Absolutely.
That on-attack ability from red 5 doing a lot of work in this first game. 2 damage to the Dark Trooper. Dark Trooper defeated. And here comes the first big unit from Loopee. Darth Vader commanding the First Legion. The original Darth Vader. Classic 5/7 with ambush. Going to search the top 10 cards of his deck for any number of villainy units with a combined cost 3 or less.
See if we can tell what he's finding here.
Looks like there's at least an Inferno 4.
Yeah.
Can't quite tell what the other options are. Going back to the hand, but we know for sure that Darth Vader can ambush this leader unit right away, take care of Han. And it looks like it's going to be Pike Sentinel, so getting another Sentinel in the ground arena. And Han Solo unit taken care of here. 3 damage back to Darth Vader, but Loopee getting closer and closer, just trying to stabilize here. Start making these big plays. Let's see how Maya responds. We're going to play another Gunji into the ground arena. Loopee just claims the initiative. Maya, I'm sure, wants to go as wide as possible, and with those 5 ready resources, smuggling in Cassian Andor. Cassian readies, takes out that Pike Sentinel.
He's showing his hand there for us. We appreciate that.
Lots of prestige.
Yeah, lots of
cards
prestige.
over there on Maya's side. Rocking the showcase. Several prestige.
I like the
cards.
flex.
Absolutely. All right, Loopee with the initiative. Loopee's going to keep his foot on the gas here. 5 damage to base with Darth Vader. He is still ahead in this race. 15 damage on Maya's base. Gunji returning the favor. 15 damage on Loopee's base.
Loopee's
and
still
Maya
ahead,
will generate
though.
the force. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Just trying to see what Loopee is holding on to there.
Yeah.
He's got a few options. Getting ready for another big play, it looks like. Oh, there comes Maul. Maul's going to come in a 7-6 with Ambush and Overwhelm. Going to ambush and defeat the Cassian Andor unit. 2 more damage. Coming through to Maya's base. 19 damage on. Here comes that Han action ability. Going to cheat out something a little early here. Oh, here comes the Yoda.
Oh.
The 8-cost Yoda.
Yeah.
Using the Force. He can deal 5 damage. Or excuse me, heal 5 damage from his base. Then he's going to deal a total of 6 damage.
That's a big play right here.
To Maul, yeah, absolutely. We're going back to 14 damage on base. Taking care of the bigger threat in the ground arena. And keep in mind, we still have red 5 over in the space arena, and we can keep chipping away at this Darth Vader with 3 damage on. Yeah, and I do believe Maya has another big play lined up.
I can tell. Yeah,
I think Crate Dragon is also in hand, so I think we could definitely be seeing a crate in the near future as well. We'll see if Loopee has a good response to some of these bigger units on Maya's side. And it looks like Loopee just claiming the initiative. There's 3 more damage into Loopee's base. 2 damage to Darth Vader. Moving to the regroup phase here. And it looks like Loopee is just holding a bunch of units in hand.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a lot of removal options in terms of events, so Crate Dragon comes down here. Could be difficult for Loopee to deal with. May have Craving Power. Might have saw Craving Power there. Maybe that wasn't a unit. There might be one Craving Power in hand. Couldn't quite tell there, but Crate Dragon certainly going to create a bit of an issue here for Loopee.
Right. Maya's looking good with the board presence, too.
Absolutely. That Yoda has 7 HP remaining, so Vader can't take out Yoda.
Right.
And Loopee says, look, I've just got to be aggressive here. Not worried about Gunji. 19 damage now on Maya's base. Gunji getting into Loopee's base for 2. Force generated once again. And now the action back over to Loopee. Loopee has 9 resources to work with. Does have Avenger in hand. That's certainly an option, but I don't think Maya would really mind that here. You could just defeat that Gunji. So here comes 8th Brother. That's going to be a 5-power unit with ambush coming out. And it looks like Loopee's just going to ambush into the Yoda unit here. 8 total damage now on Yoda. 3 ready resources still for Loopee, so Maya says, I've got to get in with Yoda while I can. Another 5 damage. 25 damage on Data Vault right now. 19 damage on that Starlight Temple for Maya. Looks like Loopee's going to pay his last 3 resources here for his Super Laser Technician. No immediate impact on the board. And I do believe that Maya just claimed the initiative after that Super Laser Technician. So oh, he's going to timely intervention the crate.
Wow.
He's going to play Crate Dragon from his hand with ambush. 8 damage exactly coming through because of the 5 damage on Darth Vader. 8 overwhelm damage. That is exact lethal. Maya taking game 1 for Colorado Cantina Crew.
That was beautiful.
That was a fantastic play. I was sitting there thinking, okay, You just claim. Why not get that Crate Dragon out
first, right?
He had the timely intervention. He knew that if he had the initiative, he had the game wrapped up. Yeah. So what a strong play. Maya showing us some very strong plays, and maybe this Han 2 green force, maybe it still has some play.
Right.
I know that Han 2, the more popular Han 2 paired with Command has been ECL.
Right.
We've seen a good bit of the Han 2 ECL. I know there was some good success with the Swoop Racer guys.
Right. Absolutely.
Sip and Baton.
Yep.
Had really good runs in the sector
right.
with that deck. So Han 2 ECL certainly been a real player, but very interesting to see the more mid-range version of this deck. And
I mean, some would say Han 2 ECL is maybe the best deck right now.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's very good. It got some tools, right?
What are some of your favorite decks right now? Do you have any? I have a few, but
I would say my favorite deck right now is probably going to have to be – oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's actually really tough. I like a few decks, but I want to create some spies. I want to play something with Padme Amidala.
Yeah, I was going to say Padme's
Blue-green hero.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, blue-green, right.
I think
absolutely.
Ray Data Vault is positioned very well. Really enjoy that deck. And I would say –
I think Piet's still pretty good.
Yes, Piet, absolutely.
Still good.
But I don't know how good this deck still is and will be in this meta. It did really well this past weekend.
Which one? Piet?
The Yoda Green Force. I love that deck. I like it a lot.
Too. I think you need a lot of games, a lot of practice. I think it can be a phenomenal deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's super high skill deck.
So I would point to one of those two decks,
I
think.
Absolutely.
I love Padme Amidala. I think that card's amazing. But there's also some other shells that Padme's really good in.
Right.
On to ECL. That's another one, right?
Exactly.
You can actually get her out early, right? So definitely excited to see what all of these players are cooking up. But love to see the Colorado Cantina crew still having success with this Han 2 green going into Game 2. Loopee's going to have the initiative.
So interesting here now, we do have some new shuffling rules. So it may take us a little time in between because having to do, 7 shuffles, all the new shuffling rules.
Right.
Actually it was
really focused.
Rewatching K2OD's had a stream on it and rewatching it yesterday so I could remember all of the new shuffling rules because it's pretty in-depth now.
Absolutely. Yeah, huge shout out.
Yeah.
To Bobby Sapphire.
Bobby Sapphire, yes.
He was the one that did that specific video talking about the shuffling and trying to keep it clean. Try to keep your shuffling clean, kind of explaining the
mechanics,
the intricacies there, and also pointing out all of the new rules that we need to be aware of for this new set, Secrets of Power, with plot and disclose and kind of how these things are going to work and how players need to try and, play very clean, have good table mechanics, and hopefully that's something we'll see throughout the weekend.
Absolutely. So today we have 44 teams.
Yes.
Right? 132 players, and we will be doing 6 rounds of the 3v3, and we will be starting pool 1 of the 8K at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today.
Yes. A lot of Star Wars Unlimited action coming for you today, so make sure to stick around with us. It's going to be an exciting day and an exciting weekend.
Absolutely.
The second ever Bothan Invitational.
Yes.
Great times. The first one was a huge hit, and this team event specifically, players absolutely love. And so I'm thrilled to be here casting
we are
once again.
so happy to have you here.
This.
Absolutely. We're so happy to have you here casting. Literally the best caster in SWU.
Well, I appreciate it, Courtney. I appreciate it. It's a blast.
And one of the nicest guys to work with.
All right, so getting ready for Game 2.
Yep, Loopee with initiative.
Yep, Loopee with the initiative here. Let's see if Loopee can pull things back, force a Game 3. Making those resourcing decisions here.
Right. So the plot and reveal really, I think, made resourcing decisions more difficult.
Right.
The more of those you play, this new set 6 cards, it has been, resourcing is definitely, I mean, it always has been a huge component of the game,
right.
But it's even more so now.
Absolutely. So here we go, Maya drawing back up. Has to take this hand. Has a couple options here. One of the beautiful things about this Han too, so many options open up on turn 1.
Right.
Right, because you can play 3 cost units as well.
Yes, exactly.
So.
And get ahead on turn 1.
Yeah. Here we go. Game 2.
Perfect.
Underway. It's an Imperial Dark Trooper for Loopee. And it is going to be Grogu on turn 1 for Maya. That 1/6 does have 2 damage on, but Maya will have the ability to start moving that damage over to Loopee's side of the board with Grogu's action ability. So Loopee has the initiative. It's going to be 3 to base here. And now the action back over to Maya. We're going to see that 3-cost Obi-Wan Kenobi unit will have Sentinel for this phase. When you play a Force unit, Obi-Wan Kenobi gets Sentinel for the phase. Here comes some early ramp that we didn't see early for Loopee in Game 1.
Right.
Super Laser Technician coming out. Grogu just getting into Loopee's base here. Loopee will hold on to the initiative.
See a few large cards here in Loopee's hand. Some later game cards.
And we'll see how Loopee attacks this turn, but this is a potential Kira flip from this turn forward.
Absolutely.
Because Super Laser Technician, guaranteed, we're about to put some damage on one of Maya's units here. We get another ready resource, so Loopee will be at 5 resources on this turn.
It goes into Grogu.
There we go.
And
Loopee
ramping.
Ramping up to 5. And then Grogu instantly having that action ability used here. 2 damage healed from Grogu, 2 damage onto the Imperial Dark Trooper. Absolutely love that Grogu unit.
Oh, I know. Absolutely.
Such a good ability. And with 6
and
HP,
hard to kill.
it's tough to take Grogu off the board. He really is. And look at this. It's going to be an early flip here from Loopee. Kira leader unit deployed. Grogu up to 3 damage on. Obi-Wan Kenobi up to 2 damage. And Maz Kanata coming out. Obi-Wan Kenobi, a Force unit, will attack into Kira. 2 extra power. That's enough to take out Kira. Loopee's going to ramp again on this turn. But I love that response from Maya on Kira.
Absolutely.
The Imperial Dark Trooper, because of Kira's when deployed ability, Grogu with 3 damage on. The Imperial Dark Trooper was able to attack and defeat the Grogu unit. So I think at the end of the turn, Loopee is okay with this because right now there's not a lot of pressure on the board.
Right.
And there's only 1 damage on his base. So we're going to start out this next action phase. Rebellious Hammerhead coming out for Maya for just 5 resources. Dealing some damage, defeating the Imperial Dark Trooper, and here comes a pretty early Darth Vader commanding the First Legion. Love this play from Loopee. Will have the ability to ambush and defeat Maz Kanata. We're going to go searching for some cheap villainy units.
Loopee slowly chipping away at the board here, getting the cards off the table.
Yeah, I think Loopee, even though there was an immediate response for Kira, I think Loopee probably feels pretty good about this spot. Not a lot of pressure on the board right now. He's going to instantly clean up this ground arena. Finding another Imperial Dark Trooper here coming in. Maz Kanata defeated after the Vader ambush. And Maya is going to deploy the Han Solo leader unit. Loopee quickly claiming the initiative, and the Imperial Dark Trooper will be defeated.
Right.
by the Han Solo unit.
Loopee at 7 resources now, and Maya at 5.
Yeah, Loopee double ramp here.
Right, which
in game
could be
2.
huge here if he can. And it looks like he has maybe an Avenger in hand.
He does,
Yeah.
yeah. So Avenger
Another
could come
Sentinel.
out as early as next turn.
I think he resourced the Pike Sentinel there.
Loopee with the first action. Loopee in a strong spot here because that Vader can take out the Han leader unit, and Maya is not going to be able to use that action ability here on this turn.
But it's going to base there with the Vader.
Okay, just went to base.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, so Loopee still just being aggressive here. Feels like he's in a good spot. It's 8 damage on the Starlight Temple. Han quickly getting back for 3. 4 damage on Data Vault. Eight resources to work with for Loopee. We're not quite there. Not quite enough for the big capital ships. It looks like he's holding Avenger and Annihilator, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Like this play from Loopee using that Kira action ability, dealing 2 damage to Vader, but it gets a shield token.
Right.
And here comes Vigilance. Vigilance is going to defeat the Han leader unit. And now we've got Fel the Dragon to defeat
Nice.
the Darth Vader unit. So a couple back-to-back events here. Punching one another's ground units. Loopee holding on to the initiative. Rebellious Hammerhead, the only unit in play. Now we're at 9 resources. Loopee has the initiative. Does he slam down the Avenger? Yes, he does. He answered my question while I was asking it. Avenger instantly defeating the only unit on Maya's side of the board. And it's a back-to-back turn with Fel the Dragon for Maya. Avenger defeated. And now Loopee just has to claim here.
I believe we saw a crate in Maya's hand there too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maya does have 1 crate dragon. Very late in this game.
Very little damage on the base here.
Yeah, very little damage.
Anybody's game, board's wide open.
Board's wide open. We've got some big units coming out, though, in the very near future. But one thing I like for Loopee is even if Crate Dragon comes out here, Loopee has so much HP to work with on that base right now.
Very true.
Loopee has the first action. And it's going to be Supreme Leader Snoke. Look at that beautiful Snoke. So this is going to be a 6/6 in the ground arena. We'll give each of Maya's non-leader units -2/-2. And here comes Kelleran Beck for Maya. So Maya's going to try and replenish this board a little bit. Search the top 7 cards of his deck. He can play a unit here, and it will cost 3 less. It's going to be Maz Kanata. That when played ability, unfortunately, not going to take effect here, but you do get another 3/4 on the board. Loopee just going to claim the initiative. And here we go. Let's go to the regroup phase.
I got 2 Wookiees there, I think I saw.
Okay.
Not the optimal hand, but
yeah,
he does still have that crate in hand, I believe. And
the best plays here late in the game. Now with Supreme Leader Snoke and this ability, Kelleran Beck only a 5/5. Here comes the Annihilator instantly coming down, defeating Kelleran Beck. And now Loopee will search Maya's hand and deck for any other copies of Kelleran Beck and discard them. But one thing is Loopee's getting some information here because while there wasn't any Kelleran Becks in Maya's hand, now he knows exactly what Maya's working with. You've got Yoda, Great Dragon, CoDameron, and Gunji.
Extremely important information there for Loopee.
Absolutely.
Crucial.
Now the question is...
So we got 2.
Yeah, taking out the other Killer and Bex. Does Maya just... At what point does Maya slam this Crate Dragon?
Now would be good.
Crate Dragon would be an 8/8 because of Supreme Leader Snoke.
Right.
Yoda's ability here doesn't do a ton. It would heal your base, but you could only deal 4 damage to something. So it's not enough to answer the Snoke. And keep in mind, this Annihilator, this is a 12/12.
Yeah, that's massive.
2 attacks from Annihilator. Game 2's in the books.
Right.
Maz Kanata going into Loopee's base for 1. Maz just a 1/2 with Supreme Leader Snoke on the board. Here comes a Gunji for Maya. Loopee has claimed, and here comes the Yoda after playing the Gunji. Love that line. Great sequencing from Maya here. Able to use the Force, heal 5 from base. So now 2 attacks is not lethal on Annihilator. And 6 total damage, exact amount of damage needed to take out Snoke.
Yep. Ooh, we got a lot of events, it looks like, here in Loopee's hand. Maybe all. May not have any units. That could present some issues here.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think he's holding on to Super Laser Blast, Power of the Dark Side. He may have a Fell the Dragon as well, which is really good because that's a great response to Crate Dragon. Would only cost you 4 damage to base.
Right.
And speaking of Fell the Dragon, we're going to play one right now, taking out the 8-cost Yoda unit. Maya still staring down this massive 12/12 capital ship in the space arena. What is the play here?
Is he looking?
He's looking through his resources here. And I do believe he had a couple options. I think there's a Cassian and a Timely Intervention.
Right.
So Gunji gets in 2. Maya will generate the Force once again. 7 damage on Data Vault. And here comes the first big swing with the capital ship. 12 damage to Maya's base. That's 15 damage on now. Just trading some damage back and forth. 10 damage on Data Vault after Maz Kanata unit attacks. Power of the Dark Side for Loopee. Maya choosing to defeat Maz Kanata. Maya has a couple big plays in hand. You've got the Crate Dragon. You also have Home 1 in hand. I wonder maybe if... Oh, we're going to smuggle in tech. I missed the tech. I didn't see the tech. I saw Timely and Cassian. But we're going to smuggle in tech here. So now each of Maya's resources gaining smuggle with an additional cost of 2. So now what does Maya look to smuggle in here? It's going to be Bright Hope. I love this. Had 6 more resources, so now we have a Sentinel unit in the way. Which means Loopee looking at potentially another turn before he can get to lethal with this Annihilator.
Exactly. Maya having just the perfect number of resources there.
Absolutely.
Tech Bright Hope.
So here comes Annihilator. 12 damage into Bright Hope. Bright Hope defeated.
Another Bright Hope would be bad.
Yeah, it would. I mean at this point, Maya's able to just keep chipping away in the ground arena.
Exactly.
And if we can just stall long enough, we know there are more big plays from Maya's side. Keep in mind, something that Maya also probably thinking about here is Annihilator's when defeated ability. So once the Annihilator is defeated, we can use that effect again.
True.
We can defeat another unit and go searching to discard the other units with that name.
I don't see another Bright Hope there in his resources. My guess is I would guess he only has 2 in his deck.
Oh, he did have another one.
He did? Oh, okay.
Oh, my goodness. Maya back-to-back turns with Bright Hope being smuggled once again.
Fantastic from Maya here.
Yeah. Tech getting some big value, allowing Maya to continue putting these roadblocks in front of Loopee.
Loopee playing an Inferno 4 there.
Loopee going digging, able to look at the top 2 cards, can put them down on the bottom. Loopee still has plenty of resources to work with.
And lots of health left on his base.
Yeah, absolutely. Blue leader coming out now for Maya. Will ambush and defeat Inferno 4. And Loopee, looking at the top 2 cards with that when defeated trigger, actually left both of them on top.
Right. Did you get a peek at what they were?
I
couldn't
did
see.
not,
Yeah.
but I know that Loopee really liked what he saw.
Oh.
It was a very quick decision, a quick look, and he said, nope, I want those right there.
Exactly what I'm looking for.
Because I am drawing these next turn. Loopee,
Taking
I believe,
initiative?
just claiming another 4 damage coming through to Data Vault with Tech and Gunji.
Claiming with 9, 10 resources open.
Yeah, still had a lot of resources open here, but as you mentioned, just a lot of events, but not really the big targets you're looking to hit with those events.
Right.
Oh, here comes the 10-cost Devastator. That is going to deal, I believe, 12. I think he has 12 resources.
Right.
2 Bright Hope. So the Sentinel defeated on Maya's side of the board. And now that Annihilator is open once again to get into Maya's base.
Does Maya have a 3rd Bright Hope?
Does he have it? Han action will be used. It's going to be home 1. He is going to bring back Bright Hope here off of home 1. So he's got to pay 8 for home 1. He can play a Heroism unit from his discard pile. It costs 3 less. So he would only have to pay 1 for Bright Hope. But it looks like, oh, he gets the Yoda.
Yes.
He gets the Yoda here. He has enough resources to do it. Force used. Did he have the Force? Yes, he did. Force used. Goes back down to 10. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he can deal 10 damage, double the amount of units he has. 10 damage to Devastator.
Wow.
So Devastator is defeated. But here comes the Annihilator, 22. 22 damage on base. It means that Maya is still now facing lethal. He has to have another way to answer this Annihilator.
With only 2 damage.
Maya just claiming the initiative. Imperial Dark Trooper played. Loopee now has a threat in the ground arena as well. Does Maya have an answer for the 12 power space unit?
Is that the first threat Loopee has in the ground arena in 4 turns?
It's been quite some time.
Yeah.
Here comes Timely Intervention.
See what he timely's in.
What is the
He's got a plan.
Here? He's got a plan. We're going to Timely. What's the play, Maya? It's Rebellious Hammerhead. Okay, so he's going to be over to Ambush for 5, and the win played. He has enough in hand between the Ambush and that win play, or the win played first, of course, and the Ambush, able to take out the Annihilator.
Right.
Huge play here, taking out the 12-12 threat. You also restore 1.
Right.
Because home 1 was on the board, so you restore 1 when you ambush. Wow, what a play.
Fantastic. How much damage do we have present on the board? Let's see on Maya's side.
So Maya right now,
presenting
9, 12, plus 7, minus 5. Well, Yoda's getting defeated here.
Right.
So he has 4 in the ground arena, and then he has 10. So 14 right now on the board. So now Yoda's taken out of Maya's deck and discarded here.
Still a close game.
Yes, it is. Very close. Lots of damage being presented by Maya right now. It's Super Laser Blast cleaning up this board.
There went the 14 damage.
Absolutely. But Maya does still have some resources. Going to use that Han action ability, playing the daughter here. Oh, no, was that? No, that's not the daughter. That's Padme.
That is Padme,
yes.
Right.
Queen Amidala coming out, creating 2 spy tokens, these new awesome Bothan spy tokens that you guys have provided for this event.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The Bothan tokens in the swag bag. There you see them, guys.
Beautiful new prestige for Queen Amidala. Threw me off for a second here with this prestige, but here comes Vigilance is going to defeat Queen Amidala.
So we just found out this is the deciding match.
Oh, this is. So the other games are completed.
Correct.
Appreciate the update from our producer here.
So very happy to be showing this table here.
It.
This is fantastic. Yeah.
All comes down to this. Here comes the Crate Dragon. We've been waiting for the right time. Maya has found
He's been teasing us.
The opening. Crate Dragon on the board. What does Loopee have in response? He's still got the Crate Dragon, taking out the big 10 cost, or excuse me, the big 10 power ground unit. 4 damage to base. The spy token getting in as well. Loopee just putting a threat on the board. He plays the Eager Escort Fighter. It's a 4 power unit in the space arena. Maya has got 17 damage on Data Vault, and Blue Leader ambushing and defeating the Eager Escort Fighter.
What a back and forth game we have here. This is fantastic.
What a game this has been.
This is why we love SWU.
Yes, Maya had to work his tail off to get rid of that Annihilator. He took care of the space threats, but here comes Reinforcement Walker. Another 2 damage to base with the spy token. Loopee still has 4 ready resources.
Is that another Reinforcement Walker? Maybe? It's hard to tell.
I believe he's holding an Avenger, a Barrage, Pershing, and it may have been a Trooper as well. I think there might have been another 2-cost unit. But here comes the Dr. Pershing. Oh, look at this. Maya's getting ready for another timely intervention being smuggled here. Getting ready for another big play. And it's going to be, I believe that's Mace Windu coming out, ambushing Pershing, getting the Force. I love that play because he was able to generate the Force when he ambushed.
Exactly.
And then use the Wind Plate ability on Mace Windu to use the Force and deal 4 damage to the Reinforcement Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the process, there should be 1 damage to base with Overwhelm. 6 power from Mace Windu, only 5 HP for Pershing. Another 2 damage coming through with the spy token. And now Maya's just going to continue pressuring the board. CoDameron, one hell of a pilot coming out here. X-Wing token created. Poe going to pilot the X-Wing token. Now at this point, Maya is showing 14 damage on board. Loopee is just showing 6.
Correct.
So Loopee with the initiative will have to answer something on this board. Now, if he plays an Overwhelming Barrage here, he could take out the threats and present lethal.
And we have not seen, I don't believe in this game.
I don't think he's played it this game.
Right.
So here we go. Loopee has the first action, and he is just going to get in 6 damage to base right away. He is going to heal 3 with the on-attack ability from Reinforcement Walker. bringing him back out
down.
of lethal range.
Looks like Maya deciding whether to go into the Walker Hero base.
And it looks like it is just going to be base, yeah. Maya getting the force back once again. Loopee lining up another big play. There's Maul, the 7-cost ambush with Overwhelm. Will ambush and take out one of the spies. And Loopee taking this game. That means we are all tied up. There is only one problem, though. We are getting pretty low on time in the round. Less than 10 minutes. That game, too, took quite a while. That was a slugfest.
Absolutely.
So now one more game to decide it. These two teams relying on Loopee and Maya to bring home the victory.
So something we are not able to see here on the cameras is, which is amazing about the 3v3 team event, is that they can actually consult with each other. So the teammates. So it would be fascinating to mic up the players here and listen to what they're saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is one of the really cool aspects of the team event, that they can help one another.
And obviously both of these teams having phenomenal players on both sides of the table. So that could be very critical in this final round or final game.
Yeah, Loopee, one of the great ambassadors of the community.
Absolutely.
In Star Wars Unlimited.
Fantastic
I think some could argue maybe the
greatest
ambassador
right. Agreed.
of the community here in Star Wars Unlimited. So thankful for all the hard work that Loopee does with all the content and everything he does for the community. Carlos Apodaca and Micah Overly, his two teammates.
Right.
So game number 3. Just about 8 minutes left on the clock. Maya will start with the initiative. And it's going to be the Wookiee coming out, Gunji. Turn 1 play for Maya. It's Pike Sentinel for Loopee. Maya immediately going to generate the force, attacking into the Pike Sentinel.
We will see some more ramp here.
Absolutely. Loopee loves to see the ramp. Maya's going to play Obi-Wan Kenobi unit here on turn 2, the protective Padawan. Loopee claiming the initiative. Once again, just like last game, could absolutely deploy Kira on this turn if he chooses to do so, because we know that that Super Laser Technician will become a resource quickly, attacking into Gunji. And
we have seen Loopee in the past 2 games wanting to deploy Kira early.
Yeah, he has. Obi-Wan Kenobi taking out Pike Sentinel. It's another ramp piece. Another Super Laser Technician for Loopee. Gunji getting in the first base damage of game 3. Loopee just going to claim it. What a play. Cham Syndulla for Maya. Very likely a card that could have come out of the sideboard for a matchup like this.
Absolutely.
He is going to be able to go up to 5 resources, getting that resource because Loopee had more resources. And we get to deploy Han. Massive ground arena for Maya here.
Big play.
And 5 damage. That is a huge play, putting 2 more threats on the board. Cham Syndulla into the Han Solo leader unit. Very strong play for Maya. Now Loopee's going to need to clean this up pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
Starts with Super Laser Technician taking out Gunji, getting another resource. Cham Syndulla getting in to Loopee's base for 5. Maya definitely wanted an aggressive start. He has found it so far. But Loopee looks like he's got another 7-cost ambush unit coming. This time it's Maul. He will ambush and defeat the 3-cost Obi-Wan unit. And he is going to deal 4 overwhelm damage as well. And Han Solo leader unit just trading with Maul unit here. Loopee just claiming the initiative, and here comes Maya's going to play the blue leader.
On the ground.
That's right. Pay the extra 2 resources, 2 experience tokens, moving blue leader to the ground arena.
That's an interesting, interesting that he didn't actually. I mean, I know you have nothing to ambush there in space, but it's interesting. You could put build a space presence there that possibly Loopee couldn't answer.
Yeah. And it's an immediate super laser blast. Loopee has the board wipe, taking out the 2 5-power units in Maya's ground arena. Han Solo action ability used. Here comes home one on the 7 resource turn. And Maya's going to go and replenish the board, paying, or excuse me, playing, I should say. Not having to pay. It's free. Obi-Wan Kenobi from the discard pile. So I love that Maya has that play, being able to put multiple threats on the board following the super laser blast.
Absolutely. We do see a Bright Hope. Oh, yes, he resourced the Bright Hope there.
Well, we know that every one of Maya's resources could see play at some point.
Exactly.
We know that Tech is there. We saw him do some crazy plays with Tech earlier in this match. Here comes Darth Vader once again. Great response to this Obi-Wan Kenobi unit in the ground arena. Loopee will search the top 10 cards of his deck, looking for some villainy units that cost 3 or less. Finding Inferno 4. Loopee looking at the top 2 cards. Looks like it's Imperial Dark Trooper and No Glory Only Results, I believe.
Is that what that was?
Yeah. Imperial Dark Trooper to the bottom, No Glory Only Results. Staying on top, Darth Vader unit ambushing the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit, taking care of Obi-Wan. Home 1 getting in for 7. Restoring 2, 17 damage on Data Vault, 2 damage on the Starlight Temple.
And again, this is the deciding game for the team.
This is the deciding game, and Maya still has a ton of resources to work with. Here comes Rebellious Hammerhead. 3 damage will be dealt with that when played ability to Inferno 4. Taking care of Loopee Space Unit. Loopee has the initiative, but a lot of damage being shown in the space arena right now for Maya. Here comes Fell the Dragon answering the big one. Home 1 defeated. But Rebellious Hammerhead coming across for 5. It's 22 damage on Loopee's base. Vader will return the favor. It's 7 damage on Maya's base. Does Maya have yet another big play to follow up what he's done the last couple turns? He absolutely does. Yoda using the Force, healing 5 damage from base, 4 damage to Vader, which is exactly what Maya needed to defeat the Vader unit.
And Maya dominating the board again.
Less than 2 minutes.
Love this back and forth
on the clock. It's been so good. There's No Glory Only Results. Taking control and defeating the 8-cost Yoda unit. Maya will claim the initiative, showing another 5 damage right away with that Rebellious Hammerhead. He just needs to find 11 more damage to win this game. The Colorado Cantina crew, 6 damage away from taking this match. Power of the Dark Side will defeat Rebellious Hammerhead, but here comes Kelleran Beck. Once again, a great response to no units on the board because Kelleran will go and find another unit here. Maya's going to search the top 7 cards. Can play a unit. It costs 3 less, so Maya could actually play a unit that costs 6 here. Look at what he's found. He's found Tech. He's going to give himself some more options. And now we're finally going to see Kira deployed.
Now that was a late flip.
It was. Much later than we saw earlier in this match. 3 damage onto Kelleran Beck, 2 for Tech. Kira set up to take out. I mean, at this point, Loopee has to answer the Kelleran.
Absolutely.
Kelleran Beck would be lethal with one attack.
I believe he has an answer. I could be wrong here, but yes.
He does.
He does.
Yet another Darth Vader commanding the First Legion. Loopee going digging once again.
And almost time in round here.
Yeah, so close.
I know several in chat have asked for the team list, so we do have the preliminary list. We'll double check that everybody showed up whenever we get a second here and get that for you guys.
Loopee once again finding Inferno 4. Now, I'm not sure where we stand at the stream table here, but according to the clock, we have reached time in the round. And now Vader has to go into one of these units. So Darth Vader unit will ambush and defeat Kelleran Beck. Kira taking the tech unit off the board.
Loopee clearing the board again.
That's absolutely right. And Kira with 6 damage on, 6 power because of that grit keyword. Here comes timely intervention into Crate Dragon once again. That's going to be the winning play. 8 overwhelm damage. We saw that twice in this match. Timely intervention into Crate Dragon to win this game. And Maya with Han2 Green Force taking down Kira Data Vault and Loopee. What a fantastic match we just witnessed to kick off.
And congratulations to Cantina crew.
Absolutely. And there it is, Maya showing us, pulling those Cham Syndulas,
Yes,
which played a big role.
Absolutely,
Cham Syndulla definitely played a big role in this match, but that is going to conclude our opening round of the team event here at the second Bothan Invitational. What a great match we just witnessed. Love to see a deck that isn't really talked about a lot, Han2 Green. You know, we've seen a lot of Han2 ECL, but Han2 Green Force, love to see it again. This has really been a pet deck for multiple of the guys on the Colorado Cantina crew, and we love to see them having success with it here. A deck that many people may not be expecting to go up against, but great to see Maya not only win the match, but how he won the match. Timely intervention into Crate Dragon twice. He did it twice, game 1 and game 3. What a fantastic match it was. So much more action to come today. That was just us kicking things off here in the 3v3 event. You know, the first Bothan Invitational was so successful. And a lot of the players that you talk to that competed in the very first team event, they'll say, look, the team event was the most fun I've ever had playing Star Wars Unlimited. And it's just so unique. This is only the second team event we've ever had in Star Wars Unlimited.
Right.
And I think the players just love it.
Absolutely. And not to mention the huge prize pool we have this weekend. 12K, the biggest one believe we've had in SWU yet, right?
Yes, largest prize purse in SWU history. 12K in cash will be given out over this weekend. It's a 3K team event. You've got the 8K 1v1 event that will kick off later today. And then we've got a 1K draft event on Sunday as well. So many exciting events coming from CardsHQ here in Atlanta. It's been great. But I think we're going to step away for just a short break, and then we will come back for more action from CardsHQ. Stay tuned. like Phillips always on Blue-Green Hero. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream of the second Bothan Invitational here at CardsHQ in Atlanta. I'm Josh Snyder, and this round I have a special guest with me here in the booth. Navarro Simmons has traveled all the way from Seattle, and he's going to cast a little bit this weekend as well and help us out. So it's good to have you here, Navarro.
Thanks for having me. I am stoked to be here for, like the announcer said at the start of the event, the premier event for Star Wars Unlimited. Everyone here loves this game. You can feel the passion in the room from all the players, everyone behind the production. So I hope everyone watching at home gets to feel the same thing we're getting here in Atlanta.
Absolutely. So it's a bit of a mirror match here, or a team kill, if you will, right? The team mirror match, because you've got two KTOD teams here, because originally you had Team Sekrit. They're now part of KTOD's competitive team, but the team on the left, KTOD, this is the defending champions, the defending champs from the original Bothan Invitational. Won the 3v3. John Tata, Ophir Muram, and Alex Blandon. Now, one slight change to their lineup. We don't have Alex Blandon here this time, but we've got Chrono or CJ here in Alex's place. So these guys trying to defend their title, and they're going to have to stand in front of some of their teammates and try to get through some of their other teammates here in round two.
Yeah, I mean, what a lineup, right? You have champion after champion on this KTOD team. Chrono subbing in for Alex. I don't think you're too upset about that if you're a KTOD. Chrono is an absolute beast at this game, but we're going to see if Sekrit, the kind of addition, trying to outdo them, their counterparts this tournament. So going to see Sundeep on Han 1 green, the deck he is certainly known for. And I assume it's going to be John Tata on Ray Data Vault.
Yeah, that's right. John Tata on Raid Data Vault versus Sunny D. Fan favorite, Sunny D on Han 1 green. This is kind of his go-to deck, right? And then we've got Mother Towson red versus Luke 4 Data Vault is one of our other matchups. And then it's Kylo Tarkentown versus Quinlan Tarkentown. So the players getting ready, shuffling up here. And the thing is we have an option of which match we want to see here. We could watch this Ray Data Vault versus Han 1 green, or we could watch maybe slightly faster match that this match may go a little longer.
Yeah.
We've got Mother Towson versus Luke 4 Data Vault.
Okay.
So I think we're going to switch over to camera number 3 here. So we're actually going to bring you a little bit of a spicy matchup. Two decks that not super prevalent in the meta. Now, Towson, of course, has had some big results, but hasn't been super represented, right? Won Galactic Championships, also won the regional. So Towson certainly a very solid deck, but it's just one we haven't seen put up a lot of big results, but has won 2 very big tournaments.
Yeah, Towson is the kind of deck that might not have as much stability as some of the other premier decks in the format with each of the Han leaders, for example, some of the Kylo Tarkentowns perhaps, but when it runs hot, it gets the job done and it knows how to close. Obviously, you said it, 2 of the biggest Star Wars tournaments to date.
That's
it's
right.
Won both of them. So going to be excited to see how it looks with the new set coming out. There's a couple new additions that were not as powerful as some of the other decks may have gotten, but add a lot of consistency to the deck. I'm mainly thinking about these early Force units. We know that from Legends of Force, a lot of the color pairs got these 2/4 Force units. Towson didn't get 2 of them. It only had access to 1, but
Right.
it got it this set. So stuff like that. A couple of the plot cards look pretty good. It's going to have to see if it can weather the storm of this aggressive Luke Data Vault we know what it wants to do. It wants to flip. It wants to plot Senta and attack for a ton of damage, which when you only have 28 health on your base can be pretty scary.
You know, and it's great that you mentioned plot here in Sentakaz specifically with Luke 4. I think it's such a big pickup because not only do you get to attack with a very large threat, you also get that on attack ability if Luke is on a fighter. So you get to attack with a piloted space unit, deal potentially a ton of damage, and then you also get the on attack ability. So Sentakaz allowing you to attack with Luke and its potential removal all at the same time. So Senta just so good. I think it's a huge upgrade for this Luke 4, any Luke 4 deck. And Mother Talzin on the other side, I think can also really use plot very well. I mean, Talzin deploying with a sudden ferocity, a 6-power Talzin, that seems pretty scary, Navarro.
Yeah, sudden ferocity on the Talzin. I mean, we saw Talzin from the Galactics. We've seen Talzin on some other tournaments playing upgrades to buff this fairly well-statted leader that can flip on the 5 resource turn, but now you don't have to wait. You don't have to expose your Talzin as much. You get way better action economy for the same amount of power. Not as much health from the sudden ferocity, but with 7 health base, you're not super worried about that. So we're getting right into it here. It looks like Sekrit's going to start with the initiative. So while you might not have gotten all the matchups you wanted, starting with the initiative, not going to be too bad for these aggressive styled pilot decks.
Well, here we go. Getting started. Game 1, the Jedi Starfighter coming out for, I believe that's Ryan DeCreasy on the right, CJ on the left. It is a force start, exactly what you want for CJ and that Mother Talzin deck. Getting Secretive Sage out on turn 1, being able to get the force going as quickly as possible. Ryan with the initiative here, getting in for 1 with that Jedi Starfighter. Secretive Sage coming across for 2, force generated. One thing we know that these Luke decks want to do, space, space, space. Space is the place. Ryan's going to play a Sabine's Masterpiece on turn 2 here. That Sabine's Masterpiece could put on some really great pressure. We're going to see Grand Inquisitor coming out for CJ. So we've got early force units, exactly what you want to do with Talzin for CJ, but we also have some good early pressure in the space arena for Ryan, especially with that Masterpiece.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Luke paired into this Talzin. I didn't exactly get to see where each team put their decks. Talzin, so reliant on the Force for their powerful flip turn plays with Darth Tyrannus, with Talzin's Assassin, but this leaves your space arena fairly wide open, and we're seeing it right now, right? 2 space versus 2 ground because Talzin has to get the Force back after using the leader ability and these really powerful units. So it's going to be all up to Talzin to show us that you can deal with an aggressive space-based deck.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Sabine's Masterpiece getting in for 3, the on-attack ability, pinging away the Secretive Sage's shield, and here comes a great tempo play for CJ. Talzin's Assassin, that 4-cost 4/4, using the Force with the Wind Plate ability. Sabine's Masterpiece getting -3/-3, taken off the board, and that was really the big threat that Ryan had early. Let's see how Ryan follows up after Sabine's Masterpiece was defeated. Does he have another good threat to put out here in the Space Arena? Jedi Starfighter will get in for 1. The Grand Inquisitor swinging back for 3. It's 5 damage, up to 6 damage on Data Vault. And here comes, Grenade Strike. Okay, Grenade Strike, 2 damage to the Secretive Sage, 1 damage to Grand Inquisitor. And now I believe that is going to be Black 1 coming out. The OP version of Black 1 for Ryan. And the Luke action ability, dealing a damage to Talzin's Assassin. So both of the ground units on CJ's side, they do have 1 damage each. CJ has the Force right now. And at least at the moment, not big threats in the space arena.
Yeah, the Talzin Assassin is going to be so important to find on curve for this Talzin deck. Gives you the ability to answer these turn 1 and 2 spaceships, especially things like that Sabine's Masterpiece that pose way more of a threat. Once you get some attacks going, can build up progressive damage if you get another command unit in play. Something to be said about the fact that Talzin doesn't have a lot of space presence is you do get a lot of pressure out of this, right? Grand Inquisitor attacks for 4. Talzin's going to attack for 4. This is going to be good damage. The question becomes, can we deal with Luke's flip, I think, this game? You get a lot of ground damage, but 33 health is a lot to chew through. So are we going to be able to survive the Luke flip? Really hard to defeat a ship piloted by the Luke. Obviously can't be defeated due to his leader side ability. So pretty interesting.
So Bounty Hunter's Quarry coming out on that Grand Inquisitor. Resistance Blue Squadron being played. That 4-cost space unit for Ryan. Able to deal 3 total damage with the when played ability. Taking out Grand Inquisitor, and now because Grand Inquisitor is unique, Ryan able to search the top 10 cards of his deck for a unit that costs 3 or less and play it for free. So getting some good value here. Had the immediate answer to take out the unit that you put the bounty on, and he's going to find red 5. I love this as well. You're already stacking some damage on these ground units, and that on attack ability for red 5 could certainly come into play. CJ has been able to be relatively aggressive here. You've got 14 damage on Data Vault, 5 damage on CJ's base. Here comes Power of the Dark Side. Plenty of options for Ryan, and he will just take out the least threatening of those options. The Jedi Starfighter is defeated. Black 1 gets in for 2.
Yeah, we saw the Bounty Hunter's Quarry just lets him explode units into play this turn. That was not something I was expecting. You haven't seen that out of these Luke decks in the past, but with some of these new cards, lets you kind of find spots to put a ton of pressure on even before the flip. Talzin has to Power of the Dark Side. I mean, you have to clear something. You get to flip your leader this turn, but the space arena is stacking up fast.
Yeah. Okay, so Talzin deployed -2/-2 in total. 2 red 5 had the Force Lightning. So with 2 resources, you pay 1 for Force Lightning. He's able to pay 1 with the other resource. Only 2 HP remaining on red 5. He deals 2 damage to red 5, and he takes care of that threatening unit here because you do have 2 damage on the Talzin's Assassin. So red 5 was set to take out that unit. So I like that play. Really nice line here from CJ. Now Ryan does have the initiative. Let's see what he starts with here.
Yeah, and that was so important. I mean, we're just seeing how much these space units can be basically pumped. We see Chewbacca unit. It's going to make another one of these space units basically untouchable. Luke pilot looming this turn.
Yeah.
I mean, we stemmed the bleeding. That Force Lightning was really clutch to keep our ground board alive from the red 5, but it's just more and more piling into this space arena. And while you have decent damage with your ground units, you're not going to race Chewbacca. You're not going to race Luke.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Chewbacca on Black 1, giving Black 1 +3/+3, swinging for 5 here. Talzin's Assassin plus Talzin getting in for a total of 7. It's 21 damage on Ryan DeCreasy's base. Action on Ryan here. We still have the Resistance Blue Squadron. We're going to see another red 5 coming down. But CJ has yet to spend a resource here during this action phase. We know that Luke can be deployed, but keep in mind, we're not going to plot on this turn. Ryan DeCreasy has spent all of his resources.
And I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to invite this Talzin to spend some of those resources, like we were saying. Oh, here we have CAD, not from plot, still going to...
Oh, just CAD from hand here.
Just CAD from hand. Not defeating anything. I was going to say, I thought we were going to invite them to spend mana so that we could attach Luke to this ship and not get Force Lightning immediately, but choosing to diversify the threats, forcing this Luke basically to be responded by your ground units, it's going to save some damage, which, while you have a huge base presence, your base is also taking a lot of damage. 21 is not anything to scoff at. So I actually kind of like this line, giving you 4 all solid units, making it really hard for Talzin to find a way to stabilize this game.
Now CJ just 8 HP remaining. We're going to see Power of the Dark Side, but Ryan can just choose black 1 because Chewbacca stops it from being defeated by enemy card abilities. There is the fist pump, and Ryan DeCreasy is going to take game 1 here. Great pressure in the space arena. Luke to the ground arena ended up paying off for him.
Yeah, and that might have looked like a weird power, but sometimes you have to give your opponent the chance, right? Maybe they don't know that they can select the Chewbacca, maybe they forget, and that might be your only way back into the game, especially with just such a scary board presence. Something I wanted to mention was that Bounty Hunter's Corey really let Luke come back into the game after some pretty good tempo plays. I mean, it was kind of all you want from Tals in this kind of matchup, right? Start with Force, start with a 3-drop unit that applies good pressure with the Inquisitor into the Talzin's Assassin to clean up their turn 2 play. That's kind of how you drew it up.
Right.
Luke says, no problem. We've got Bounty Hunter's Quarry. We're going to basically play a 2-drop unit again, or a turn 2 play unit again for 3 resources, kind of just invalidating that Talzin's Assassin ability and keeping pace. And we saw how much pressure Luke puts on with these pilots. They just add up so much damage. You can ignore this ground for the most part because you have the 33 health. Looked pretty cookie cutter for Luke that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you really hit the nail right on the head. I think the Bounty Hunter's Quarry was an extremely impactful play. And it's really interesting because we've been seeing Bounty Hunter's Quarry pop up more and more here. It's been popping up in these Hantu ECL decks as well. And I like it. I mean, I think it offers a lot of flexibility. And we saw it, you know, really mean a lot for Ryan there in that game. And I love the ability that Ryan has with this Luke deck to just throw around that damage where he needs it. And yeah, I mean, he's got the grenade strikes, right? He can ping away and then grenade strike, potentially take out multiple threats in the ground arena. He's got some really nice ways to spread around that damage in the ground arena.
Yeah, a lot of diversity. These pilot aggro decks, especially right when they came out and jumped to Lightspeed, were very streamlined on how much damage can I do, and basically the only other question was, if I get my board wiped, how do I build my board back as fast as possible? This Luke deck, especially with Data Vault, you have so much more room in your deck, you have life to play with, you can play a little bit more tempered, you can, like you said, spread that damage around. Grenade Strike, not a card you would have seen before in these really aggressive styled space decks, but we get to play Bounty Hunter's Quarry. Lets us get back into the game sometimes if they're answering our space threats. So I like where I wouldn't maybe call it a mid-range deck, but certainly a heavier aggressive style deck that lets you kind of move with the game. You're not all in on these first couple turns. You can scale with the game, especially against decks like Talzin, who might not have the strongest turn 1 and 2 plays like you might, but certainly some really potent mid-game threats to answer your board and keep the damage race pretty similar. So I like where this Luke deck is at, and it looked like it had a fantastic game plan into this Talzin deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, a couple things to mention. One, didn't get to see any plot there, but it didn't matter, right? And also, I think you talked about it a little bit in the first game. As aggressive as you can be with this Luke deck, and you're already starting 5 HP ahead of CJ here with that 4 space, and I think that means something.
Yeah, it just lets you be more flexible with your game plan. You aren't pressured into taking trades if you don't want to. You can always win the damage race if you just go unit for unit, attack for attack. So you force the Talzin player to interact first, and that's when we saw the Bounty Hunter's Quarry. That's when we saw the new ship to take out the unit that we bountied. So I really like you get to force your opponent to blink, and then you get to choose how to respond to that.
So here we go. Game 2, both players deciding what to resource here. You know, it was interesting because, at least on Ryan DeCreasy's side, it was very quick, the 5 cards. I believe it was 5 cards that he grabbed from the sideboard. He knew exactly what he wanted for this matchup, it seemed like. We'll see how this goes. Ryan's ready, just 1 win away from putting his team just 1 match win away from taking it all here in round 2. This KTOD versus KTOD secret match here. The Teammates standing off against one another. Again, players on your left side. The defending champions of this team event. They've really held the bragging rights for the last half year. KTOD, the team champions, the only team event we've had so far. Now we've got another one, so we'll have to see if another team can take away the belt from this KTOD team with Tata, Wu, and CJ. But here we go. Game 2 is underway. CJ with the initiative. It's Night Sister Warrior coming out, and it's going to be Phoenix Squadron A-Wing for Ryan.
I really want to see if there's any adjustments from this Talzin, either what we have as far as cards in the sideboard or just kind of an overall game plan. You have to know that you're going to have to play against some number of space-centered decks. So I really want to see, especially if we can expect that these two KTOD squads have been at least in some amount practicing against each other, and we might have seen it right there.
Oh, man, look at this play. Blue leader comes down for Ryan DeCreasy, and let's call it war. Navarro with the initiative for CJ. You deal 3 damage to one unit. Then if you have the initiative, you deal 2 damage to another unit in the same arena, and that lined up perfectly with Blue leader and Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Ryan's board reset.
And that's the exact kind of card that I was basically we needed to see from Talzin, right? That game 1 looked so dominant for Luke, even though the damage was close, always in the driver's seat. But that's the kind of 2-for-1 play that just a single Bounty Hunter's Quarry won't bring you back from, right? And I think that there might have been some amount of prep between these two teams to know the 3 plus the 2 beats the most damaging 2 cards, right? Which have been Blue Leader and Sabine's Masterpiece plus the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. So we're seeing some interaction here from both sides, which I have to imagine favors Talzin, although one Luke flip could be 4 attacks, and that's the entire base. So I mean,
CJ, great job here being able to once again answer Ryan's board with that Talzin's Assassin and the Force, and getting in for some more damage in the process. 6 damage on Data Vault. CJ once again has the Force. Jedi Starfighter, not the most threatening of space units here. Talzin's action ability used will get -1/-1 for the phase.
Interested to see if we see another kind of Force Lightning line, but I think you want to push your board presence.
Oh, man. Talzin deployed on attack, giving that Jedi Starfighter -1/-1, so it only had 2 HP remaining. Cad Bane being played here, defeating, once again, Ryan's only space unit. Tough start so far for Ryan DeCreasy here in Game 2.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was looking for. Develop the board, but why not take a unit with you, right? And here we're going to see Cinta Kaz, but not the way we're used to.
Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting here. Luke Skywalker deployed into the ground arena. Cinta Kaz plot being taken advantage of here, being played with plot. Luke attacking right away. The question is, where does Luke attack? It is going to be into base, so 8 damage on CJ's base. And Ryan able to generate 2 5-power threats in the ground arena with 1 action, but no disintegrations, is going to deal a total of 4 damage to Cinta-Kaz. And now that on-attack ability with Mother Talzin will take it out, but it's going to have a lot more damage with that lightsaber, the Fallen Saber. Oh my goodness, Ryan is going to scoop it up. We're going to Game 3 pretty early, folks.
That might have been the fastest game a Talzin player has ever won. That was crazy. I mean, I was asking, we have to see a little bit out of the sideboard, maybe a game plan adjustment. Just defeat every single unit that your opponent plays, and why not bring a 6/10 Talzin with it, right? That was complete dominance from Talzin. You saw everything you wanted to. Honestly, it might be up to Luke here to figure out, ooh, if I'm going to lose a unit every turn, how can I adjust? I think one thing that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing as your first turn play really opened up that 2-for-1, let's call it war. 3 damage into 2 damage. I think we might need to start with something that has a minimum of 3 HP just so that you can establish some kind of presence. Get a little bit of a stickier unit, find some pilots maybe.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. That's exactly what I was just thinking. It was so different than Game 1 because in Game 1, you had a 4 HP unit on turn 1, and then you had a 4 HP unit on turn 2. Both of those things help dodge the 2-for-1 that Let's Call It War gives CJ. Now, of course, Let's Call It War plus Towson's action ability can still take out one of them, but at least you're not getting 2-for-1. So I think you're absolutely right. Ryan really needs to look for a turn 1 play that has more than 2 HP. So we'll see if he finds it here in this game 3. Looks like he does have at least one option. I do see a black 1 in his hand. That has 3 HP. So game 3, the deciding game for these two players. Ryan will start with the initiative, and Ryan not happy with this hand, but CJ is here.
Yeah, and I caught a glimpse of it. I don't know what was resourced for Towson's side, but I saw Disabling Fangfighter, which is one of these cards that Chewbacca presents such a difficult kind of question. Limits your answers so much, only a few in your deck, but Fangfighter is one of them, and I could see some lines where there's some damage built up on a unit, even with Towson's ability giving it some less health. You detach that Chewbacca and it takes the unit with it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So here we go. Ryan DeCreasy has to keep this hand. Did see a sudden ferocity there go down into the resources, so we could see Luke getting even bigger when he comes out. So here we go. Game 3, the deciding game is underway. It's going to be Green Squadron A-Wing for Ryan, and CJ playing the Secretive Sage. So we do have a 3 HP unit on turn 1 this time for Ryan, and it will get into base right away. Here on turn 2, the Secretive Sage set up to generate the force early for CJ. We see Grand Inquisitor coming out. Oh, and look at this. It's going to be air superiority because Ryan controls more space units than his opponent. You deal 4 damage to one of those opposing ground units. So Grand Inquisitor taken out right away.
Yeah, and it's kind of, we're seeing it from the opposite side now, trying to just keep the units even for Luke. You don't want to fall behind like we saw in that last game, obviously with that insane 2-for-1, but just keeping it even. You know you deal more damage, you know you have more life, and your flip is so scary. But Towson's Assassin, I said it before, you need it on curve, and we have it exactly when we want it.
Towson's Assassin, so good here. Force used, Green Squadron A-Wing defeated. Did get in for another 3. Ryan will follow that up with a 1-4 in the Space Arena. The Jedi Starfighter, Secretive Sage getting in again, generating the force. Now we have Red Squadron Y-Wing, another 2-cost unit coming out for Ryan, trying to put multiple threats in the Space Arena.
Yeah, I was worried after we lost the Green Squadron A-Wing to the Towson Assassin that we might not have. I saw the Sabine's Masterpiece, which would not have let us play 2 units, but it's so important to have those 2/2 drops just to make sure that you have something to play these pilots on, have something to keep pace in this game. We saw it, how fast Towson can take over. We're going to see a Towson flip. We might see some plotted upgrades. We might see regular upgrades. We might see another Cad Bane. There's just so much to worry about on this flip turn.
Once again, let's call it war. 3 damage will take out the Red Squadron Y-Wing. 2 damage dealt to the Jedi Starfighter, and if nothing else, we know that between the action ability for Towson and that on attack ability could take out the Starfighter. So Towson's Assassin getting in for 4. It's 8 damage on Ryan's base. Here comes the Sabine's Masterpiece. Certainly a nice threat, but we will see the Towson action ability shrinking the Starfighter. So just 1 HP remaining on the Starfighter, and Ryan is going to pour out the threats. 2 more space units on this turn. Green Squadron A-Wing coming out. It's 2 damage to Ryan's base with the Secretive Sage. Here comes Towson's, no, not Towson's Assassin. Mother Towson herself going to get in for 3. Take out the Starfighter, and it's a Karis. All the Force Knight units here in the ground arena.
Yeah, I mean, and we've just been talking about it, right? How much synergy there is with this Towson ability. Let's call it war. It doesn't have to actually 2-for-1. It just has to bring you within range, and on the Towson flip turn, it deals 3 and 4, basically. Takes a couple actions to do it, of course, but just keeping that Space Arena manageable. We don't need to get rid of everything this game. We just need to keep it manageable. There's a lot of damage out of this Towson deck from the hand with these upgrades. Sudden Ferocity doesn't have to be plotted. We know Fallen Lightsaber is looming somewhere. It's going to be, can we survive this Luke flip turn, though? This is the game state. We've got 2 units, so we know Luke's going to get onto one of them. Are we going to get a Sintakaz? Are we going to get some sudden ferocities? Where is the damage for Luke, and can we respond to it? I know Force Lightning is usually the premier one, so maybe we might burn some actions from Luke, see if we can't invite some of that resource to be spent. But with 4 ground units, it's going to be hard to burn enough actions, so
yeah,
it might be up to Sinta to give us at least one attack.
I think CJ is fully in control of the action economy here,
for sure,
with 4 units in the ground arena, showing a total of 7 + 4, 11 damage. Here comes Luke right away, deploying onto Sabine's Masterpiece. We are going to see Sintakaz, so Sabine's Masterpiece will attack, and we've got some triggers here. You've got the on attack from Sabine's Masterpiece and the on attack from the Luke Leader, which will deal 3 damage because the Masterpiece is a fighter. So we can deal some damage here. Where's it going? So it looks like 3 damage to Talzin's Assassin, defeats the Assassin. That's Luke's on attack ability. We can deal 1 damage. Was it just 1 to base? 3.
Yeah, I think we sent.
Yeah, I think it was just 1 to base. The extra
to
from
base.
Sabine's Masterpiece, I believe, just went to base there. So 15 damage, and here's no disintegrations. Will deal a total of 2 damage to the A-Wing, but the A-Wing can still swing. 3 damage to CJ's base, 18 damage on. Now the Green Squadron A-Wing set up to be taken out by the on-attack ability from Talzin. That's exactly what we're going to see as Mother Talzin unit attacks into the Sintakaz unit. We see Ryan claiming the initiative. Secretive Sage will clean out the other unit, and then we've got Power of the Dark Side. Wow. That was crazy.
That was quite the line. I mean, I think maybe I underestimated this Talzin's ability to interact with space. I mean, we've seen 2 games in a row now just dealing with 5+ space units. Some of them really difficult to deal with. Luke Pilot creates a pretty difficult scenario. You can't just defeat it because a lot of these removal spells that are efficient say non-leader on them, right? No disintegrations, you can't do it on leader units. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty obvious spot for it. That's why we saw it go onto the Green Squadron A-Wing. But with Power of the Dark Side, Talzin's ability cleaned up the Green Squadron A-Wing. I mean, it looks like it's a lot of damage on Talzin's base, but it should be pretty in control. I mean, Fang Fighter, just for no ability, doesn't really signify that we've got a lot going on for Luke. I think this might be it.
Oh, look at this. The sun will come out, and you have the Force on CJ's side. Each one of those friendly units will get +2 power. The disabling Fang Fighter coming out, nothing to defeat. We're going to see 5 damage from Talzin, and then you still have another 8 damage showing with Karis and Secretive Sage. It's going to be 28 damage on Ryan's base, and now CJ is showing lethal with just 1 attack. Next action phase.
And I think it's going to be too much of an ask to deal 10 damage in 1 action for this Luke deck. Not as aggressive with the action economy, and we saw it at Worlds. We saw it over in Europe at the majors.
There it is. There's the fist bump. Wow.
The Sun closes games so fast.
Yes, he does.
Once Talzin gets ahead of you, she has the ability to take a turn off to play the Sun and push that damage, and we saw it there.
Wow, what a match. Ryan DeCreasy was able to come out swinging in game 1, but CJ comes storming back after being able to go to his sideboard. Super effective in games 2 and 3, and Mother Talzin takes the win over Luke Datavault.
Yeah, and that was, you could see the prep. You could see, okay, game 1 went probably how you expect it to go. Not a lot of answers, but we know we have these really powerful sideboard options. We know the game plan. You give yourself the bench chance in game 2 and 3, and we saw the chance look pretty good there.
Absolutely. So good. So it looks like we are moving over to another match here. Ray Datavault versus Han Solo, the Audacious Smuggler. Paired with Echo Base here.
They're talking about sideboard. I'm not sure if they look. Is that? I mean, I guess they're their teammates, so maybe they already know. But usually, this is something that happens at the end of a match, not in between games. So I'm unsure where we are in this one.
It may not even matter here. Looking over at the other camera, it looks like the other match has concluded. So 2 of the other matches have concluded. So the outcome here may not even matter. It looks like that's going to wrap it up. So I believe Team KTOD, the defending champs. Looks like they've taken it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it looked easy, but definitely got it done with efficiency. Down a game on our featured match, but brought it back. It looks like between the Tarkin Towns, KTOD defending champions got it done. I believe they were the ones on Quinlan. So it would have been Quinlan taking out Kylo Tarkentown. I mean, they're the champs for a reason, right?
Yeah,
These guys
absolutely.
Are so
the defending
good.
champs are in the building. CJ is back against the wall. Now, CJ is the new member on the team. Wasn't here for the first Boston Invitational, but he's here now, and he's showing his team why he deserves to be here and how he's going to help them go back-to-back in the only Star Wars Unlimited team events.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that guy's a beast. He's so good. He plays so – it's very disciplined is the word I would use. That's a scary deck to play against, these aggressive pilot decks, right? But said – it's okay. Even down a game, I know what I need to do to give myself the best chance. And I would say 2 pretty dominant games in 2 and 3, right? Obviously, game
absolutely.
2 was a slaughter.
Wow.
Had everything line up. Game 3 had to work a little bit harder for it, but knew all the spots, knew when to be controlling, and then saw a bit of weakness out of the Luke deck, slammed the sun, and closed the door immediately. Did not give his opponent any chance to come back into the game.
Love to see it. CJ putting on a show for us with Mother Towson. And personally, you and I were both excited to see Mother Towson.
Yeah.
And, again, it's not a deck that's super represented. A lot of people are pretty down on Mother Towson, even though that particular deck has won, again, arguably the 2 biggest events that we've had yet in Star Wars Unlimited, with the Galactic Championship and the regional in Bilbao that took place just a couple months ago. So, what a weekend we've got for you. Now, I do want to share some information. We want to thank CardsHQ so much. CardsHQ is a big reason why we're able to have the Boston Invitational. Big shout out to Nick and everyone else at CardsHQ that has helped make this event possible. Now, CardsHQ also has a website. If you're not here in the area in Atlanta, you can come by the shop, an amazing shop, but you can go to CardsHQ.com, and they actually have an amazing product line, all the Star Wars Unlimited stuff you'll ever need at CardsHQ.com. And right now they actually have some really, really good prices on their sealed product, and you can get 15% off on their boxes of Twilight, Jump to Lightspeed, and Legends of the Force. So definitely check out CardsHQ.com. And again, if you're in the area, this is a beautiful store.
Oh, yeah.
It's huge. It's really big. They have great selection with any trading card game that you're interested in, as well as sports cards. They've got a lounging area with big screen TVs and games being played. It's a great atmosphere here at CardsHQ.
Yeah, and after watching that Towson game, 15% off on Legend of the Force doesn't sound too bad.
Doesn't sound too bad. Great
awesome.
plug, Navarro. That was epic. So I think we are going to take a short break, and then we will come back for round 3 of the second ever Star Wars Unlimited team event. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here at the second Bothan Invitational. I'm Josh Snyder, and we've got a very special impromptu interview here. I am with the defending champs, the defending team champs, Team KTOD, just won the feature match on stream. Guys, introduce yourselves.
All right. John, and I have here CJ, which you probably can't hear at least now, and Ophir here. We have, see, Alex couldn't make it, so we have CJ subbing in, this time. I feel like it's an upgrade.
The original Alex.
Yeah.
Original Alex.
So, yeah, doing great.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you guys back. What a performance from CJ in this last match. We didn't get to see the other two games, so what happened in the other two matches? Because we were watching the Towson Loop Data Vault, then we moved over to Ray, and you guys were packing up.
Yeah, so Wu won 2-0 versus Josh Everly on, he's playing Kylo Tarkentown.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that went. Was it unexpected?
Yeah, I mean, I started with
Yeah.
started with a L3, which is the best opener, kind of counters their MiG start, and then both games I went like the 2-drop next turn with a Daring Raid, and basically went to turn 3 both games with 2 units in play, and he had no units in play.
Wow.
From there, it was just kind of like curve out, and he's at 22 life both games on his flip turn, and just dies before. I mean, he didn't even flip in game 2, so.
Oh, wow.
I think he
Yeah.
had a little bit of an unfortunate draw in game 1. He didn't have a turn 1, and game 2 I had like kind of a god draw, so the game ended on 6.
Yeah. Then the Ray matchup versus Sunny on Han was just a really grindy,
Played forever.
really grindy game 1. I feel like I'm pretty favored into Sunny's version. He's more go wide, and if he doesn't kill me by the 9 resource turn, I have bow to basically end the game. And that's basically what happened. We got to about 12 resources because I couldn't find like enough ways to deal with his board. Right. And then finally I was able to tech and then smuggle a bow. And that was enough to win the game. So by the time I was finishing game 1, CJ was wrapping up his game 3 versus Decreasy. And then, Sunny and I didn't have to play, our next 30-minute game 2.
Yeah.
So.
No, that's exciting. So I do want to ask a little bit about the preparation that went into the team event. Obviously, this is a very different event. And this time with the shared card pool makes it that much more interesting. So just kind of curious how the preparation looked for you guys for this event.
Yeah, we had several different comps that we kicked around over the last few weeks. We weren't playing this comp exactly until about 2 or 3 days ago. Of course, we were testing these decks all throughout, but we were really trying to have CJ on Han 2, either ECL or Blue Force for the longest time, and we just couldn't come up with 2 other decks that either didn't share cards with the Han or having to underpower certain decks to fit the format. So
I'm also one of the best Towson players.
his first time playing Towson, yeah. So we knew probably that we were pretty sure that playing either a pilot deck or a force deck would be the safest bet because that would share the fewest amount of cards.
Right.
And then the other 2 decks kind of fell into place.
We didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, like
We didn't put a pilot out.
Right, yeah, exactly. So we had Han 4, Tarkentown mulling around, Boba Data Vault was an option, Loop Data Vault, Piet, Red. And then it just so happens that, for me, like a pet deck is, of course, Ray Data Vault.
Right.
And, Wu likes playing Quinlan.
And I love Towson.
There you
of course,
go.
CJ loves Towson. So it
Worked out beautifully.
It just worked out that blue-green hero and then red-yellow hero shares nothing, obviously.
Right.
And then the villain force deck just kind of fell right into place because it shares actually just nothing. So we had no hard choices with main deck, sideboard. We just had to figure out. They had to figure out which upgrade hate to play. Otherwise everything was just pretty easy once we figured it out.
That's awesome. Now, with this current lineup, what is the seat draft looking like? What are the plans? Are there some specific plans that you have for the seat draft portion with your lineup?
Yeah, so we kind of just...
We wait.
Yeah,
well, it's really hard to know because, first of all, if you're sitting first, it's a big difference than if you're sitting second, and then also what are your opponents playing. We're just going to look to make sure that no one deck has an auto lose unless we can get 2 auto wins, and it's not
Okay.
really
Yeah.
happening. So he's sat first both games because Talzin doesn't have, unless like we bump into like villain control decks,
it's like
it
a
doesn't
Kira or
have
something.
like get spiked out of the game matchup, so it lets us like pick and choose our stuff. But that's just been 2 rounds so far.
Yeah.
It's great because we're playing 3 very like different decks.
Yeah.
So he's playing like a faster deck. Mine's more of a mid-range, slower deck. His is like a mid-range deck. So it's really hard for decks to hard counter us.
Yeah.
And it worked out the first 2 rounds, where the other team's decks were mostly like either aggro or mid-range decks that Towson's very good against. And that just lets me and Wu like pick like, okay, I don't want to play against something like a Kylo Tarkingtown, but he doesn't mind it. So I don't mind playing against Han, but he might mind it. So we have
also
one every
mention
die
your
roll.
dice rolling.
Yeah, we have one every die roll.
He's the best captain
I
ever.
will say that the very first team tournament that we won here, I think I lost maybe 1 die roll in like 10 rounds. Yeah.
The most important die roll.
So die roll skills are on point. That's really the real MVP here.
That's awesome. So John Tata, the king of rolling dice. Now, overall, what are your feelings on team events like this? I've heard from a lot of players that this is some of the most fun they've had playing SWU. How do you guys feel about this type of team event?
So to me, and probably to us, I feel like this is the main event. Like it might have less cash overall, but it's the most fun. It's it's the most fun you can have playing any game, not just SWU, but just anything. Team formats are always the best. So I really urge them to have something more like official. You can probably do a sector at some point just to try it out. Maybe not for season 1, but maybe for season 2. Bust out like a team sector. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
So, it's great.
I think it's a lot of fun. I'd love to try it at some point. I've been here both times casting when you guys are playing during the team event. Sounds like a lot of fun for sure. Now, overall, the energy in the room. Coming back, the second Bothan Invitational. Biggest prize purse we've had in SWU history throughout the weekend. What's the energy like so far here
That's
at
been
Cards
great.
HQ?
Like, energy's high. People were pumped. The first one was a blast.
Look at Ophir. Look at how excited he
how
is.
excited he is.
Early in the morning. 8 in the morning.
Early in the morning.
It is an early start.
Yeah,
He almost didn't make
my watch is dead here. Let's see, was it like 9 in the morning at this point? Like, I've been up for hours. He's been up for hours. He woke up 10 minutes ago.
I woke up during
But
round 1.
It's CJ's first, time here. How do you feel? Is it fun? Do you
Oh, the
like
energy's
everything
great. I
buzzing?
mean, if you look at it, right, this is great as a community event because all my friends are here, right? From all the different teams. And so there's so many friendly faces. There's some new that we get to meet, which is also exciting. And the energy, everyone's just here to play SWU and have a good time, right? When you have the team event, it adds a nice little level of trash talking and camaraderie on our side and more interaction with their opponents, right? It's less chance you get paired against the grumpy person. There's less tilting. Overall, I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's
that's
been great.
great.
Yeah, it's been fun so far. We've been running pretty hot. I think CJ lost game 1. That was our first game loss of the day. I have won all of my game 1s with Ray, which is as far as I've been able to get so far. So hopefully keep it going. These teams keep getting harder and harder as we go on. Of course, we played our teammates last round, and it's just going to keep going from there.
Yeah.
So.
Well, guys, I appreciate you stopping by. Best of luck throughout the rest of the event. Did you guys want to share anything else before we sign off here?
Underwhelming Barrage.
Yeah, we have our podcast every other week. Check it out, Underwhelming Barrage.
Ophir is going to be on the next one because it doubles our viewership.
Oh, there we go.
And of course, Ophir has his channel. Yeah,
He's also,
yeah, Wu's got some content for sure.
I am Wu, I think, on YouTube. So check us out, and hopefully, of course, Metal Fab for tokens.
It's on that side,
But please, check us out. Hopefully, you see us again in the future here in the next few rounds.
And hey to all the KTOD boys at home.
Yep.
Absolutely. Well, thanks again, guys. We're going to cut to a short break before we bring you round 3 from the team event at the Bothan Invitational. Stay tuned.
Thanks.
We are back here at Bothan Invitational number 2. We are watching the kind of matchup selection process between Bothan Network and KTOD. We're getting back-to-back feature matches of the defending champions, but Ian Klein, the Galactic Championship runner-up, and his team of Bothans looking to take down the defending Bothan Invitational 1 champions. What are some of these matchups looking like? Who do you think we want to sit first when you win the die roll on some of those?
Oof. So, like, obviously, like, Quinlan doesn't really care too much about winning the die roll, but they also might not want to play into Quinlan versus Towson. I don't like that matchup personally. We put a good amount of testing with Piet into a lot of these matchups. I'd say probably the one we've tested the least is probably Towson. So I think more generally, I think most people on the team probably don't want to match up into Towson.
Okay.
5 versus 6. All right, looks like KTOD won the die roll.
John Tata said that last Bothan Invitational he won all but one die roll.
Oh, that's so interesting.
And he is 3-0 on the day now with die rolls.
Ah.
So that might be something the Bothans have to look into practice.
Look, all I'm going to say is at BIATL 1, Team Red, Bothan Red, we did not win a single die roll and still won most of our matches.
That's good. I think the innovation of the team format from Bothan Invitational 1 to Bothan Invitational 2 here, where you have the deck selection, you have to sit one person, then you can maybe get 2 good matchups, is so much more fun, so much more interesting, adds a lot of prep to the event. I got to talk to Ian a little bit about it on Tuesday. He told me a bit of what you guys were going through, and he said that a lot of their strategy was to try and get Han 2 just a playable matchup. Mm-hmm. We all know Han 2 still one of the more consistent and powerful decks. Yeah, still really, really good. No force throw required. Got a lot of upgrades, I think, or at least cards to look at playing from this set 6. So he said, we just want to get a playable matchup. And then I asked him a lot about Piet Red. I was testing more in a 1v1 mindset. Mm-hmm. And Piet Red obviously got a lot of new good cards, Fulminatrix. Surprisingly, the Gonk droid kind of MVP.
Gonk is a player. Absolutely.
Is so powerful.
1/3, reduce the cost of the next unit you play. It's really good, especially when you get to make it even one less with Piet.
Right.
Being able to play a 5-cost capital ship on turn 2, pretty good, turns out. Very above rate.
So it looks like we're sitting Towson first. The interview from KTOD, yep, they said we've sat Towson first every time. I don't think that's going to change if they keep winning these die rolls. So it's going to be, what does the Bothan Network want to play into that?
I don't want to play any of these decks into Towson. So great choice by KTOD to sit it first.
Interesting. I think they must not like the Han 2 blue matchup now. It felt pretty good in the force throw meta. Post force throw, you have less immediate answers to the Towson flip. So I think that they don't like that one as much. Otherwise, I think we would have seen them sit that. Looks like Piet is going to be playing against Quinlan here. I would have expected them to put Quinlan into the Han 2, but I guess John Tata really likes his matchup.
Yeah, Piet Red, we like it into the target down decks generally, so this seems like a mostly okay matchup for Piet. But there's also a lot of innovation that you can do with some of these target down decks. You can go lots of 1-drops, go really, really short on the ground with something like CAD. With Quinlan, obviously you have a couple of new choices. Pretty much all the value you get out of every card can be played. There's some new, I don't know if they're playing Chopper or any of the other new 2-drops in the set, but Quinlan's still pretty good, turns out.
So we have an option of which matchup. Given that it's your teammates, which of these matchups, which players do you think we should follow for this first?
I'm going to be super biased. I'm always going to say, all right, look, during practice, I'm like always watching Ian. So personally, I would just naturally jump into saying, let's watch some Lego Pizza Classic.
I think that's a fair decision. Also, we get to watch the 2 team captains duking out. I think John Todd is the team captain, but we get Lego Pizza. Obviously, Ian, he's got the finalist Matt in play, Galactic Championship finalist.
Turns out he's pretty good.
And then we've got the regional champion, Ophir. So this is
pretty great. I mean, this is a, for those of you who watched Galactics, this is a Ophir and Ian got matched up in top 8, right? So it's you get a rematch just with some different leaders.
2 of the absolute best for sure, and both fantastic players. Not just as competitors, but just as people. You can see their
they're
passion.
They're both wonderful guys. They're both awesome.
Yeah, they're so great. They both do a lot of content and a lot for the game, so I think it makes sense to stick here. You said you liked your guys' Piet deck into
Tarkentown
the
decks,
Tarkentown
generally.
decks. Yeah. What kind of cards are we looking for out of the Quinlan deck, do you think, to kind of attack the Piet? Because obviously Piet is going to outscale Quinlan pretty well and pretty quickly if we can get a couple pieces of ramp.
Yeah.
So what is the main goal, do you think, for Ophir to stabilize and take these games?
You obviously want to keep off some amount of damage coming in from these massive capital ships. I don't know the list that Ophir's on. There's still some great cards with Kira and Ahsoka Tano on 4. Plus, you have a fantastic 5R flip with Quinlan, something that makes definitely better than like the Padme flip having to wait an extra turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I talked to Ian on Tuesday, they were on Padme.
Yes, that's true.
And he felt really good about Padme, and I was at the time surprised because my testing group did not really love Padme. Again, that was for a 1v1 scenario, but I guess Ian and the group decided they also didn't like it enough because they're on Quinlan now. So we're seeing Quinlan kind of be still that main Tarkentown, especially with Cunning, the main Tarkentown deck here even in set 6.
Yeah, Quinlan was very low on our list just because Padme, new excitement, new Tarkentown deck, has a lot of really great plays. Faith in your friends being a player. Being able to drop out Tarkentown with kill a unit, double spy, when it hits, it's such a strong opener. Very hard for a lot of decks to play around. That being said, there are some cards that play very well into some of those openings. Let's call it war. Smack,
yeah.
Goodbye. All right, boards are even, but that's not even the best play for a deck like Quinlan. But it will be interesting to see if there's anything different from this Quinlan list from Worlds. I mean, assuming there's new cards, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. So we got to watch a 3-game match last round between Talzin and Luke Datavolt. This Quinlan matchup, Ophir said that it ended on turns 5 and 6, resources 5 and 6, so turns 4 and 5. Both games, he said he just had awesome starts into a Kylo Tarkentown deck, so we didn't get to see much of it, but we see a new card immediately.
There we go, Warrior. Good card. Played in Padme. Interesting to also see it in Quinlan. Makes sense.
Yeah.
3/3 stat line. Pretty good. And we're going into red 5 on turn 2, so we're going to get the ping value. And the Tarkentown played.
Yeah, something you can see, like how fast these guys play. You can just tell they're so practiced. They have done so much prep. They're playing at lightning speed, already going into 4 resources. It's been about 40 seconds since they started. But this is exactly what Quinlan wants, right? 2 units to 0. I mean, obviously, that's not anything to... You're not done.
Yeah.
Job's not finished. This Piet deck obviously has tons of bombs, and they come out way earlier than other decks might be able to play them. But starting up 2-0 on the boards feels not too bad.
Oh, seeing that same daring raid. So one thing interesting, we do get to see the showcase of the new mechanic Disclose. Obviously, Ophir not wanting to show every red card in his hand. Yeah. Makes sense. Keep showing the one that your opponent's already seen. Don't give them new information. And, of course, the Piet deck just dropping the card on and saying, go, your turn. And looks like that Daring Raid is going to go ahead and get full value and trade the red 5. And now, with a Gorilla Soldier to follow up. Very good play.
So much damage.
So another 5 damage to base.
And exactly like you said, prioritizing the health on base. Tarkentown, a fantastic, powerful base. Gives you so much board control, but comes at a cost of 5 life, which is a lot. It's a lot more than it sounds like at times. We're playing this massive ship early. I mean, as far as damage goes on your base, 5 attacks, and it would take out Tarkentown just on its own. So prioritizing, using that Daring Raid that we saw disclosed a couple times, plus trading that red 5, just getting it off the board, keeping the board control. Gorilla Soldier, obviously, so much damage so fast. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, dealing 5 is pretty good, turns out. So going back to what does the Piet want to see on turn 2? Unfortunately, the Phase Sentinel 3/3, not the best play for turn 2. Not being able to resupply. Definitely slowing down the Piet deck. Of course, we're going into the flip turn, but we're already threatening a minimum of 5 damage plus the Quinlan flip, so we've already got enough damage to kill Piet. And we're just going to jump into a Ruthless Raider. Deal 2 to base and 2 to the Warrior.
Yeah, I think a big deal is that Piet really wants to flip first, right? Doesn't want to give a chance for for Plo Koon for all this. Like, basically, Ophir can just send his board and some burn spells into this Piet. Ian's basically forced to sack off his Piet for board control, which is, I don't think, where he wants to be.
We're getting is that a spare the target?
Looks like spare the target.
Bouncing the Raider. Yeah, one thing, the Piet dropping out. Whenever you see 5 open on a Quinlan on the flip turn, you're always going to be concerned about Plo. So choosing to be able to snipe off that warrior. But not looking good for Lego Pizza in
yeah,
game 1.
22 damage on his base. I mean, so fast. The Gorilla Soldier put so much damage, Surprise Strike off his leader. So much damage, and just hasn't really had a chance to get back into this game. It looked like Ian missed a turn 1 play, though. I believe. Because we only see the 2 units in his discard. Fulminatrix is going to come out, defeating the Gorilla Soldier, but Hotshot Blaster.
Ooh, for 5, gonna hit pretty hard.
Yeah, and now it's just any bit of damage. And the
that's
Hasted Falcon.
That's just game. So game 2. Game 1 goes to Ophir.
Pretty painless. Obviously, it helps when your opponent misses a play and then plays a below average turn 2 play for the Piet deck in this matchup. You said
for anyone who watched Worlds, Ophir actually missed a couple of turn plays in one of their games. So this is actually kind of a neat little callback that it's switching around in their rematch. Now it's Ian to not have a turn 1 play.
Going into these sided games with command versus aggression, I always have to call out Cam Syndulla. The easiest way for this
Cam Syndulla, pretty good.
Yeah, for this Tarkentown deck to bring back, because we mentioned you want to be able to flip this Piet first, but with Cam Syndulla, brings it back to parity on the resources, and if the game goes anything like that, a 5/4 presents so much damage, and it gives you the versatility to flip your leader. So I think that's something to look at, but if anyone can battle back down a game, it's Ian.
Ian's pretty good, but honestly, this Quinlan matchup is not something we've spent that much time on. We were really expecting a lot of other Tarkentown decks, but it is really interesting to just see, just a clinical show from Ophir doing the things. We'll see how game 2 lines up.
And you could just tell that Ophir smelt blood in the water there, playing so fast, just no hesitation, just Surprise Strike base. Next turn, attack with the Hotshot Blaster, shows the Falcon immediately, right? Just like knows the situations so well. Ian's going to decline initiative, which makes sense. He wants to get some units into play. Might be looking for some of these cost reducers or just natural ramp. I think that's going to be the main way for this Piet deck to get to play these big capital ships as fast as possible and really try and interact with Ophir's board. Fulminatrix, Red Devastator, and of course Ruthless Raider being the main 3 that can kind of keep it parity on the board and still be able to threaten damage.
And people in chat saying Quinlan is an unwinnable matchup for Piet. All right. We'll see.
Interesting.
Still 2 more games to play.
Yeah.
Anything happens in card games. You never know.
And something to remember is that even if it's bad, this might be the matchup that the Bothan Network said, okay, we'll sack this one.
Could be.
And try and win the other 2, right? But yeah. I think,
like I said at the beginning, this seeing the Tals in red is not something I would want to see across the table.
Yeah. And I guess I was surprised originally that they didn't put Quinlan into the Hantu Blue, but maybe if this matchup is so good for Quinlan, that's why, and they felt this was the best matchup for Quinlan, and they let John Tata take a coin flip or, maybe a 55-45 on either side against Hantu Blue. But gonna see what Ian can cook up post side, getting a little bit of advice from the side there. That is another aspect of these team events that not only make it more fun, but adds a little bit of skill to it, right? Like, my team can help me. I get to show my team's strengths, which is pretty fun.
I do wonder, I am genuinely curious, if at any point Ian just said, I really want to rematch Ophir.
That would be a pretty sick call. Ophir so far taking the challenge.
Oh, we got the resupply.
Well,
okay, so
there's
this
the
is a
resupply.
much better start from Lego Pizza in this game too.
Yep. Exactly. It's going to be next turn. Do we have that 4-cost Cam Syndulla to bring back? Looks like I assume we're going to take the Tarkentown here if if we're electing to play a 2-drop. Obviously may not have a 3, but
Going for the underdrop seems reasonable.
yeah. Looking to just be up those 2 units to 1. Nemec, the new 3/2 2-cost out of Secrets of Power has been it's played pretty powerful. I mean, getting to disclose, make that spy. I mean, we're going to see it right here almost for sure. Going to do the double disclosing Daring Raid and spare the target. We're going to make a spy ready, so even more damage being pushed. And it just makes it so hard to trade into this board and give yourself the time to ramp and get up to these big ships.
Getting smacked back by that Bothan spy token looks pretty good on stream.
Yeah, those are so sweet. Another great reason to be part of this event.
Yeah, we like our swag, you know.
I wish we got to see the playmats. I really like the Bothan Invitational playmat. Those are so sweet. We'll get to see those later in the event.
Yeah, don't worry.
Of course.
You guys will all see it.
Yeah, those ones are awesome.
But little spoiler alert, it's good.
And this is exactly why the ramp was so important, right? Getting to play not only just ramping to 5, but the Piet giving you the ability to play these units that interact with the board and present a big threat to this 25 health base, right? Getting to clean up that spy token, still getting to flip Piet first. I think this is basically as good as Ian could ask. Going to force out to spare the target, but with a good ETB, like Ruthless Raider has, it's not the number one thing you'd like to bounce back. I mean, that's going to be true for most of these ships. Most of them come with a pretty powerful enters the battlefield effect.
Yeah, going into being able to have ramped feels really good, obviously, with Piet having initiative here, getting to probably drop an 8-drop. Yep, there's the Fulminatrix.
And there's Fulminatrix.
Get the full value. Well, almost full value. 3 out of 4 of those damage points feels pretty good. But Tarkentown's still up. A lot harder for Quinlan to deal 7 than it is to deal 6.
Yep.
Really important breakpoint.
And you just see how important it was for this Piet Red deck to get another good 8-drop ship that interacts with the board, right? Obviously, Red Devastator.
The double Daring Raid Tarkentown. That's definitely a possible. That's definitely on the docket there. And we get to Falcon for base for 3. Feels really good. That's great answer by Wu. He had this ready.
Yeah, double Daring Raid Tarkentown was not on my bingo card, but keeps Ophir in the driver's seat with pushing a ton of damage due to this Falcon. Seeing if he's going to pay for it. I don't think he resourced up to 6, though. I think he decided to keep the cards in hand.
At 5, so he's got 4 resources to play. He did drop 2 cards out of hand, or 3 cards out of hand to drop the Falcon and the double Daring Raid.
Makes a lot of sense. Ian in the tank a little bit, just trying to figure out how to navigate a tricky board state, but in a better spot than last game at this point.
No, dropping out. Ooh, the troop.
Means he doesn't have a big ship, right? That was Fulminatrix, kind of his biggest option. We know he has the Ruthless Raider, or at least had the Ruthless Raider before it got spare the targeted.
He probably still has the Ruthless Raider.
I can only imagine he does, but that doesn't do much. Doesn't affect either of the units, right? And so at least trying to get this Phase 3 Dark Trooper in front. Oh, can still play the Ruthless Raider. My fault. I forget the Piet does 2 on the leader side, so getting to play both. I mean, Ian giving himself the best chance, but 20 damage on his base.
So there is a barrage in hand with Mr. Lego Pizza.
Okay, I mean, that's what you're looking for. Piet himself doesn't have the best stats for barrage, but Ruthless Raider will give him at least something to play with. 6 damage off an Overwhelming Barrage.
Is that another Nemec? Is that what I'm seeing?
It's another Nemec, yeah. But
so much damage.
Overwhelming Barrage will clean up the Falcon and the Quinlan if Ophir chooses to keep it in play. He does. He pays for the Falcon. It's got to be a first play Overwhelming Barrage here. Yeah, that's what we're going to see.
There's really no choice. We're thinking there. You absolutely have to. Not having the 8-drop to kill the Falcon, unfortunately, doesn't feel great. That Nemec's going to just continue to chew into Ian's life points here, get another 3 damage, and threaten potentially 2 more if we kill this Nemec.
So the only thing that we might have is if Ophir plays more cards this turn, he's burned a lot of cards in his hand. It might be difficult to disclose for this Nemec. Could be something Ian looks to if he trades later.
He's playing 1. Okay, just putting 2 down for an A-wing.
Okay, looks like he has 1 card in hand. Gonna take open fire on the A-wing.
And the Falcon.
On another hasted Falcon pushing so much damage. I think that's going to be able to get the job done here. Can't disclose the Nemec as he's used all the cards in his hand, but
that Falcon's going to be a thorn.
I'm not unsure. Ophir looked like he might have been considering claiming
for like maybe a surprise strike.
Yeah, it gives you a chance to draw the surprise strike, right? Like it's going to be 3 damage regardless, but takes the damage then because I think he can pick up the Falcon if he wants to.
I assume he will.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to force the Raider to just get the attack in for some other reach. I'm assuming at this point, Quinlan has a bunch of smuggle cards. I'm sure there's a blaster. There's got to be a Cassian in a row at this point. So he looked at a card, didn't look at. Of course, these season players aren't going to be like double and triple checking their resource runner too often. They're going to keep that in their head and not look at it again, not give any information unnecessarily to their opponents.
Looks like he tanked a little bit, but decides ultimately to pick up that Falcon, just like you said, giving Ian kind of, I mean, he gets a free Piet attack. Doesn't push the most damage there, but it's not nothing.
So being at 26, we're a Cassian plus a blaster will do it.
Yeah, and great call out,
So
Cassian. But
Devastator.
Oh, Devastator. Discounted for 2 with the Piet ability. Cleans up that Cassian.
Also blocking the Falcon for the
Yep.
next play. So board state. Oh, and he's got the choke. This was a really important card for this matchup. One of the reasons why I don't completely hate it is the main deck 3 force chokes. Just being able to kill those dirty Cassians coming out of row.
Yeah, and what I would say a comeback. It looks pretty dire. 26 damage on his base. A Falcon staring him down, but I mean, you don't make it to the Galactic Championship Finals by cracking under pressure, right?
No.
He knows I've got ways to deal with this. Even if it wasn't already in his hand, he knows he's got cards in his deck that can deal with it. He slams the Devastator on the Cassian and closes that up, and we're going to a game 3 in a World's Top Cut run back.
It's pretty exciting. Absolutely want to see a game 3 between these two phenomenal players.
Oh, anytime you get the chance to watch 2 of the best go to game 3, you take it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. When you actually get to see Piet do the things, it does make the game a little closer. When they get in turn 1, they get ramp. They actually get to drop their big ships, and then just lock out the Falcon with a big 10 damage or 10 health Sentinel. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, that was definitely Piet getting to play the game this time.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
we got the Piet play match, just sitting across from Piet himself. It's pretty great.
Interested to see where the initiative goes. I don't know if it's as big of a point in this specific matchup, but last game, Ian started with it, didn't look so hot. That might have been due to his hand, of course, but then gave it to Ophir and closed it out. So interested to see if that plays a huge part. It does give Ophir a little bit of an answer to some of those early cartridges, mainly the Gonk droid, which can give you a real head start if unchecked. But it looks like Ophir's going to start with it. He can always just, I don't know if he wants to pass, because I guess Piet's probably pretty happy with that, right? Would just take the pass back, because his deck scales so well.
Piet will absolutely take the pass claim line. Totally cool. We'll take the resupply and just go to 5R and the flip turn. All right, resources down. And we're starting out with the Sabine into a Gonk.
And the Gonk. I think the Gonk at the moment is a 2 resource heal 3, but you know, sometimes that's what you need to do just to survive these early turns.
He's a cute little Gonk droid.
He's a cute, the hyperspace foil. You know, Ian loves his shiny cardboard. And yep, we're gonna take the easy attack. I mean,
and we got the resupply. So we healed 3 and got to go to
again. Yep.
Got to ramp. Okay, and the red 5 coming out to threaten a spaceship trade with some damage, potentially maybe another Daring Raid.
I know, we've seen Daring
Raid has been able to draw quite a few times.
Yeah, Daring Raid been pretty impactful in this match. A deck I wouldn't expect it to have so much agency versus, but I guess when you have 2 of them plus a target town is a little more than 1 Daring Raid.
3 damage. Oh, we got the Craving Power. To kill. So this is actually a really important play line with the Piet red deck. Being able to make Piet deal 4 damage is a lot more threatening, surprising, than 2 damage.
Yeah.
So we get to see Ian's hand here with the Spark of Rebellion.
A timely Spark, yeah.
A Barrage, an MC30, and a Devastator. Tough choices here for the Quinlan player. All of those are a little annoying.
Yeah,
the Devastator.
you have to take. I think you have to take the Devastator going into the 6R turn. But the thing Craving Power lets Piet do is just trade into these units, right?
Yep,
yeah,
100%.
So much damage, so much health, and you don't want to see Overwhelming Barrage after he put so much power onto this Piet, right? It just threatens kind of your whole turn here.
Yeah, and with the Quinlan flip, so the Barrage plus the Craving Power only dealing 6 doesn't have enough to quite take the Quinlan leader out. So Quinlan has a little bit of choices here with how they can play their flip turn.
Yeah, and you would have liked to see Devastator 1-drop, 1-drop, or Devastator 2-drop, 2-drop, but saw Overwhelming Barrage and also the MC30, which is it's not the biggest capital ship, it's not the best capital ship at entering, but when it attacks, it does a ton of damage, and 25 health on that Tarkentown base hasn't gotten any value out of it yet. We'll see if we get another kind of later Tarkentown used to take out a big ship, and Nemec disclosing Nemec, getting the spy.
It's got another Nemec in hand.
And there's
the MC30, keeping it simple. We got 3 resources up still for the Piet player.
And how does Ophir regain board control now? Not having as much damage pushed this game makes it really comfortable for Ian to just kind of play off the top of his deck, find some of these big ships, right?
And there's just a big lingering question of how are you going to deal with this Overwhelming Barrage that's
right.
hand? And at only 3 damage on base, I'm feeling pretty good as Ian right now with going into this flip turn. This isn't the game 1. Oh, look, there's 20 damage on base already.
Yeah.
This is a little slower.
I mean, and I think the biggest thing between these 2 games, other than Ian having a turn 1 play, is but also following up with the resupply, not starting with that phase 3 Dark Trooper, just getting to play that Piet flip, getting to put these bigger units into play early has just put so much pressure on Ophir, not getting to not Tarkentowning them as easily, right? When you play it so far ahead of curve, it's really hard to get the damage on. This Quinlan really wants to go kind of band for band on the resource cost of these units. So in the driver's seat at the moment, but Ophir in the tank, just finding the best line. We're going to see that Plo Koon here in game 3.
So just enough because of the Quinlan ping being able to 5R hit 5 cost, hit the 5 cost Piet, enough to take out the leader.
I mean, this is a decent spot, right? You're going to take a lot of damage from this ship. The MC30 going to swing for, I believe it's 6 with the raid.
Yep, raid 1.
But we're going to get a little bit of damage to the spy. This Quinlan can clean up the new Battlefield Marine that Villainy got from set 6.
It's a cosplay, except this one has some pretty interesting traits. We've got Imperial, we've got Droid, which works really well with the really important card in this deck, Invisible Hand.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. That actually is usually a pretty good way, I think, that you kind of come back when you're down board on these Tarkentown decks. But
create some value.
Yeah, Ian hasn't seen or needed it yet. Looks like they're just in the tank trying to decide how do I give myself the best chance to win this pretty crucial game, I would say. This is the one that obviously they put Quinlan into this one after seeding the Talzin. So they got to pick this matchup, and you really want to win the matchups you pick in this team format, right? That's why we picked him. Going to take a claim instead of flipping the Quinlan. Okay. I wonder if maybe he's going to go for some hand hate. That's the thing I would think of first.
His Quinlan flip alive for the next turn. Interesting.
Maybe just looking to avoid taking all this damage from the MC30. Wow.
Going for 3?
3 Plo Koon hit is surprising to me. I can't lie. I'm not sure if this is the line I would have taken.
So you can't see me behind the. You can't see me right now, but I am shaking with excitement. This is already shaping up to be a really great, interesting game 3.
Yeah, I mean,
delaying the flip.
Anytime I see a line that doesn't look obvious, especially when you can trust Ophir to be making some pretty sound decisions.
They're putting in some thought for sure.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what is he cooking. So far, he's looking to race.
Choosing to get the 5 damage in with the spy token and the Plo.
His base is bleeding, taking 9 damage this turn, up to 13 on the base. Gonna spare the target, the frigate.
So it could be a
interesting. That
someone in chat saying could be a Ferocity in row. Could be like setting up a Ferocity plus Blaster to do like an aggressive play, kind of take a more of a similar line to like a Padme.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm surprised to see spare the target after trading attacks. I think that, at least in my head, spare the target on the frigate, letting Ian trade the trooper for the Plo Koon seems like an okay line, but prioritizing the damage on Ian's base, trying to keep pace. We're going to see the frigate come back down, the MC30.
Just trying to slow things down a bit and get a chance for that Quinlan leader to flip and maybe set up a 6 damage Plo if Ian doesn't spin the 2 damage from the barrage or the trooper to trade into that Plo. So we are hitting
we're looking for
Ferocity, yep. And
a good call out on the Ferocity.
Yeah, good call out in chat.
And taking it.
Going for 6 to base.
Yeah, taking damage on the base.
Just really choosing to try to race here.
Yeah.
Of course, 12 damage is all that's needed right now from From our Piet player,
12 damage, needing 16 from Quinlan. But we have the coordinate active on Plo Koon. Now Ian can answer it. We know that Overwhelming Barrage is sitting in his hand just waiting. Yeah. But if any deck can get damage out of nowhere, it's these Cunnings and Turbo Laser Salvo.
If you thought Barrage was scary, what about Barrage on steroids? This MC30 hitting for 5 across every unit on the ground for a fear. And of course that Trooper now looks really good. It could just trade into a Quinlan. It's feeling great. So how does the Quinlan player claw back board state now? So that Plo Koon, that 2 damage, unfortunately, was a bit of a liability. They were able to get 3 damage back into base, but that's all.
We're going to see. So we've got the 6 damage, can put Ian to 20 on base, but would take 9 back, going to 22 damage on making both units lethal threats. So I think Fear has to answer at least one of them, right?
I mean, the 2-action lethal threat is what is the question that Ian's posing right now to a Fear. Can you deal with this MC30? Because if it hits you twice, this match is over.
And you can see it. They played so fast in the beginning of that game 1, but now taking some time, you get that luxury when you play 2 games so quickly, right? You get luxury to think about it. Still choosing the damage, so knows he can at least answer one of these 2 units,
2
preferably the
lethal,
MC30.
-1. We're at 19 damage on base for the Quinlan. This MC30 has gotten their first attack, so 1 more attack, and this game is over.
So we need to have an answer.
Can we deal 10 damage as the Quinlan player right now? And right now we could threaten 8 with like something like a blaster.
Yeah, Surprise Strike would only be 9. Nemec putting a damage on. We can Tarkin Town that one, so we need to have an answer for MC30, and we would go into the next turn up a bunch of units.
So the other thing that Ophir is threatening right now is to have something like maybe a Daring Raid, Tarkin Town play into hitting this MC30 and basically saying, can you call this either bluff or real situation of me having the card in hand? And it's to spare the target. And an
A unit. Oh my goodness. And 3 units on board. This Quinlan plus almost any pump is going to threaten lethal. I guess the most you could expect is Surprise Strike for 9, but so much damage. Nemec presents a really difficult threat. Ian needs to find something right now.
So we're threatening so much damage right now as the Quinlan player, and unfortunately a Devastator is not enough for Ian to take the game. He has to come up with an answer with this board state. Otherwise, this game is actually over.
Gonna force choke the Quinlan. Okay,
so
that's 6 damage prevented.
Potentially 8.
Yeah, potentially 8, exactly.
No blaster in row.
Still, we haven't seen any Cassians this game. That's a card at this stage of the game you can expect to see smuggled out, right?
And that force choke is really good for that Cassian, so not having
exactly.
Unfortunate. We would have preferred maybe something like an open fire there to clean up the Quinlan.
Yeah, we just have to present. Oh, it's hard to tell with the showcase. Is that Planetary Bombardment?
That is absolutely Planetary Bombardment. That is a lot of damage. Here's 8 damage. Deal with it.
8 damage. That's going to put 3 on. He has to put the 3 on his base, right?
That's 3 on the base.
I think that's game.
That's just it. Is that it? That's
Planetary
it.
Bombardment from
So
Lego
Peanut
Pizza.
Butter and Planetary Bombardment wins the game here for Ian. And one thing about Karis is even though he threatens a lot of damage, he does not have a lot of health. And, And there we see the liability. And despite the concerns in chat about this being an unwinnable matchup, Lego Pizza taking this match. And honestly, this was a great game. Game 3 was awesome.
That was back
this
and
match
forth,
was awesome.
Right? That was crazy.
What a match. Really enjoyable. Getting to see a rematch between Ophir and Ian, really awesome to see on stream.
I mean, I think we should take just a second to appreciate the now multiple times that we've got to witness these guys play. It's always an absolute banger, right? That was to the wire, Worlds to the wire. I mean, there's a reason that they're 2 of the best. There's a reason that they're both champions in this game, right? We're going to take a look. I'm sure those games were pretty fast. They played lightning fast. I'm sure we're going to get to go to some of the grindier games. It looks like maybe game 1 here. We've got Han to Blue versus Raid Data Vault. Going into game 3. This is going into game 3. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna see. Curious what the Han 2 Blue deck looks like. These days, there's a lot of options. Got I mean, when you have a leader as flexible as Han from the
Shadows,
Shadows, you just get to play kind of whatever you feel you need to. I know Ian, I talked about I play Han Blue, so we talked about it a little bit. I'm curious to see. I know the deck has looked a lot different since the Force Throw ban, right? The Force Throw, you were definitely the premier mid-range deck. You were trying to take these really favorable lines and these kind of combo turns where you could play unit plus Force Throw yourself and then refill your hand with Chaotic Moody. That was kind of the bread and butter. But then it leaned a little bit more aggressive post-ban, right? Saw Pose coming back into a lot of people's decks, which weren't as prevalent in the World's meta. So excited to see what this Han 2 blue deck looks like and if John Tata can kind of weather the value to get to those really top-end cards. I assume that it's going to be favored for John Tata if we go really late. Home 1, such a menace, being able to buy back almost anything. You've got parity with all the big blue big drops like Luke, Bo-Katan, I know Tata mentioned playing in the interview. Not sure if it's in the Han 2 blue deck, but the only thing you need to answer is Crate Dragon, and your top end is looking pretty comparable.
Yeah, Bothan Network, definitely no stranger to the Han 2 blue deck, all the way back to Hey Kid from Set 2. If anyone went to Gen Con, we brought this deck really early on, before Force. Even just with a Force Throw and a Yoda unit, being able to play stuff with damage earlier on curve, it gives you so many options, and without Force Throw, turns out you can still play a lot of cards.
You still have really powerful combo turns. One thing just in the chat I saw is with Planetary Bombardment, Nemec dying, the trigger to make a spy token you have to assign all the damage.
All the damage happens at once.
You have to assign all the
just
damage.
Like with Overwhelming Barrage and other damage-based effects.
Yeah.
It isn't like deal one, wait. Wait.
And that made it so Ian maneuvered that board state to have exactly 5 health worth of units on Ophir's side, which forced the 3 damage onto base. What a great way to close out the game.
That I'm gonna go back and have to rewatch that match, because it was that game 1. It was so lopsided, so one-sided.
Right.
But games 2 and 3 were just so close, and then of course game 3 being absolute nail biter. But let's see how this Rey versus Han matches up in game 3.
Yeah, if Han Blue was to take it, that would be the decider for the overall team match. So kind of the pressure on John Tata to really close this one out and give his Towson player, looks like they're also still playing, give his Towson player a chance to close it out for them. I know I talked to Ian. He's really proud to be on the Bothan Network and to be kind of showing what the team can do. They worked so hard. He told me about all the prep you guys did, and he told me, he said, he said, I don't. K2D won our tournament last time. They won 2 sectors in a row. He said it's our turn. I really want to be I want to bring one home for the Bothans, and I think he showed exactly how much prep they had done in that last game.
Yeah, I won't lie. There may have been a pep talk at one point from Ian telling us, hey guys, I know we just had a really awesome world showing, and a lot of people already won their PQs, but just because you have your invites doesn't mean it's time to take a break. Let's keep going, keep grinding, keep prepping. Plus, there's this whole limited format thing that people have to wrap their heads around and get excited about for Worlds.
Oh, yeah.
So getting the Ogdo into the Secret Sage from the Han 2 player, and it was a Spark of Hope play. I didn't see which unit died, unfortunately.
Ogdo, it ate a Yodel, I believe it was.
Yum.
Yep, that's the classic. Ogdo threatens so much damage, but John has 33 health to work with. He can scale. Spark of Hope gives him.
Is that a resupply in hand? Is that what I just saw? Is that what he's about to resource? He's thinking about it.
Yeah, resourcing the resupply and going for the Village Protectors, the kind of staple sentinel in these non-force blue hero decks. Obviously not really looking to play Chirrut without access to the force. So Village Protectors, though, is going to eat both of these attacks. Funny enough, this Octo doesn't really want to take the hit into the Village Protectors post-shield, right? Because then it would heal all the damage. I guess it would take the damage and heal it. No, I'm tweaking. So it looks like probably we're going to see, I would have to imagine the Secretive Sage is going to trade shields and then Ogdo going to gobble up another one.
Nom. The Ogfather, I think, as Tyler likes to call Ogdo. definitely one of the premier Hantu blue players on the team. Yep, choosing exactly that. So a really interesting line here. If you were watching at home, you might have had the desire or the temptation to just go, you know what? I just Spark of Hope into resupply. I've got a Luke in hand. I've got a home one in hand. Let's see what happens in ramp. And no, Tada playing let's play the more honest game and not saying, well, what if my opponent has answers for these couple of big units in my hand and then I'm out of cards?
Totally. I mean, and if you look at the board today, right? If you just resupplied, you would be.
You're going to get smacked by a Bogdo.
Yeah, smacked by a Bogdo. You'd have this Itinerant Warrior. Here we're going to see one of the, in my opinion, one of the best new cards out of set 6. Yeah,
art.
Captain Rex.
The Captain Rex. He's always first.
Going to give himself, and I assume Bogdo Sentinel. I mean, or maybe the Itinerant, since it's already. I'm not sure exactly which one he's selecting, but mostly giving himself. Yep, and looks like the Ogdo Sentinel. Probably won't matter as much of which one he gave, as he's now tapped out. But I guess the Ray could flip, and Ogdo is a healthy lad.
It's a lot of health too, but we do have force. We do have
Fell the Dragon, gonna clean Rex immediately. Okay. Importantly, with the ramp though, they're gonna both be able to flip this turn. And that's really important for Ray in this matchup to keep pace. Although I think Tahada's got to be pretty happy. No damage on that Data Vault.
So flipping that looks like an altered Ray, and I thought my eyes were deceiving me, but. Don't worry, we're not going to call a judge here. This is all fun. We're excited to see some cool alters.
Yeah, as long as it is funny enough, we'll let it slide, right?
100%.
Especially in the leader, right? Not in the deck.
Yeah, and definitely not the first time we've seen some really fun art associated with Professor Numpty himself. Say again? It's currently 0-0. Yeah.
No, they were playing the full board control game, kind of similar to the way at least the way we were approaching it at Worlds when we were playing Hantu Blue, really looking to just gain unit advantage on the board and then take some really big turns. But I think Tada's pretty happy. Post-ramp, no damage. Probably going to take a little bit here unless Tyler can find another point of damage. The only thing I could think would be a blaster from hand, if they're even on blaster in this Hantu deck.
If we have a Quinlan Tarkentown in this makeup with Cluis, there's no way Cluis is not running
for sure. That's a great point.
That's
a great point. Just another thing about this, about the team event, right? That's so fun. Also, little shout out to the Secretive Sage. Looks like it's stamped from a Sector draft. Kind of fun.
Cool.
Kind of fun.
Yeah, if you come from other card games, sometimes those can be pretty cool as like little collector items.
Yeah.
I know in Flesh and Blood we like those cards quite a bit. You get an LSS stamped card, feels pretty cool.
Classic from the Magic the Gathering Pro Tours also.
And get an FFG SWU stamp on some limited cards. That's pretty sick. Getting to restore and kill.
Gonna take the damage while he can. Or the
full
damage on the unit, of course. Yeah.
Unit. So the important thing for Tyler here is still having his force unit out. He does have the force and can get potential value out of those cards in his deck. He does have a force lighting in hand. We are getting a glimpse out of a Luke.
Interested if Tada has Luke. Something.
He did have one in hand earlier.
Yeah, I can only, unless it was some really tough resourcing decisions, I assume he would keep it. Because obviously, even though we're only on 6 resources, Hantu can always bring that Luke out as if he's in play. But if he's defeated this turn, he would go back to the leader zone exhausted and not be able to bring out Luke, and that would give Tada the chance maybe to play his Luke first. But we're going to see the blue leader coming to the ground.
Killing the force unit. So Tada sandbagging the Luke because Tyler is sandbagging in case he has the Luke.
Yeah.
You can see some next level lines here. Sometimes they look really simple. Sometimes you're like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. I don't want to just immediately kill and give it -6/-6 Luke. And Tyler brings down his own Luke to clear out the board.
And importantly, Tada can't trade a unit off and then Luke it back, right? That's like the classic thing is that obviously the Han2 power is not free. You have to put 2 damage on Luke, which puts it in range of your opponent's Luke, but not if there's no units to be defeated. It would only give the -3/-3. Currently, that's only enough for Ogdo. I think that's what we're going to see, but
that's exactly what we're going to see.
Tapping out, not exactly where you want to be. Ray,
we have
of
the
course.
lightning in hand. The question is that going to get put down? I see
looks like another maybe Fell the Dragon.
Fell's pretty.
I think you have
pretty fair value here.
Other than the lack of damage on this Data Vault, I think you've got to be fairly happy with your spot if you're Tyler.
One thing about forcing the Fel is you get the value out of the Force Lightning when you can, and especially when it's out of aspect, it is expensive, and you do have a Force unit out on board. This is the time to use it. Get the full value out of the card. Save your Fel for the other scary cards in the raid deck. And we do know, as we have seen in hand, that John has a home one. Oh, he has another Luke. Importantly enough, it elects to play the.
Okay, playing them a little out of order, but shows the home one.
There's the home one. Yeah, put the Village Protector first.
I think
it's fine.
We're gonna see Bo-Katan. I think I saw a Bo-Katan in Tyler's hand. That could be a pretty good play. It would defeat this Village Protector, give even more damage, and there we are. We're gonna see it. The new powerful 9-drop out of set 6.
And this -3 is only active. Oh, and John just.
Oh, he's just gonna concede. That's gonna be the match.
Wow, that's it. The Bo-Katan getting the full value, and John just saying he doesn't have it.
Wow, that was.
It's also possible that the other match just ended, but
it's
still going.
It's still going, but
So it looks like Team Pizza, Tyler, and Cluis.
Oh, they're shuffling.
Was that game 2?
That might have been game 2 because they're shuffling still.
We might have been incorrect, chat. Sorry about that.
Well, given the matchup, I wouldn't be surprised. John Dada can, especially if John had won that first game, it probably does mean it went longer.
Fair. So going into game 3,
okay.
We have 11 minutes on the clock. We can see it from here.
Okay, I like that concession. I was gonna say if you're with your team match on the line, I don't know if I love a concession there. At least give yourself a draw step, but. Okay, so that was definitely game 2. Makes sense. Just says I need as much time as I can to actually finish the game, right?
Yes.
I'm unsure how.
It's a really important skill to develop, and it's a really hard one to develop because you really have to do it by trial and error, is recognizing when it's time to just scoop and go to the next game, even when there's a small possibility of you having the ability to pull out that win out of nowhere. But are you going to take the 5% chance when you're like, you know what, I can take a 55, 60% chance going into game 3, and if I don't get that 5% chance, we might just draw, as opposed to playing for the win. And these are great players. They don't want to play for the draw. They want to play for the win.
And I think it's really easy to get sunk costed, right? Especially as card gamers.
I'm guilty of it myself.
I love playing for that comeback, right? I want to squeeze out every percentage point. It's part of the fun of card games, but at some point you have to be grounded and say, my deck does not win fast. So giving myself a chance to close the game out.
Oh, look at that respect. I see that Bo-Katan in John's hand. He knows. Table 3 is going to game 3.
So going the distance. Going the distance here. Unsurprising with certainly what we have to say is 2 of the favorite teams here at the tournament, right? They're just so good. All 6 players here.
I do like pizza.
Who doesn't?
But I don't know, that John Tada altar is pretty good.
It's hard to bet against the John Tada
or John Skywalker. I'm not.
I think it's gonna be Ray Tada.
Ray Tada. Okay.
I think it's Ray Tada. All right, gonna see Grogu the turn 1 play for Han, right? Especially in these slower matchups, just
classic.
Giving you so much
full value
just to do, right?
Heal 2, deal 2.
Yeah, I mean this card. When I first read it, reading the previews, I was like, oh, yeah, that card seems fine. That's a fun card. But once you play with it, you just feel the power immediately. It's so strong.
When you put it in a Han 2 deck, you're like, wow, this works really well together. Unsurprisingly, it turns out doing damage and then being able to deal it on the next turn is just really strong. And then being able to do it every turn because of your hero ability, being able to take your leader ability and use it as an asset with Grogu is just really fun mechanic. And even with this Itinerant Warrior, being able to play it on 3 and then heal that to deal 2 again while having the full value out of the shield with the Itinerant Warrior, they're good cards.
In the build-up for Worlds, my testing team, we considered, with the initiative, Grogu Itinerant to be like the Exodia start, right?
It's pretty good.
Followed basically just by Chirrut, which I can see in hand. This is exactly what you want from Han 2 Blue. That being said, Tada's board, nothing to scoff at. We're not 1 Grogu activation away from losing any of our units because of the buff onto that 1/4 1-drop on turn 1. We then got the new 2/4. I'm not as best with the names.
Mina Bonteri. She's my girl. She's so good.
2/4 restore 1. It's Yodel, but somehow has a better line of text underneath.
And draw a card.
And draw a card, right? I mean, that's exactly what you want. And buffable by Ray. So we're seeing
also
John Tada electing to go for those kind of undercosted units on curve, but getting to fill out his resources with the Ray Tada ability. So
The Ray Tada ability.
and of course,
awesome.
just like we said, cheer it in the building. We've got
More village people coming out.
everything we need. The only thing is we don't have the force yet. Not that we're lacking force units, but could have taken a hit into the cheer it if we had chosen to before the force came out. But I think Village Protectors is going to soak up the attack plus the Grogu activation. But gosh, Grogu plus cheer it is really hard to break
strong.
through. It's really hard to break through. Blue-green hero, not known for the best removal spells against these kind of lower cost units. Not as many takedowns in the decks these days, more so on Fell the Dragons. So going to be, how can John Tada defeat this cheer and not let it basically protect the board for so long that he can't break through?
These experience tokens from Metal Fab going around the units here.
Yep. Okay, we're going to find... I forgot about the Ray Power on the Village Protector, so it's going to make it so Grogu can't defeat the Village Protectors this turn. But I think we're in the same spot of Chirrut is presenting such a brick wall, and we're going to see no attacks out of John Todd. He's just going to claim, maybe look for a way to defeat the Chirrut, especially if you can do it outside of attacking, right? Limiting the value from that Sentinel.
Mm-hmm. Plus, you don't want to give free value out of the heal from
of course,
Grogu.
right? Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh, so this is the deciding game.
This is the so chat. We it looks like we chose correctly here. Thank you to Courtney for picking this one and setting us up for the deciding game of this match between Bothan Network and KTOD.
And it wouldn't have it any other way, right? Going the distance, the full 9 games, and we get to watch the deciding one from the start. So
Pretty
fun.
cool.
And a pretty complex board state, right? Like, this is...
We've gotten to see 5 games in this,
I know,
out of
it's
9.
actually
This
so
is pretty
lucky.
awesome.
And all of them
very cool stuff
fantastic,
for
right?
us.
And there's some direct damage from the Admiral Akbar dealing 4, but Grogu gonna invalidate half of it,
And
putting this damage onto Mina Bonteri, getting so close to defeating it. Chirrut not killable by any single attack here due to his ability. We have the force. We have 2 force units to get it back. It's our flip turn. I mean, this Tyler, he's going to look to take over the board this turn.
yeah, I mean, there are so many cards I'm looking for here, but Tyler doesn't have initiative, so I don't think we're going to get full value out of Let's Call It War. But obviously, flip turn, it could be Rex. Oh, it looks like an Anakin in hand.
Nothing in his discard yet. He actually, his Anakin does no
Apparently does
no
-0,
enter. Yeah,
-0.
-0, right? But look at how much damage is on these units. That it matters so much, just long term in these games, right? Cleaning them up later with your ETBs. We can see Anakin take multiple defeats in one enters play. Obviously, that'll have to be later, but getting so many units in play, it's a lot of decisions from these guys. Every one of them matters too, right? So what's so cool about Star Wars Unlimited is this back and forth action. You don't see it in any other paper card games that I'm aware of, and it's going to take
Not
on into
currently.
Village Protectors. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like some people might argue with like Flesh and Blood, but ultimately you give things go again. You get to keep
Right,
taking the rest of the
right.
turn, so it's not really like a one action. Star Wars Destiny had more of a back and forth mode like this. Legends of Runeterra for you online card game players. But right now we're watching SWU, and this is a really interesting and awesome game.
And you can kind of, I don't know if you guys can see it from the chat, but John's hand is stacked. He's got Captain Rex into back-to-back Luke Skywalkers. So while
Luke.
I would say the board currently favoring Tyler by a reasonable amount, it is not, John is not out of it.
So
he has gas in the tank for sure.
Is that a past claim, it looks like, from...
I think so. And that's just, it's what you can expect out of these guys, right? They're just thinking for about so many lines. It's always, I love the pass claim because you know John had to be thinking about it.
Oh, 100%.
He knows that Tyler can just claim there. And so I assume John's into this line, but
going into this is 6R,
get a good red 5 attack. Yep, this is 6R. This is going to be the flip turn for Ray.
So we're not going to get value out of a Luke drop, but we can play the Rex.
The Rex, but you have to worry with this Han Solo in play and no good way to clean it up because of the Chirrut. We have to be scared of a discounted Luke here, right? Gonna give Han Solo Sentinel maybe so that we could attack it instead of Chirrut.
Yeah, the important thing here is does he have 3 damage right now to deal?
Yeah, the one
that's a +2.
4 has the +2
well, hard to
+2.
see.
Yeah, hard to tell
Yeah,
from
so
here.
he has enough to kill Han without being able to give the the Luke play.
We can
on
always
for 6R.
Grogu heal our Han Solo. Obviously, you prefer it to heal on Chirrut, but
probably
I
gonna have to.
think we. Oh, we could just take the trait or the damage. We could also swing into it. God, there's just so much going on here, right?
So
yeah.
Electing to attack with the Itinerant Warrior. Okay, so that was the unit that was given Sentinel. Okay, I assumed it was the. I'd assumed it was the Rex.
I thought Rex had to give it to itself. Wow, what a
no,
card!
It can give it to
what a
anybody.
card! Yeah, wow, what a card!
Yeah, one common play to play around it is simply to claim and just immediately attack the next turn.
Yeah.
But when you have a board state like this with lots of actions and lots of things to do, can't really get away with that action choice. And the Ray
And we
flipping.
see the Ray deployed. No clean answer to it since no units have been defeated on Tyler's side. We can't do the -6/-6 off a discounted Luke. Probably considering a Grogu activation here if I had to guess. God, there's just so much to do, right? Every little action can matter. And we're going to see just Han going into the Ray. That's not the one I thought we were going to see.
So
and might be taking that one back.
Tough choices here. We've got a minute 30 on the clock.
Oh man, I want to see a conclusion to this game, but I'm worried we might be getting a draw.
That would be it's a bit of a bummer, but unfortunately, it very well could end up this way.
Taking 1 damage off the Chirrut and putting it on the Ray. Oh, it was 2. Okay, I was gonna say that one I was not expecting. I was definitely not ready for a 1 damage. Okay, so gonna full heal the Chirrut. Wants to keep this powerful Force Sentinel in play. His leader defeated, but can't play the Luke off that. Gonna fell Captain Rex. All right, so we're seeing some of these units start to go away, right? This Chirrut could take out the Ray, and we're gonna see it 3 damage back, not in threat of an attack. Obviously, still has the Force with Tyler. Something that's interesting is that red 5 plus Grogu creates a lot of incidental damage that you can do, right? So still in control for Tyler, but like we saw, 2 Luke Skywalkers in the hand for Tada. We know he's got other big top-end cards in his deck.
I apologize, chat. I could have sworn to give it to a friendly unit.
Oh, so it does.
Oh,
give
the
it to
other
himself.
unit already had Sentinel. Was that the one where it's like
the other unit? If you have an official,
is that what it is?
I think it's if you have an official against Sentinel. Okay. Well, the players making sure they know everything about every card. There's a lot going on in that board state. Not done yet, but man, you have to love Tyler's spot. Other than hasn't gotten to push any damage.
Yeah, no damage, and we're so close to time, unfortunately.
I think time is being called right now. I assume the feature match doesn't have much, if any, time extension. Maybe they have a little bit of one because they were setting up on stream, but unlikely. And so we're going to see Luke coming in, giving -3/-3 to that Chirrut, finally clearing that pesky Sentinel, but with no way for either player to deal 20 damage.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% with the time rules. I believe they get 1 more total phase after this.
You finish this action and then go to and finish out 1 more.
And go to 1 more. So might be playing for some semantics here. We'll see.
Yeah, and then Tyler having the board state to be able to wipe here, do 3 to base, get on the board.
Yeah.
They have a 3-minute time extension.
Oh, they do have a time extension. Okay, so we get to keep playing. We get to keep playing.
And with this board state from Tyler, this is.
And 3 minutes might be all he needs.
This game is. We're not a guaranteed draw here. That's for sure.
Yeah, 3 minutes might be all he needs, especially just to get. With 3 minutes, you probably get this action phase. You might sneak into the next one, so you could see 3 total action phases with the way time works. Which 3 total action phases, if Tyler was gonna win, he would do it in 3, I think. So
we're in game number 3. And this is for the match at Mike.
And game 9 of the set.
Yeah.
All the matches went to game 3. They split them. Ian taking it for the Bothans. We saw Chrono taking it for KTOD. And we have got Tada and Tyler battling out in a crazy game 3 here. Just duking it out for the board. Keller and Beck, one of the best ways to get back in.
For the board.
Yeah.
With Keller in pretty good. Could potentially get a 4-drop here if we really wanted to. Not enough to grab that Queen Amidala.
I know. I was thinking that would have been so many units in play, right? But Village Protectors buys you time,
which slows down the game.
I think Tada might be in a position where he just needs to survive these 3 minutes
and play for the draw.
And playing for the draw. Draws. I mean, it is what it is right there. Just so much better.
It's still a point.
Yeah, it's so much better. Gonna probably pop the shield if I had to guess, but with that red 5, can put this damage, kind of move it around. But yeah,
that's a Crate Dragon
gonna pop the
in
shield
hand from Tyler. This could be a clear board, drop Crate, and say deal with this.
Yeah.
This is a 2-turn lethal.
We could even trade this Luke with the red 5 attack. Gonna slam that Crate Dragon just like you said. Deal with this.
I assume he's going to.
Yep, and he's gonna completely clear the board.
He's choosing to go to base and electing to fight against time here. With a couple-minute time extension.
I mean, I think that's probably his best choice, right?
It does allow. I mean, this is threatening. This is what? How much damage we've got?
24.
Yeah, we're threatening lethal here with this turn.
Lethal.
So this line makes absolute sense. With zero damage on Tyler's base. Choosing to go face and not threaten board, or not try to clear the board here, is absolutely the correct play.
What response do we have from Tada? We see a Luke in hand, but not the best spot for a Luke. You would take 7 damage to your base, and it wouldn't even clear the Crate Dragon. No Belded Dragons in hand. I'm not exactly sure how he's going to deal with this. Kelleran can't take it out in one attack. I think Crate Dragon might close the door on what's been a crazy set between these two teams.
There's a Captain Tyvo in hand. Could slow.
And he's gonna extend the handshake. Right. John Tada doesn't have the gas in the tank to clear a crazy board from Tyler. Tyler maneuvered that game so well. We saw the Grogu.
Super well sequenced.
And it stayed on the board from turn 1. Just gave so much value, so much damage putting back, turning that Han Powers disadvantage into damage you can move over. I mean, give it up for both of these teams. That was a crazy set. We watched, like you said, 5 of the 9 games played, and all 5.
Absolute heater of a match in round 3. And Bothan Network takes it. Lego Pizza, Cluis, and Dookie York, a.k.a. Tyler, taking this run for Bothan Network. Pretty cool stuff to see. Obviously, I'm a fan, being a Bothan member myself. But yeah, congrats to Ian's team. And but a great match played by Tada, Chrono, and Woo. This was awesome.
And I feel like no matter which team you might be rooting for, Bothans, KTOD, both, you just have to be so stoked with that series, right? Like, if you're just a fan of Star Wars, that's exactly what you wanted.
And again, getting to see so many games in one round. I mean, it's hard to argue with this. I mean, you're seeing world-class players play against each other for this round 3. Very cool.
And that's just the start of the tournament, right? Round 3 is just entering the middle stages.
We could see a rematch here later in Top Gun. It's too early to know, but we'll see.
I'm sure we'll be seeing more of both of these teams. So well played. I'm glad I got to be a part of it. Thanks for joining me on the desk.
Fun. It was a good time.
Yeah, that was awesome. We're going to go to a break, but stay tuned. After that, I don't know how you couldn't want to watch more Star Wars.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here at the Boston Invitational at CardsHQ in Atlanta. I'm Josh Snyder, back in the booth, joined once again by Navarro Simmons, and we are getting ready for round 4 of this team event here at the Boston Invitational.
And it is shaping up to be quite the event. I mean, anyone who saw those last matchups, I still have goosebumps. It was so cool. The full 9 games, the way Ian got to close out. He set up a perfect planet bomb to force Ophir to put 3 damage onto his target town base, 4 lethal facing down, basically nothing but lethal threats. And then we watched John Tada and Tyler play a slammer of a mid-range mirror. But gonna be a little bit different flavor here. We have a lot of aggressive decks.
Yes.
We've got in front of us, we got Piet Red versus the new Sabacc Yellow. But
yeah, new Sabacc.
On the wings, just so people know, there's a Von Reg Yellow, there's a Kazuda Yellow, there's an Anakin Force, which is at times can be pretty aggressive. So I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks this match.
Absolutely. The team composition for Boston Network here is very interesting. You have the Piet Red, Von Reg Yellow, Kazuda Yellow. 2 decks that I guarantee you, if you asked 100 players coming into this weekend if they thought they were going to get paired up against Von Reg Yellow and Kazuda Yellow on the same team, yeah. I guarantee you that 100 of them would have said no.
Oh yeah, it would have been the Family Feud. The 100 people at the mall all said the same thing, right? We can't put that question on the show. It's also surprising because you would naturally think they share a lot of cards. 2 Kazuda Yellow and Von Reg Yellow, both space-centered cunning decks, but they seem to like their matchups. They seem to like these really aggressive space aggro decks. And one thing that Ian told me, because he had told me about this kind of trio of decks, is they don't think that they don't need any of their space decks to be the best. They are basically asking their opponent team, can you beat 3 space decks?
Yeah.
We know one of your decks will beat us. Pretty easy for one deck to have a good favorable space matchup. Can you have 2 favorable space matchups? They think the answer is no, and we're going to see it right now. But Sabacc fresh, that beautiful showcase fresh from the most recent set 6, going to manipulate kind of what we'll see Piet both draw and then once we flip kind of attack the hand, which Piet's biggest get from the newest set was more consistency. Sabacc is going to try to interrupt that.
So here we go. Game 1 of round 4 underway. Jeff Creasy with the initiative. And it's going to be HK47 coming down. And it looks like we missed a turn 1 play for Sabacc, which is really, really interesting. And we've got Millennium Falcon coming out here right away. Millennium Falcon piece of junk coming out ready on turn 2. Super Laser Technician for Jeff. Now, if what you were talking about, this is all space aggro here, that Super Laser Technician, it might be a little bit of trouble for Jeff to get that off the board and get the ramp online here.
Yeah. I think the Super Laser Tech is going to be a 2-1 for a while, at least until the Sabacc flip. I'm not sure if this Sabacc deck is as space aggro as some of these other Kazuda or Von Regs, but, I mean, so far nothing blocking that ground arena that Super Laser Tech can have a hard time, like you said, ramping and getting this Piet really ahead, obviously what it wants to be doing.
So one thing to point out here, Sabacc being a new leader, you had that ability happen, right, where Millennium Falcon hit the base, triggered ability, Sabacc exhaust. Look at the top 2 cards, and we see that 5-cost capital ship was discarded, so some interruption here. Trying to choose what Jeff's going to draw here, essentially. Now, going into the next turn, once again, we're going to do the same thing. Millennium Falcon getting into base for 3, Sabacc exhausting, and now we're going to discard a Planetary and Bombardment. That's a really big hit for Sabacc, and that is some great disruption on Sabacc's side. HK47 returning 2 damage back to Platform's base. This is Platform, or Tony, the founder of Late Night Gaming. And here comes a Sanctioner Shuttle, and you don't love this Sanctioner Shuttle as much in this spot because the coordinate is not turned on, so it's not able to capture any of these small units in the ground arena. Look at this. Jeff's just pouring out all of the droids here. We've got the Gonk Power Droid and the DRK-1 Probe Droid coming out in the ground arena on his turn 3.
Yeah, this Boston Network lineup is basically been all space, right? They are really trying to attack that space arena. Jeff Creasy said, I don't have to. What if I just send all my droids and the Super Laser Technician to the ground arena, kind of pressure this Sabacc, especially when you missed a turn 1 play? Now, something about that Sabacc power, it's already discarded a capital ship. It's already discarded a planet bomb. But it's also seen 2 cards. Sometimes that's all you need to see the card they're going to draw. You can play around stuff, not get caught off guard. That can be really, I think, you can underestimate how much that does for you.
Right. I mean, not only are you discarding the threats, but you're getting information. And here we go. Look at this. It's going to be another planetary bombardment hit off of this Sabacc trigger with Millennium Falcon getting in for another 3. 3 turns, 9 damage from Millennium Falcon. We do have the Gonk Droid getting into platform's base for 1. So the next unit that Jeff plays during this phase will cost 1 less. It's going to be another 2 to base from the Sanctioner's Shuttle, which will take Jeff Creasy up to 11 damage on his base. Still plenty of actions to take for Jeff in terms of these ground units. Yet to use any resources here. Of course, Piet can be deployed here as well. And with Gonk getting that on attack trigger, we could see an 8-cost capital ship this turn as soon as Piet flips.
I was just thinking that, right? That's the scariest thing about this Gonk Droid. Bit of a maybe awkward start for Sabacc, right? This Millennium Falcon eating up some of your resources. Obviously, the no turn 1 play we saw, meaning this Gonk Droid is going to be unaffected, and you've got to be terrified of this 8-cost play. Gonna flip our own Sabacc here. Ooh, thinking about it. But so much ground presence, and it would allow the Super Laser Technician to hit in and ramp and then play even more. You would have the pick of whatever unit you wanted to play outside of exactly a 10 cost, which the only one would be Devastator. So I think Jeff Creasy looks like he's in a great spot. Base has some damage on it, but nothing we can't manage at the moment.
Yeah, I like this spot. We are going to see Sabacc go ahead and deploy here. And here comes the 8-cost Devastator hunting the Rebellion, hunting platforms units here. I would suspect we are going to deal 4 indirect damage to the Millennium Falcon piece of junk unit. And Devastator, big play here for Jeff Creasy, starting to clean up this space arena just a little bit. HK-47 trigger, another damage to platform's base. We do see Sabacc getting into Jeff's base for 3, so he does look at Jeff's hand, and he's able to discard a card from it, but Jeff does replace that card, so he does draw here, but we know the Craving Power ditched here. Pretty nice play there out of platform's side. Action back over to Jeff.
And just think of how brutal this game would have been if there was 2 planetary bombardments in Jeff's hand, right?
Absolutely.
That Sabacc actually saved maybe 24 damage. Obviously, probably would have resourced one of those, but got a lot of value out of that first one. I know it doesn't look like it's real value because it's off the top of the deck, right? You're not influencing anything your opponent didn't already have, but just keeping them off of certain cards can be a big difference. And while Jeff is certainly ahead at the moment, that could be one way that if we were going to see Platform get back into this game, not having to spread 12 damage across all of his units would be the start of that.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Now, these ground units, the swarm in the ground arena for Jeff Creasy, really paying off here because he was able to effectively take out the Sabacc leader unit between the Technician, HK, and Admiral Piet. So Platform's leader unit taken care of here. Platform does have the initiative, but staring down that 9-power Devastator and 7 damage in the ground arena as well on Jeff's side.
Yeah, I think we were supposed to have 1 more damage from Sabacc, but not too big of a deal. I think it likely won't come up. We have so much damage presented from Jeff Creasy, full stocked resources, and you know everything about these big ramp decks is even when you look at the hand with Sabacc and you see, okay, only a Ruthless Raider, that's not the worst thing. You know the biggest ship is always right there on the top of their deck, or it could be, right? So much looming with bigger Devastators.
Now here comes the surprise strike. So Blue Ace going to attack Jeff Creasy's base for 7 here, putting that total up to 21. Sabacc trigger, actually a very important trigger here as he discards the 8-cost Devastator. So yet again, another great Sabacc trigger for Platform, and we are going to try and get this damage resolved with that extra damage that should have been on Jeff's base from Sabacc's attack.
And, as much damage as Jeff has, I'm not sure if he has exact... I don't know if he can deal the full, 19. He would need a little bit of help. Obviously, Ruthless Raider counts for another 2. So I'm trying to do the math in my head. 6, 8. I think, okay, it might be exactly enough. But if not, his base does have a lot of damage. And we know of all the colors... That's
absolutely right.
Cunning can get the damage when it needs it, right? We saw the Surprise Strike already. We know there's many more where those come from. I think this is going to be enough, but I'm unsure.
Ruthless Raider coming out, 2 damage into the Sanctioner Shuttle, 2 damage onto Platform's base here. Okay, checking the damage totals now.
Yeah, it would have been from the raid one on the Sabacc, but...
Okay.
And I think it might... It didn't look like it was going to matter, but Platform giving himself a small chance to get back into this one, right? And if a small chance is all you need in a card game, right? All you need in Star Wars Unlimited is just give yourself a chance. Maybe one more Surprise Strike could get you just across the finish line in the face of what looks like just so many ships. Let's see, we're going to be at... Did we already do the Ruthless Raider damage to put him to 11, or is that going to put him to 13? I think it's going to put him to 13 from the Ruthless Raider.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Should be on 13 because of Ruthless Raider.
And Gonk is a 1-attack unit. Yeah, we would put Platform to 29 damage on, so it would give him at least the chance to draw something. With the 2 damage from the Sanctioner Shuttle, we could draw a Surprise Strike, and that would be it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So Sanctioner's Shuttle coming across here. Be 24 damage on Jeff's base. And now just counting up the damage on Jeff's side. Again, you've got 7 in the ground arena, 8 in space. It's 15. Jeff is 2 shy of dealing lethal. Absolutely super tight game 1 here. Devastator is going to take out the blue ace.
Oh, but HK gives... Oh, okay, but it doesn't... We don't get the 9 damage. I thought for a second there might have been a way. Wow, with a removal spell, Jeff might have been able to get it done with the HK. I forgot about the HK ability.
Yeah, HK chipping away here.
Yeah.
Liberated Slaves coming out. 3 cost, 3/5 in the ground arena for Platform. So Platform just trying to present multiple threats, trying to give himself a way to potentially win this game with another pump. Piet getting in for 2. It looks like Platform has claimed Jeff going all to base here with the remainder of the ground units. And he's going to force choke the Liberated Slaves. 1 more damage to Platform's base with that HK-47 trigger. And Platform should draw a card off of the force choke. My goodness, now you just have the Sanctioner's Shuttle on Platform's side, so he is 1 shy with a Surprise Strike.
And that's so crucial that the first ground unit outside of the Sabacc flip comes right at the end. Jeff has the Force Choke, right? A card that looks, it was completely dead until just that point, but he keeps the Force Choke. Maybe he had gotten it more recently, but has the Force Choke, gets the 3 power unit off of the board while still being able to push all this damage to have a 1-action lethal onto Platform with that Devastator and really reducing the options. Even a Cunning, it takes 2 actions, so it'd be really hard to close this game out for Sabacc, and Jeff giving himself... Oh, we see the Cunning.
Look at this. There's the Cunning. He is going to exhaust both of Jeff's space units and give it +4 power, but Jeff Creasy has Overwhelming Barrage to take out the Sanctioner's Shuttle. And he's got 7 damage in the ground arena. That is going to wrap it up. My goodness, what a first game. Jeff Creasy taking the early lead here in round 4.
Yeah, the conclusion of that game comes from a flurry of set 1 spells, right? Certainly 2 of the premier spells from set 1, Overwhelming Barrage and Cunning. Jeff Creasy never giving Platform a true way back into that game to close it out, but I have to say that game was really close for no turn 1 play.
Yes, it was.
And Millennium Falcon, I mean, obviously the deck is built to play it, but it can chew into your curve if you have to keep it out on multiple turns, especially when you don't have some of those synergies that we've seen with maybe Han 1, especially with these other Cunning decks. So shout out to both of those players. That was a crazy game 1. platform, putting himself in a winning position, or at least a chance to win, but Jeff Creasy giving him no way back into the game.
Yeah, what a great first game. And like you mentioned, I think it was so cool to see that game be so close considering he missed the turn one play. So with that being said, you know, there's a reason why this team is here right now. And these decks certainly contenders, and I love seeing these decks that we weren't expecting. You know, this Sabe yellow, the Von Reg, the Kazuda yellow. I love seeing these really spicy takes in this team event. And speaking of decks and in the team event, and, you know, Piet has really been performing quite well today. And Piet is actually the most represented deck in the field today in the team event. Piet red.
That I would not have guessed that. I would have had multiple Han 2 variants. I would have even had Han 1 variants above Piet red.
Yeah.
Especially, I think it shows you how much practice these people put in.
Right.
Piet red, if you look at it when it comes out from Jump to Lightspeed, you read it and you go, oh, well, obviously this is powerful. It's linear. That's where you want to be, especially early on in sets, right? Didn't quite have the pieces. Okay, we have another set, Legends of the Force. Now, Force cards obviously taking over immediately, but you always go back to those really powerful cards. There's always more spaceships in every set, so you go back. Still, the pieces aren't there. Right. I think it's really easy, and it's certainly something that me and my group did when prepping for set 6, is we looked at Piet red and we went, yeah, it got another spaceship, it got the Gonk droid, but it's the same deck.
Yeah.
It's not the same deck. We can see sometimes that's all it takes, right? But one more 8-cost ship.
It's consistency.
Exactly.
Right? It's only, yes, the Gonk droid, the other 8-cost ship in Full Matrix, but what does that bring? It brings consistency to the deck, and that's huge.
Yep.
And it also got another great 2-cost droid in the Imperial Dark droid, so it goes hand in hand with the Invisible Hand.
Right.
So good, those together. So it has like a lot of really good options to pull out of the Invisible Hand triggers now.
Yeah.
And it's been great today. It's the most represented deck. So Piet red was the #1 most represented deck in the field. So 12 Piet reds, 44 teams. So 27% of the teams in the field chose to bring Piet red as one of their decks. And then if we reduce the percentage to the player count, 9% of the field at Piet red. And then Cad Tarkentown, actually the second most represented. Then it was Ray Datavault and Sabine next in line. So you had 10 for Cad Tarkentown, 8 for Ray and Sabine ECL, and then our 5th most represented deck, Padme Tarkentown at 7. So those were your top 5 most represented deck throughout the field today in the team event.
Not what my breakdown looked like when I was practicing just for the set to obviously understand what looks strong. I think it's a product of this team environment, right? So you might look at Han 2 Blue, you might still look at decks like this and think they were good before, they got more, how aren't they still good?
Right.
Those are premier colors, right? And the premier cards, you play in all of them. We might look at Chirrut, that card you really want in any Blue Force deck. You might look at Fell the Dragon. That's a really important card for those mid-range decks to basically close the game out. You get to answer their big final card and then push your damage, right? But you can't do that too often. So what we see is Piet red shares one resupply. That's your one resupply card, right? That's the only card you really share. I think we're going to go back to the game here. But yeah, Piet red, Cad Tarkentown, not what I would have expected to be the only 2 decks in double digits, but it makes a lot of sense because they don't share too much and they get to keep most of their power.
Yeah, absolutely.
George the Huck 1-2-0 against Cam.
Oh, wow. So George was on Kazuda Yellow, blazing through his opponent with Kazuda Yellow 2-0. That match already completed. So at this point, with Jeff Creasy up 1 game here, if Jeff Creasy wins this game, that will conclude the match between these 2 teams.
So Crispy from BN is taking their own game 2. He took game 1. So we want to switch to that?
Yeah, maybe camera 3. It looks like.
It may be the deciding.
Oh, I think the match is over.
I think that might be it. I just saw a fist bump from
gosh.
camera 3. So
these space decks just getting it done.
Yeah, it looks
a lot of upgrades.
Good grief. Look at this space arena for Crispy. Von Reg with, I believe, 2 sudden ferocities. Wow. And already, if you said Crispy was up 1-0, right?
Now it's game 3, right? Yes.
So Crispy lost game 1?
No, Crispy won game 1.
Then the match, then the team
Well, he
match
just
is,
won again.
Oh, he did?
I think
So
the team
that's
match
it.
is over.
I think
I
so.
think the whole round.
Piet just kind of stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
Hey, we won a game, right?
Yeah.
But our teammates on Von Reg Yellow and Kazuda Yellow just blazing through their opponents in 2 straight games. And the Botha Network team here, only 5 games played in this match, but 5-0. These guys are on an absolute tear right now. We saw Team KTOD, the defending champs, lose last round. Now, they did lose earlier in the day in the event back in March, and they came back and took it. So don't count them out yet. But right now, this Piet, Von Reg, Kazuda lineup for this Botha Network team looking pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's asking the right questions. Can you beat 2 space decks? Yeah, we think you can beat 1, for sure. You can obviously beat 1. Everyone is prepping for space. Can you beat 2 space decks? Like, can your second and third deck beat space? They think the answer is no. And I mean, that was 12 minutes. I mean, that was crazy. We watched a pretty back and forth game 1 here between Piet and Sabe, but that was not a grinder. Both of the other matches already done.
Well, they're still playing here. So it looks like Platform and Jeff are still playing. So moving back over to this Sabe versus Piet match, we've got the early Faith in Your Friend start. 2 spy tokens created. We've got the Hot Shot Blaster on a spy token. So that spy token will be hitting for 4. We did get the Super Laser Technician down for Jeff. So Jeff, Super Laser Tech down. Looks like we got an early Gonk Droid. No, it looks like the Sabe trigger discarded the Super Laser Technician.
Yep.
And the Gonk Droid was taken out by the Spy token. So that's our 1 damage. And we're going to start with open fire on this 5 resource turn for Jeff Creasy, taking out the Hot Shot Blaster wielding Spy.
And I think you have to be pretty happy with this if you're Jeff Creasy, right? You just want to get to your flip turn. You want to start playing triangles,
Yeah.
the big capital ships, right? Sabe is going to try and disrupt that, try and discard them before you can draw it, but you always get 2 off the top.
This is a tough choice. I think Overwhelming Barrage is one of the cards, and you can see Platform. He's really in the tank on this decision. Must be 2 really, really good cards right here.
He's even asking his teammate.
They're just playing for the stream, so we don't have 40 minutes.
Oh, there we go. So
Shout out to Platform and Jeff Creasy.
love it. Platform and Jeff playing it out for us. So the match has concluded. Botha Network has won already, but they are playing this out between Piet and Sabe for the stream so that we don't have a ton of time without a match. So Devastator discarded off the top from the Sabe trigger. We've got Admiral Piet deployed.
And there we see
Chancellor
our
Palpatine.
first double cunning unit.
Love that, because this is a card that we never saw at all until Secrets of Power.
Yep.
So we've got, it looks like maybe at least a couple good shells for Chancellor Palpatine now, that 4-cost unit that allows your tokens to interplay ready. So I absolutely love to see Palpatine here. Piet's going to take out the spy token, and Platform just claim the initiative.
And finding a really good spot to weave it in, right? Can be pretty scary to play Chancellor Palpatine because he doesn't really get any effects
man.
immediately. But I think he's going to be, I think he has 6 health.
Yeah, he
So
does.
gonna
He's
at
got
least-
1 HP.
We're going to draw the card
Yep.
still, but we should be able to at least claim initiative. We're going to get at least, we're going to untap with the Chancellor Palpatine. That's going to be your best chance to try to make some spy tokens, assumedly spy tokens, and get those into play ready. Also, burning cards out of Jeff Creasy's hand, right? Like we saw that Force Choke be really clutch last game. So burning one now, and it hasn't even fully finished your unit. I think you're pretty happy with what this Chancellor Palpatine is going to get done for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we have any spy creation going on for Platform with his first action on this next turn. Jeff Creasy definitely looking to play a big capital ship on his 6 resource turn. Got multiple options here. Fulminatrix or Devastator would be very good and help clean up the board as well as put on some great pressure.
signaling maybe an attack with the Chancellor Palpatine, possibly not a ton of ways to make spies. One thing that you're kind of seeing on the sides here is you're seeing the teammates. Wow. What a grip
what a
from
hand.
Jeff
My
Creasy.
goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Both of the 8-cost capital ships for Jeff Creasy and an Overwhelming Barrage. So if either one of these ships stick, Platform's not keeping any units on his board. They're not going to stick around long, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think your goal is to try and flip Sabacc this turn and try and take the other thing. But because it's 2 ships, not 2 spells, the first thing Jeff can do is play the other ship, and it'll be safe from Sabacc's attack. Now, obviously, we could try and take the Overwhelming Barrage, and you see he didn't even pick his cards up, just puts the Fulmination in play, finishes off that Chancellor Palpatine.
Love to see it. Fulminatrix, another 9-power, 8-cost capital ship that Piet has picked up in Secrets of Power. And the really cool thing about Fulminatrix is it's obviously great against these ground strategies. When played on attack, you can deal 4 damage to a ground unit. Look at this. Bodhi Rook coming out and is going to discard that Overwhelming Barrage from Jeff Creasy's hand. So Jeff Creasy actually has no cards in hand now, but does have a pretty good spot on the board. We see Piet getting in for 2, but now Sabacc is going to come out and get in for some more damage going the other way.
The double Cunning decks, especially for anyone who's played since the first set, really popular early on in the game.
Absolutely.
Right? Cunning was such a powerhouse card. You had cards like this Bodhi Rook, Cantina Bouncer. A lot of people probably remember putting their own cards in their hand after that one. But double yellow doesn't have any real ways to kill this 9/7, right? You have to bounce it. And if it gets bounced, guess where it's going? Right back in play.
And it's going to take something out, right?
So looking for cards that might exhaust it, going to be a little harder without Villainy and
Turbo Laser Salvo. Jeff Creasy choosing Fulminatrix, and that Fulminatrix dealing 9 damage to both of Platform's ground units. Platform's ground arena completely wiped, and Jeff still really keeping full grip on this game too. Well, we do see Cunning.
I mean, yeah.
What do we do? Do we exhaust? We're saving some damage, right?
Yeah.
We're saving some damage on this turn. The question is, what's the other option here? Do you make him discard that
I think
other
you
card?
random discard, right? I mean, you can't return anything.
Yeah.
And there's nothing. You're not going to buff one of his cards. So random discard. Oh, but he has no cards in hand.
Oh, he does. Oh, that's right, because he resourced. He had no cards in hand. He resourced in Turbo Laser Salvo. So, yeah, there was no cards in Jeff Creasy's hand. This is just not where you want to be if you're Platform. We've got the N1 Starfighter coming out. And I don't know about you, Navarro, but I'd rather have a 9/7 in space than a 3/2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking it. You're saying it, right? Like, you have the 9/7, this Fulminatrix, again, against double yellow, just no answers. If it was Villain, like we remember, maybe Boba Fett a long time ago, or even Django, not that it played yellow that often, you have no good to me dead. Gives you 2 turns off. The Cunning, we saw it. Yeah, Cunning just saved 11 damage, but it's only now.
Right.
It's 4 mana, heal 11 for now, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't actually really heal the damage, especially with no threats after that, what feels like back-breaking Turbo Laser Salvo.
Yeah, absolutely back-breaking indeed. Fulminatrix, Jeff Creasy finally getting the option to be aggressive here. 9 damage onto Platform's base. And now we'll see where Platform goes from here. The N1 Starfighter can tie the race in damage for a split second here. We are going to see another Cunning, back-to-back turns with Cunning.
Gotta be discarded.
It looked like he was pointing at the N1 Starfighter, so we're discarding a random card out of Jeff Creasy's hand.
Ooh.
And N1 Starfighter getting +4 power for the turn. It's going to be an MC-30 Assault Frigate coming out. Another big capital ship, and it's going to be a trade here with that +4 power, 7 total power for the Starfighter, trading with Fulminatrix. Jeff Creasy able to claim the initiative, it looks like here. And he's going to go into another turn with pretty good advantage on the board. Now, we do see another Faith in Your Friends. Platform searching the top 3 cards of his deck. We'll draw a card. And now, do we have the disclose here? 3 Cunning, 2 Heroism is what we're looking for. He's got it.
Yep.
We'll create 2 Spy tokens. The Spies have been bountiful for Platform, but unfortunately just haven't been enough.
there was a time when drawing double cunning was kind of all of your requirement to win.
Yeah, that's
Drawing
absolutely
double
right.
cunning
I remember
felt
those days.
How could I lose? I drew double cunning. I mean, was this the weakest two double the weakest cunnings? Not even in platform's fault, right? But just doesn't. It's so hard. You don't have any units in play. Jeff Creasy has just done a surgical job of keeping the game in his position. Now, that being said, we've got some units now. There's not actually that much damage on platform space, right? It could be, given that Fulminatrix was around for multiple phases, this could have been way worse. We could be looking at one attack lethal. So I think the way this game is going, the Cunnings did buy platforms some time.
Yeah. No, that's right. I mean, if nothing else, Cunning has absolutely kept platform in the game. Here comes another 8-cost Devastator. That is going to clean up the spies. Jeff Creasy has been so sick and tired of being spied on in this game. He's had enough. Devastator will hunt the spy tokens. And now we've got another 9 power ship. But look at this. It's the Cantina Bouncer coming out. You talked about bouncing. Cantina Bouncer will do just that. The MC-30 Assault Frigate back into Jeff's hand. Piet will get in for 2. It's 13 damage on platform's base. 8 on Jeff Creasy's base. Jeff Creasy still in the driver's seat. And yet again, another 9 power capital ship.
Yeah, the Cantina Bouncer, if you had to pick a capital ship in Jeff Creasy's deck to bounce, it is the MC-30 Assault Frigate, right? It has no when played ability.
That's right.
Gives you at least some of this bleeding. You know, you've got stems it a little bit. Obviously, this Devastator represents so much damage, but only 13 damage on. It puts you to 22. I mean, you get a phase or two to at least try and put something together, and I have to give it to Platform. He is doing his best to fight back into this game, doing everything, and here we're going to see another Cantina
fighting
Bouncer.
So hard. Oh my goodness. He's going to bounce the Devastator. Now, we will see that when played ability again, but you're saving 9 damage, and that's what Platform's doing, right? He's just, every single turn, he's trying so hard to just mitigate the massive amount of damage that Jeff Creasy is putting in the Space Arena. So far, he's been able to do that, but at some point here, Platform's going to have to start turning the corner. He's going to have to start finding a way of his own to start putting damage on base again, because it's been a while. We've been at 8 damage on Jeff Creasy's base for multiple turns. We see the McFrigate coming out for Jeff Creasy, that 5/5 capital ship with Overwhelm and Raid 1. Now back over to Platform.
And I think what you're seeing with this Assault Frigate over the Devastator is Jeff wants to play 2 cards this turn. He said, I'm tired of you bouncing my one ready unit, right? This is not, we're not doing this anymore. Because what Platform is trying to do is trying to string together enough exhausts and bounces so that he can turn the corner and push 1 or 2 big phases, right? That was really common when you were behind on Boba, Django, Han early on, right? Those decks, their way back in would be just preventative gameplay, right? We're going to prevent you from ending the game until I can try and string together some of these pumps. Bouncer's a great one, right? Puts a 3/5 into play, and even if it just temporarily deals with the unit, it does deal with it then and saves you some health. And we're going to see, we're going to start putting some damage on that base. This is the start of the comeback if we have one.
Surprise strike on that Cantina Bouncer. 6 damage, 14 on. We are going to discard a Overwhelming Barrage from the top of Jeff Creasy's deck. Now, Jeff Creasy, as you talked about, playing multiple cards per turn. It's actually going to be a Craving Power coming down onto the Assault Frigate. That is going to take out one of the Cantina Bouncers. That is a 7/7 Assault Frigate now that will hit for 8. And now we're going to see Platform claiming the initiative. Piet will get in for 2. 15 damage on Platform space.
One thing to note is that I think the other card was just a Gonk droid on top from the Sabacc look, which the other way you can come back in is after you've bouncered and cunninged and bouncered, is that your opponent whiffs.
Yeah,
if they whiff a turn or two,
droids.
Yeah, if they whiff a turn or two and you get a good bit of pump damage. I mean, look, the damage on base is only 1 off.
That's right.
And Jeff Creasy has cast multiple 9-drop ships, right?
Yeah.
Or 8-drop ships, I guess. 9 power ships.
Right.
This frigate is looking another 8 power coming at the base, right? But not much has been able to connect. A lot of this damage has been Piet chipping in. So while Jeff Creasy has been the lion's share of power in play, not a lot of it has been converted into base damage, and that's exactly what these double yellow decks are trying to do when behind, and Platform is giving it as good a run as anyone.
Here comes more aggression Hotshot DL44 Blaster being smuggled out onto the Cantina Bouncer. That's 5 more damage. Just like that, it's 19 damage on Jeff Creasy's base. We get the Sabe trigger once again. Let's see what he finds this time around. It looks like Super Laser Technician, and I couldn't quite make out the other card.
It was like HK?
Is it HK?
Yeah,
You're right.
HK.
Yeah, good
But
call.
That's
HK47.
a whiff, right? Like,
yeah.
those are not the units that you need, but we know Jeff Creasy has
this is different.
Sentinel.
The
Okay.
Praetorian Guard.
Not what I would have expected out of this Piet deck.
Very interesting include for Jeff Creasy here, and we're going to see the
Capture
coordinate from Sanctioner's Shuttle capturing Praetorian Guard, and then the 8-cost Devastator coming back out. Indirect damage being dealt. Sanctioner's Shuttle defeated. 1 on the BD1. Praetorian Guard back over to Jeff's side, and now Jeff has real good position here. You've got 8 damage that can come through in the space arena. You've got 2 more damage still in the ground arena. It looks like we're going to see, I believe that's the new Secatro Vizago, the 3-cost 3/4 Underworld from Secrets of Power. We do see 8 damage into platform space, 23 damage on, so 1 attack now from either the MC-30 Assault Frigate or Devastator would finish this game, and Jeff Creasy and his team would have a clean 2-0 sweep over this late night gaming crew, and that's going to do it. There's the handshake. Jeff Creasy and Botha Network, they are on a roll. Watch out, boys.
Yeah, that is not the 3 decks I was expecting to see across the table from me, right? But wow, so fast, so dominant. These guys knew exactly what they wanted to do, and you saw exactly why. I think we don't see double cutting as much. When you're behind, you just, like, multiple turns, bouncing, exhausting, right? But the problem was we finally tried to turn the corner, and what happened? Devastator right back into play. It was there the whole time after we Cantina bouncered it, and it cleaned up our only chance to get back into it. I do want to say thank you to Platform. He didn't need to play that game out, right? His team had already lost. I know it's not always easy to stay dialed in after your team has lost the round, but I appreciate it to him. We got to still cast what was a pretty fun game there. That was a pretty back and forth one given the situation, right?
It was, especially considering the situation, and it looked like how far ahead Jeff Creasy was multiple times. But Platform just kept drawing these cards that just, let's stabilize a little bit. Let's push this game one more turn, and just try and get into a position where we could turn the corner. He couldn't quite get there. Seemed like overall a pretty tough matchup for Sabe.
Yeah.
But he did really well. He fought tooth and nail, everything he could do, and at the end, we got some more Star Wars Unlimited action, so we can't ask for much more.
Yeah, it's hard to be too upset with another good game of Star Wars.
Yep.
I think the match quality on stream today has been fantastic. Even the fast games, the technical play has been quite high, which has been good. So I've been really impressed with every player. The prep is so good. You can tell how much every team put into it.
Yeah.
I think it's what happens when you've got this camaraderie, right? I want to put in more effort. I want to try harder because I've got 2 of my friends with me, right? We all want to do well. And early on in the sets, it can be kind of hard to figure out what to do. No, these guys knew exactly what they wanted to do. They said space is the place. We're putting 3 people in space. If you can beat it, you've got us. No one's been able to do it yet. And none of those, I mean, that one last game was close, but 2-0 across the board, they might have the read on this meta.
Well, you can't count out these 2 fantastic deck builders in both Crispy and George the Hulk Hudson. George is just absolutely amazing. One of the better deck builders, in my opinion, in this game. He was one of the big founders behind the Kylo Tarkentown deck that Botha Network took the Galactic Championship by storm with. So we are going to, I believe, we're going to have a interview with this team right now. So they're coming in.
You can see him behind us.
You can see George the Hulk Hudson. He's got his jacket on. He's been working in the lab, right? He's been working. He's been cooking up. And we're seeing the results of that today as this team is on fire.
Awesome. I'm gonna move out of the way to make room for their team. A dominant performance on those stream games. So excited to hear what they have to say.
Absolutely. Come on in, guys.
Yep.
All right, so we've got George. Good to see you, George.
Doing good.
Crispy, Jeff. Wow. You guys just blew through that match. Undefeated. I mean, we were.
Yep, that's what we do.
You know, we saw.
Engines online.
Yep, there it is. We saw Piet. Okay, we saw Piet take game 1. And after Piet took game 1, we got word from Courtney that you had already won 2-0 with Kazuda. So we're like, okay, well, let's check in and see how Von Reg's doing. And Von Reg had double sudden ferocity, and the game was over. So unbelievable stuff. I talked to Navarro about this before the match started. If you asked 100 players from the community, if you went to this team event, do you think you're going to play against a team that is featuring Piet, Kazuda Yellow, and Von Reg Yellow? Yes or no? Do you think you're going to face that lineup? I think 100 people would have said no. But here we are. You guys are absolutely on fire. Just talk to us a little bit about like what went into this and how we're feeling right now.
My favorite thing about our lineup, which I have to say before George gets in, is our entire lineup has 0 blue aspects.
So the whole theory was, people are building their 3v3 teams, and like the obvious teams, we thought, there's some holes for, the space matchup. So most teams are going to be like, we have our deck that's good against space.
Right.
They're not going to have 3 decks that are good against space. That was the theory. There's only so many bombing runs, bamboozles, all that sort of stuff to go around. So we saw the opportunity, and Crispy made his run as Von Reg last year, and of course I was just like, I'll do whatever I can come up with, and Kazuda Yellow is great, man.
And some of the decks that are quote-unquote good into space still have a bad Piet matchup, too. So we have, 2 space aggro and 1 space. You better have something.
You're right.
So.
Yeah.
Space value. But, it's still really fast. It's still asking the questions on, turn 3.
Yeah.
So it's not aggro in our hearts. We're, on the table.
Well, no, it's interesting because Piet's been there. Mm-hmm. At the end of set 5, we just saw the sector in Munich.
Yeah.
They made it all the way to the finals, right? Which was kind of surprising. But Piet's kind of been there, but I feel like now the new pieces that it got, it's a lot more consistent. And I feel like Piet's kind of the new kid on the block. Now, Crispy has had a lot of success with Von Reg.
Yeah.
I know you've top cut. Did you win the PQ with Von Reg?
I was finalist.
Okay, so, finalist of a PQ. So I knew you had some experience on that, but it really threw me off when I heard George on Kazuda Yellow. But that's just how George is because – Crispy always has some unique decks as well, but George, you just never know what you're going to get from George the Hulk Hudson. You've been cooking up. And I knew when I heard Kazuda Yellow, man, these guys, they've been cooking.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I do love my control decks, but we thought like that there's going to be people are going to be prepared for some sort of control is going to come out.
Right.
So we're like, we can fall into that trap that people are going to set up for us, or we could just say, be the one asking the questions and say, we don't think you're prepared. And I would say pretty much every round, the plan we executed worked, as far as there was a deck that was like, you're not prepared for space. And then we just found
The interesting part for me is the fact that, so we have 3 yellow aspects and 2 red aspects in our lineup, but we were fighting over very few cards. There was only 1 or 2 cards that we were like, okay, I won't run this because you have that instead, and it was just really not a big deal because they all kind of have their own separate lanes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of people weren't expecting these multiple decks in space because they're all fighting for a lot of the same cards. You look at Han for Tarkentown, you look at Vader, they're fighting for a lot of these similar 1-drops.
Yeah.
With the popularity of Boba and Piet, Vader really needs that overwhelming barrage. But Boba and Piet are 2 players that desperately need overwhelming barrage. So you're seeing a lot less. A lot of people weren't expecting the all space to come together, but I'm glad that we managed to figure it out.
Yeah.
We're not fighting over cards. And
That's awesome. Now, I want to ask you guys this question. It's kind of interesting because as quick as it sounds, some of your matches are going. I don't even know if this has been necessary, but one of the cool aspects of the team event is that you can help one another. You can communicate. If you've what do you think I should do in this situation? You can ask one another that.
Absolutely.
So I'm curious, has that come into play a lot? Have you been able to really dial in and help one another throughout the event?
like as the two faster decks, like generally it's us, and we go and we chat with Jeff.
Okay. Round 2,
okay.
I did get
okay.
that first.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, yeah. There was a little bit of mud in that matchup. Yeah.
But no, it's actually easier when we're on 3 aggressive matchups, because the thing you run into in team events, especially if you're on like control mirrors or something like that, is you get these really intricate play lines.
Yeah. Where
there's a lot of thought, there's a lot of differing opinions, but it's so easy to go to time, and we see so many of these teams that going into round 3 are 1-0-1. And we really avoid that. So we have the ability to talk to each other in the really tight spots and make sure we're making the right play without having the burden of, oh man, are we going to go to time? Are we going to end up in the draw bracket? So I think it's actually incredibly helpful to have 3 fast decks in the team aspect.
Absolutely. One of my opponents was like, "This is the first match. This is the first match I actually finished today." I was like, "Sorry, you lost, but like, hey, you finished it."
It's almost one of those things. I've talked to TowerNumberNine and other players in the community, and other times that I've casted. Sometimes in a tournament, in 1v1 setting, sometimes you just want to play a fast deck because I want breaks in between rounds.
Sure.
I don't want to be in the draw bracket. I don't want to have to. So it's interesting that you guys are actually putting that test to theory, or putting that theory to test here in the team event, right?
Well, as the local control player, typically, there's also the upside of control, where it's like, okay, you have a lower variance, more confidence in how the game plan is going to work, right? If you're dragging the game out, you see more cards in a general game, you generally have more card advantage. You can kind of massage the game into a certain point where you know what's going to happen. Right. If you're more aggressive, it's more volatile. Like if if I go with the clown car lines where I have like Pilot Falcon plus 2 or 3 pilots or whatever, like, that could just lose to No Good to Me Dad or Bamboozle. Obviously, I'm aware of those matchups. So
right.
That's not. I understand the risks associated with that, but like control, it's a different kind of game theory, right? Yeah. So I think there's strengths to both. Like, I think we had a lot of our players brought control decks, and I think they were trying to go for a more balanced approach, where we were trying to exploit what we saw as potential, and a lot of like the obvious lineups that people were
so far it's worked, right? It's working so far. Now, how do you guys in general feel about the team event? Like, how do you feel about this environment in the team event?
So much
is this great?
So much
because
energy,
most of the players that I've heard talk about it and I've talked to, they say the first team event that we had back in March at the first Boston Invitational was some of the most fun they've ever had playing SWU. And that kind of seems to be that energy that we still have here now.
Yeah. Like at this point, we've all played a lot of SWU, right?
Yeah.
Like, we know how the game plays out. We can know good, bad matchups, whatever. You add in the extra effect. It's a little bit of like what Trilogy brings, except you get to do it with your friends, right? We're like, okay, which deck do we do here? Like, it's not even clear if you should sit first or second in a lot of matchups. Like, I think we had one where our opponents told us to sit first because they wanted initiative, and then it's like, okay, which deck do you sit first? Like, there was one in this one in this round, we said, okay, we kind of don't want George to play the mono yellow Sabe.
Right.
But we don't think they'll put it against him. We're pretty sure they won't go for that. So we sat him first. And if they had gone, my opponent, the Sabe, into George, that's a much tougher matchup for him. But a lot of people either don't know the matchups, or maybe like we were counting on them not really wanting a Cunning Mirror, because those are very volatile, like George was saying before with some of the aggro decks. So we basically took like a calculated risk. But that's the fun of the team event, is like, okay, we could do this, we could do that. So all the options before you even start playing SWU, and then you get to play SWU.
Right.
I mean, to their credit, I think the idea of like, you see space aggro, you have the deck with lots of restore and lots of value, which is Anakin. Anakin can swing the game and put me in check. So like, there is some pieces there. He mentioned he didn't find his space hate, but like it just depends. Like, typically those decks are on like Red 5, Jedi Starfighter, and like Entrench. That's generally the most of what you expect there. He signaled to me every time he didn't have Entrench, so it was full gas.
Pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
You got one more turn to find it.
Exactly. I don't think he flipped Anakin any of those games. So,
wow.
Yep.
That's crazy. That just shows how fast that Kazuda Yellow is. That's crazy.
I was shocked that I was the one on stream, because I was like, they're going to want to watch George's deck.
Well, it was really tough, because Navarro and I were talking about it. We were like, what do we want to see? Do we want to see Kazuda Yellow, or do you want to see Sabe Yellow? Like, we didn't know. And he's like, well, let's just go Sabe, and so we were hoping that we were going to get to see a mix of it, but George just had to destroy his opponent in like 5 minutes. So that's what happens. But the main thing is, I'm sure we will be seeing you guys some more for this team event. I'm excited about it. I think it's a super cool lineup that most people weren't expecting, and I can't wait to see how it turns out. But I do think we are going to take a short break, and then we are going to be back for round 5 of the team event here at the Boston Invitational. Stay tuned.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here from CardsHQ in Atlanta at the second Bothan Invitational. I'm Josh Snyder. I am joined by Navarro Simmons, and we are getting ready for round 5 of 6 total rounds here in the team event. And we have got 2 undefeated teams, McClunky Gaming and LXO, about to face off, and we're going to see some interesting leader combinations as well, I think.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a sneak preview, and there's some spicy ones. Certainly some, if you remember last BIATL in the singles, Cad Bane Blue took a deep run. That was another George Hudson invention.
Yep.
And it took a deep run to try and counter, at the time, the Django Tarkentowns. We're getting Cad Blue again.
Yeah.
Depending on what matchup it goes against, we're going to check out if we want to watch that one. Obviously, we're trying to bring you guys as many games as possible and as many cool new matchups. But we also have Talzin Yellow, not the Talzin I was expecting to see, but the Talzin we get nonetheless. So should be pretty interesting.
You have Talzin Yellow. We've got, so on McClunky Gaming's side, it looks like. Is it McClunky Gaming here on the left?
I think
According
so.
to what we have on the screen.
I think so.
You've got Anakin Data Vault, Han 4 Tarkentown, Talzin Yellow Force. And then on the right side, LXO, you've got Sabine Yellow, which is one we haven't seen a lot of.
Yeah.
Kylo 5 ECL and Cad Blue, like you mentioned. So is there anything that stands out to you here of maybe some specific matchups you might want to try and target from either side? Is there something that really speaks to you?
Yeah, well, the first one I really want to say really quick is these are 6 leader-based combos we haven't seen yet today. After 4 rounds, that's going to be, what, like 24 decks we've seen. These are 6 new decks. That's already awesome.
Right.
I would be looking, if I'm McClunky Gaming, at trying to get this Anakin against Sabine, I think. It's going to be your best chance to survive. I don't know a ton about the Talzin Yellow, to be fair. I assume that this Sabine Yellow is going to just crunch a Tarkentown base out of this the Han 4 pilot with Tarkentown. With Han 4 30, maybe you would consider taking the aggro matchup, but I just 25 health, Yellow Sabine. I mean, if anything can pump out 25 damage before you can flip your leader, it's that.
Right.
And then I'd be interested, I think this Kylo ECL also probably wants to dodge Han 4. So it's really, I think, going to be pretty important on what die roll, who wins the die roll and who has to place first. I think this might be one of the deck lineups where you don't want to place first. You want to place, you want to get 2 matchups, right? So you want to.
So you want to place first.
Sorry, yeah, you want to place first.
The other team choose one matchup. You choose 2 matchups.
Exactly. Yeah, that way you can get your Kylo ECL out of the way. Maybe the real question is, and I don't know what they talked about. We saw Team LXO, one of the new Star Wars Unlimited teams. They were outside of the cast room. They were talking about strategy kind of in the back. We didn't really hear much about what they were saying, but knowing that they were prepping even up to this exact match. So they've got to have some stuff up their sleeves. They've almost certainly talked about it before the tournament. But when you see Talzin Yellow, Anakin Data Vault, and Han 4 Tarkentown, you have to do some on-the-fly adjustments, right? Those are not decks I didn't prep for Talzin Yellow.
Right.
Right. I tried it. I tried it once last set and went, that's not Talzin Blue, or not Talzin Red, I mean.
Right.
So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think the way we've got it is we're going to have Anakin Data Vault and this Kylo ECL deck. Then we're going to have Han Tarkentown versus Cad Blue and Talzin Yellow versus Sabine Yellow. Josh, any of those sound particularly exciting for us?
Just trying to look at it again. I think, isn't there, it's probably better, just based on what we saw last round.
Yeah.
We might want to look at one of the matchups that may go a little faster.
Yeah.
So that we can get hopefully some more games on stream for you guys, right?
Totally.
So I think that would be really cool. This one is probably going to be one of the slower matches here. So it looks like we're going to switch over.
All right, we're going to do Sabine Yellow. Blonde Sabine. We know all about
Sabine,
it. It's been there since the beginning.
Sabine.
We're seeing the last iteration of this deck, right? Going to rotate out with set 7. So we're seeing the full power of Blonde Sabine, right? This is the most powerful the deck can be. It has access to the most cards since set 1 when it was still fairly popular. And Talzin Yellow, certainly I would assume the least popular of the Talzin decks, maybe other than Double Blue. We've seen Talzin Red. In Limited, everyone has seen Talzin Green. Talzin Yellow, also pretty good in Limited, but hasn't quite made the same splashing constructed. But maybe this is the tournament for it. McClunky Gaming, 4-0.
Yeah.
Coming into this
undefeated.
Coming into this round. LXO 301. So also undefeated, but took a draw. So excited to see these two teams that have obviously figured out the meta enough to be undefeated up to this point. So it should be pretty awesome Star Wars.
Absolutely. And speaking of McClunky Gaming, I believe only one for sure. I know that Zach Getsu is a part of this McClunky Gaming team, and this was actually the team that went all the way, was undefeated until they lost 2 games. They dropped 2 matches to KTOD back in March earlier this year to lose. So they finished second. They were so close. They were 1 match win away from being the team event champion. So this team certainly has the pedigree. These guys have been here before. They know how this event works, and I'm sure they've had a very specific strategy coming in. And so far, like you mentioned, they're 4-0. They've been able to pay that off up to this point. Now, also on the other side, of course, you talked about Sabine Yellow. This is Ryan, Rebel Resource. If you haven't checked out his YouTube channel, definitely do that. And he's kind of known for this Sabine Yellow deck. He loves this deck. He's been on this for quite some time, and he's still rocking it. And like you said, they're 3-0-1, so they're having some pretty good success. But it looks like McClunky Gaming is going to start with the initiative here in Game 1, and we'll see how much that plays a role in this particular matchup.
Yeah, and I love this specific team event. Obviously, Bothan Invitational 1 was great. It was so fun, but some of the decks were so powerful. You remember Django Target?
Oh, right.
You remember Han 1 with DJ, right? These decks were so powerful. You felt kind of priced into putting one or both of them on your 3v3 team.
Yeah.
We're seeing 6 decks that, after talking to a lot of players, were not even on radars. Towels in yellow, 4-0 Towels in yellow. So this has been so fun to see how creative teams have been. And, I mean, we're getting straight into the action with Karis. I think it's Karis.
Yeah,
Karis.
Yep.
I forget some of the names sometimes, especially with all these arts. You see that.
Yeah,
awesome
there's
prestige.
so many great variants of some of these cards. So, Karis, start for the McClunky Gaming side of things. I believe that's Grumpy. Is that Grumpy that we are on for? This is Getsu. Okay, so we're on Getsu for McClunky Gaming versus Ryan of LXO, a new team that just formed after the Galactic Championship. Karis Nimic, a great new 2-cost unit. We are going to see Karis go into Karis Nimic and take out Nimic with that when defeated ability, disclosing the aggression and heroism aspect icon with for a cause I believe in, getting the ready spy token, going into base for 2. And now we're going to see the client here. So this may be a bit more of a control version of Towson. We see Green Squadron A-Wing coming out for Ryan. And it looks like, was that R2-D2?
R2 pilot.
Yeah, R2. He's here. +1/+1 for Green Squadron A-Wing. And another damage with that Sabine ping early in this game. I think Ryan's going to be pretty consistent. We're going to see that Sabine ping quite a lot in this match.
Yeah, especially if with the client, if it is a little bit heavier on the control side, or even a taller mid-range deck trying to pick on aggro with the client, you got to get the Sabine damage while you can. Your leader is just a constant source of damage. One thing with the Sabine ping, though, is it is symmetrical. You see Ryan 2 damage on his base. That's all self-inflicted, right?
Yeah.
These Talzin decks, we saw it earlier in the stream, can pump out so much damage. The sun is not tied to the red aspect that we're used to seeing, right? It can be in this Talzin yellow deck, and that's a really big way to close the damage, especially if Ryan puts a lot of it on himself.
That's absolutely right. Karis quickly cleaning up that spy token on Ryan's side, and Ryan then following that up with a very quick deploy of the Sabine leader unit, threatening with some damage. We've got 4 resources still to work with for both players. I'm sure Ryan's going to be threatening quite a bit of damage. We do see the client action ability used here, putting a bounty on Sabine. So if Getsu can take care of this Sabine this turn, claim that bounty, can heal 5 damage from the base.
Yeah, and I think the client might be the story of this game. Not just that it's going to win Getsu the game off the spot, right? But how does Ryan play around and into it? Yeah. How do we deal with the client, right? Because you can't let it go unchecked. It'll be so much healing, like you said, 5 per bounty. One thing to note about Talzin is that the first 6 cards you click when you build your deck is you click 3 Darth Tyrannus, which we're seeing right now, and 3000's
good.
Assassin, those are not tied to the red aspect, right? So
That's
those
right.
are going to be the most crucial cards here. Talzin ability is going to clean up the Sabine leader.
Yeah, love the Talzin versatility here with that Darth Tyrannus. 2 damage on, then the shield token for Darth Tyrannus. We do see Millennium Falcon, piece of junk coming out for Ryan. Another 3 damage to Getsu's base, but not after healing 5 from the bounty. We are going to see some more damage being pumped through with the piloted green Squadron A-Wing. It's 9 damage on Getsu's base, 2 damage on Ryan's base. Right now it is space versus ground.
Yeah, I think one of the ways you can deal, air quotes, with the client, right, is kind of try and dodge it. This Talzin deck, and kind of blue villain in general, does not have the best answers in space sometimes, usually requiring events. But the premier event in Talzin usually would be Force Lightning, so we don't have that. Cunning, also not known for having removal that would claim bounties too often. A lot of bounce or exhausting. So it's going to be, how do we trigger these client bounties? If Ryan's answer to the client is, well, I'm just going to go into the air,
right?
It might just mitigate it and just be a little guy that swings for 2.
Yeah, it is a really good point. We're going to see Green Squadron A-Wing, another 4 damage getting into Getsu's base, 13 on. After Karis swung for 2 with the first action of the phase. You've got 4 damage on Ryan's base. The Force with Getsu once again. Looks like we're going to pay 4 here. What do we have? We're going to see a Talzin's Assassin Force being used. -3 to that Falcon. And we've got more Force units in play. We can get the Force back. We can take it out with that Talzin's action ability. But look at this. It's going to be the Han pilot onto Millennium Falcon, giving it +2 power, getting in for 2 here. But more importantly, protecting it from that -1/-1 that could have taken it out.
Yeah, not only do you push the damage, but like you said perfectly, that 4 HP breakpoint was so important because it gives you the action to equip this pilot, right? And obviously the premier one on any Falcon is this Han Solo, attacking immediately,
Absolutely.
guaranteeing that we can get the initiative, unless Getsu just tries to claim it now. But I don't think you can do that, not with your flip active, not with 2 units to attack. You have to push damage because you know Sabine's going to. Still 2 resources left over, which not too big of an ask for Ryan to have a 2-cost unit or another pilot. Both of those ships can hold another one given R2's ability and the Falcon's text on its own. So going to be up to Getsu to find a way to deal with at least one of these. Big ground presence can probably erase one of them, but with so much damage already on his base, it's going to be hard to erase both.
Yeah. Now, the Millennium Falcon is the piece of junk. So this is the original Falcon.
Oh,
so
okay.
Don't make it any better than it already is, Navarro. Okay, this is already one of the better space units that we've had in this game. But no, just having some fun with you there. But no, that is the original Falcon. But you're absolutely right. The Green Squadron A-Wing can have another pilot. And, you know, I think Getsu, he's kind of in the tank here. I mean, he was setting up a really nice line of being able to take out that Millennium Falcon with the Talzin action ability. Even if it was pumped up by 1, you could still take it out between the Talzin action ability, deploy the on-attack ability, then finishes it out. But that Han Solo giving it +3, you still have 4 HP remaining, and that's a tough spot to be in.
And you see Getsu do exactly what I said I didn't think he was going to. He's claiming, which means he's identified that he has to deal with these threats right now. And then, again, Ryan, a 2-drop ship.
Yeah.
I mean, firing on all cylinders from Blonde Sabine, and the guy that knows it better than anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ryan has to be the premier player of Sabine Yellow, no doubt. He's probably got more games on this deck than anyone else at this point. That Alliance X-Wing, just another super efficient use of Ryan's 2 leftover resources on that last action phase. Getsu has the initiative. We're on 6 resources here. Keep in mind, Getsu hasn't even been able to deploy. That Han pilot really threw a kink into Getsu's plans last turn. We'll see if Getsu has any response for this space arena. As you talked about, Ryan has just pivoted so well. So much pressure in the air right now. Looking down on Getsu.
Yeah, and even this 2-drop makes power look really weak here. You would just sacrifice your unit with no pilot on it. Fell the Dragon would be good, but I mean, you're still staring down 2 more ships and 5 resources open. And that's basically your whole turn, right? You only have 6 resources left. It's a big ask for Getsu. If he had 7 damage on his base, this game would look really close, but he has 17 already.
Yeah.
Blonde Sabine pumping out so much damage, And more than just a lot, it does it so consistently. Most games are going to look like this. So it's up to Getsu and up to any of Ryan's other opponents in these tournaments to find out, how can I weather the storm and keep pace? He's asking some pretty difficult questions from his opponents.
So keep in mind, too, now Ryan could have resourced the For a Cause I Believe In, but we saw that For a Cause I Believe In early. So you have to keep that in the back of your mind if you're Getsu, because that tells you that if I get to 24 damage, I could potentially just lose in one action.
Yeah, and especially in these types of matchups, something Sabine really does, because
taking down the Green Squadron A-Wing. Yeah, it is a great start. Here comes the Millennium Falcon for 5, though. That is going to be 22 damage on Getsu's base. And at this point, one more source of damage plus another swing from Falcon would finish the game. We are going to get into Ryan's base for 2 with Karis, but there's For a Cause I Believe In. How many did we hit there?
We hit the whole
suite. It's the whole suite. 4. Couldn't quite tell right away with the glare, but that is huge. That's going to be 4 damage to Getsu's base, 26 damage on, which means the Alliance X-Wing is lethal with 1 swing.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you mentioned. That For a Cause, no reason to get rid of it, right? The Talzin deck is only going to be able to win this matchup long, and so having any For a Cause just reduces your opponent's total life total, right? Oh, what a line. I mean, giving him a chance here.
Playing another Karis to defeat the first Karis, -2/-2 with the force used on the Alliance X-Wing. We get another space unit with the Green Squadron A-Wing, but now the Sabine ping, 27 damage will be on Getsu's base. One more Sabine ping would finish game 1 for Ryan.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was
he claims.
Yeah, that was a neat line, giving the Karis, you know, he's sacrificing the unique rule, but it just doesn't really matter. Sabine with no problem dealing 1 damage. Oh, we can clean it up. We can claim the bounty. Okay, we can heal 5.
There it is. Okay.
We are technically not dead in 1 action. I don't think we should be at 6 damage away from lethal, which means this Falcon isn't quite there. Obviously, with the initiative Falcon attack plus a Sabine ping.
That's right.
Gets you on the back foot, but you're going to give yourself every percentage point. This matchup not going to go to time, so you're going to play every game out. You're going to force your opponent to deal all 28
Absolutely.
damage.
No doubt about it. So Getsu back down to 22
and a big
damage
board,
on.
I mean,
yeah, 17 damage on Ryan's base. So this one is proving to be very close. Ryan has the first action. It is going to be 5 damage with that Falcon once again. Getsu in another spot. He's 1 damage shy, and I think Getsu's going to pack it up. He doesn't have a way to heal in that 1 action. Ryan from LXO taking game 1 here in round 5.
Yeah, that was clinical from Ryan, right? Just putting so much pressure on so fast. Didn't even give Getsu a chance. And it looked pretty decent start, right? Okay, we're going to deal with the ground unit. We're going to deal with the spy. It was the Karis mirror start, if you will. Obviously the blue villainy versus the red hero. But dealt with that, dealt with the spy, and then put the client, and we said, oh, the client, wow, and it healed 5 off the first ground unit, off the spy, and this is going to be kind of a problem for Ryan. No. Immediately goes space, doesn't even look back. Just all space, pilots, and burn damage, and so much awareness to know that he can do that, right? To know he can pivot instantly, give Talzin no way back in, really attacking what I assume is going to be kind of the harsh spot for this Talzin deck, which is piloted space units. It's going to be really hard. You can get them out of takedown range really easily, and they just do so much damage so fast.
Absolutely. Definitely going to be interesting. I think you called it out. We saw Client. We knew that Client was going to play a role there, but it was very important that Ryan was able to dodge the Client for multiple turns before getting that one last Client trigger in, and it just wasn't quite enough. So going into game 2, surely Getsu will start with the initiative. We'll see if Getsu doing some digging here in the sideboard, if he's got some pieces that can help this match a little bit, shore up this very, very aggressive matchup that he's faced himself with Ryan from LXO, again, Rebel Resource. And another content creator on this team, Justin from Buketheads. Do some great Twin Sons content for the community. And Justin getting word that Justin from LXO won game 1. So we've got 2 LXO team members here, 1-0. So they can get one more win each, close out this match in favor of LXO. And I think with the one draw, if LXO loses, maybe there's still a shot that they get in if they win that last round at X11. There's probably still a shot. Be right there, very close, towards the bottom of the top 8. But still a shot, I think, if LXO loses. But definitely with McClunky Gaming at 4-0, they could lose here and definitely still find themselves in the top 8.
Yeah, I assume we're not playing anymore. Like, we're going to cut straight after these 6 rounds to this team event top 8. That's right. The case? Okay, so yeah. I'd have to do a little bit of math, but, I mean, obviously McClunky Gaming is in a great spot. In fact, even if they lose, there's a chance they could draw in. If they win, they're 100% allowed to draw in.
Right.
LXO, a win, they're allowed to draw in. A loss, they're still on a win it in. So, I mean, almost certainly, I think. Even X11, your tiebreaker is going to be crazy with
for sure.
When you lose the second to last round, it's a lot better for your tiebreakers. Right. You know your opponents are 5-0. They're bumping your tiebreakers. I assume they would bubble in.
Yeah.
That being said, not where you want to be, right? You want to close it out. You want to be X01. You want to be the team.
Control your destiny.
You want to be the team that draws in, or maybe for McClunky, they could win this and lose and be in even. So you just don't want to have to trust the tiebreakers. Trust that other people are going to get done. Like you said, control your own destiny. And starting off really strong, sounds like 1-0 for 2 of the LXO players. Looks like a favorable matchup here, but Getsu sided. It looked like 5 cards in.
Yeah.
It's more than I've had in some matchups I've sided. So
yeah, for sure.
If anything, and I'm not sure how exactly impactful they might be, but if there's a color that has some help against aggro, it is Vigilance.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We'll see if Getsu is able to claw his way back in here, force a game 3. One thing we need to see from Getsu, or that we will likely need to see if Ryan finds the space presence once again, we're going to need to find a way to deal a bit more effectively with the space arena, because that's really where the game shifted and Ryan took over and was able to really carry himself across the finish line in that game 1 because of the presence in the space arena.
Yeah, and something I think is not always talked about with these Sabine matchups is the action economy. Sabine, when given the option, gets a lot out of having the initiative when it normally wouldn't.
Right.
This Talzin deck, we know how good Talzin's ability can be. Costs a lot of actions. You have to use actions to get the force back. You have to use the actions with the force, right? So it can make you burn more actions than maybe you would like, which if you give Sabine 1 free action, you just took a point of damage, right? And that's the floor of it. It gets way worse than 1.
Such a good point. So it looks like Getsu happy with his opening hand. Ryan taking the mulligan here. In a pretty good spot. I know I've talked about this with other casters, but when you're in a must-win situation, it's always a little scary to mulligan or have to mulligan. You know, it's like these 6 cards, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is what I need to help carry me to victory. But Ryan, in that situation, you're up a game. You can be a little bit more free, be a little bit more greedy potentially with that mulligan. So we'll see how that plays out here in this second game. But Getsu with the initiative, and just curious, very curious what came out of the sideboard, if it can help turn the tides in the space arena.
Yeah, we watched Talzin in the second round today, right? Play a really, it looked pretty weak into the aggressive Luke deck.
Right.
Post side, absolutely slaughtered, right? It was so strong with those sideboard options. So I would not count this Talzin deck out just yet, especially after we saw what happened earlier into an aggressive matchup. One thing about Talzin that's kind of the reason to look at it again is this 2/4. So unassuming. It's a vanilla, but just giving you more consistent, good statted units to start with in Talzin could be a big deal. Now, obviously, if your opponent dodges and goes space, its stats don't really matter, but you just want to make sure you have the force, you have good units, you want to stay stable. Talzin is a deck all about stability, right? Now, Sabine is going to try and really shake that up and put more pressure on than we can deal with effectively, but this is the start.
So game 2 officially underway. It's AntreJeux Acolyte, the new 2-cost 2/4 4th Sith unit. Out of Secrets of Power for Getsu, we've got the classic Alliance X-Wing for Ryan. Sabine action ability used early. Second Sabine action ability here, 4 damage on Ryan's base. After that, Acolyte gets in. We're going to see Client again early here. So once again, we'll have to see if Getsu can effectively use that action ability, put bounties on these space units and answer them. And look at this. It's going to be the Han pilot on the Alliance X-Wing here on turn 2. So 4 more damage to Getsu's base. Now, one thing the +3 does is it at least dodges the takedown.
Yes, especially on these 3 HP ships, which Sabine almost certainly playing a slew of. Maybe they volunteer for a 3-2. The 3-2 in the Sabine yellow, at least the 3-2. But I think 2-3 is where we want to be. The one thing that, so the Sabine ping before attacking signaled that Ryan wanted to pilot, maybe only could pilot. Obviously, we're on a mulligan, and was scared of, there it is, Power of the Dark Side, which
so good.
Only gives you more damage. That Han pilot was just a burn spell.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Power of the Dark Side cleaning up Ryan's space arena with it being the only unit in play, that Alliance X-Wing. Another Sabine action ability here. 7 damage on Getsu's base. 5 on Sabine. We've got Sabine deploying. We're going to see the Darksaber coming out on Sabine. Sabine now getting +4 power with the on-attack ability. And that 6 power will come in for 7 to Getsu's base. And more importantly, Sabine now 8 HP as well. So it's going to be tough for Getsu to get through the wall that is Sabine right now.
Yeah, and I think that's a Bamboozle in Getsu's hand, but paired with 2 Vigilance cards, you can't cast it, right?
Oh, that's brutal.
This Darksaber out of aspect, but Sabine being a Mandalorian says you can play it on her basically without having to pay the aspect penalty. So clutch, so crucial here, as you really like to upgrade your Sabine there, but most of the good ones are green. You can't play them except for Darksaber, which is obviously the premier one. So much damage, so fast. I mean, we're seeing kind of the same thing from game 1 here happening in game 2. Even with a little bit more of an awkward start, a really powerful Power of the Dark Side, Ryan just putting so much pressure on.
If Getsu ever needed a Power of the Dark Side, it would certainly be pretty good here.
It's now.
And it's going to be Bamboozle. He did find a Cunning card, so he can discard a Cunning card instead of paying the cost. So Sabine is exhausted. Darksaber bounced back to Ryan's hand. But now Ryan's got the action here. He has 5 resources. We're going to see the Alliance X-Wing coming back out.
This is exactly what Getsu needed. I mean, it's going to open us up likely to, with a flip this turn, be able to activate the client on the Sabine. I mean, if there was a way to climb back into a game that you look kind of down in, obviously, you know, not too far down, but
yeah,
13 damage is a lot of damage when you're faced with all the burn that Sabine can have, but we're going to put it down to 8. And what I really liked about what Getsu's done so far is just both times the client has been done as the last kind of thing. We could have cliented and then powered last turn, but just making sure you take your guaranteed outs when you have them, right? Waiting on power, getting a little greedy, trying to get some damage or some healing off the client opens yourself up to lines that really can get blown out. So I like the way he's sequencing his answers. He's giving
Look at that, it's Takedown.
Takedown.
Oh, I like this. So Takedown on the Cartel Turncoat, getting that bounty, being able to draw a card here, another card for Getsu. And I really like the way he sequenced that turn. You've got the client trigger. You've got Sabine off the board. You're down to just 2 units in the space arena as he takes care of the Cartel Turncoat. We'll see if he can continue to effectively use client as A-Wing gets in for another 3. It's 11 damage on Getsu's base. Let's see. I think this first action could be very telling from Getsu in terms of possible client use on this turn.
Yep. Again, this game is all about the client. Not just how many times can it resolve, but how can Ryan maneuver around it. Last game, dodging space was all that was required, but post-side, you're just expecting your opponent to have more answers, right? Yeah. Is takedown from the side? I would assume it's not, but it could have been. That could have been a sideboard card, right? Which just means there's more removal, more ways to reach up into that space arena for this Talzin deck. obviously commanding the ground now. No problem dealing with any ground units, not where the problem lies. I think 1-2 more client triggers, obviously, depending on what Ryan has, and we are looking at, I think we're looking at a game 3.
There it is, client action ability, bounty being put on the green Squadron A-Wing. The Alliance X-Wing will get in for 2. 13 damage on Getsu's base. Both players on the 6 resource turn. Plenty of options here. Towson and Atreus Acolyte still ready in the ground arena. We're going to see Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, and that is going to be -6 or -3 to 2 different units, cleaning up that space arena in one action. What a solid play as Ryan follows it up with Black 1. Now we see For a Cause I Believe in, and I believe he has done it again here. 4 more damage to Getsu's base as Ryan is 4 for 4, revealing 4 heroism cards, dealing 4 damage. Looks like he's going to discard the K2SO and Fleet Lieutenant, but the other 2 back on top. But definitely a timely Anakin there.
Yeah, I mean, Bamboozle, you would have played it anyway, right? That card was already good in the matchup, but giving you the crazy Anakin interaction, another card you're going to play anyway, right? Because you're playing the villainy units, you need the Force. It's a good thing to do after your Towson flip. It synergizes. And then doing them together in order, just completely shutting the door on Ryan's kind of board rebuild there, right? And now we're way up in the damage race. Yes, you're down 2 damage on your base, like as far as your max HP goes, but when you're only 1 more damage on and you've got such a present, you still have client plus possible reach there.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about the Bamboozle implications. Awesome to see. Getsu knows exactly what he needs to do in which order to give himself the best chance to win these games.
Absolutely. So moving to the next action phase here, Ryan really has a lot of work cut out for him as the client still sits there threatening to heal more damage from Getsu's base. It looks like we're going to see another Han pilot here on the Black 1, getting in for 4, or excuse me, 5, because Black 1 gets +1 HP when upgraded. So 5 damage coming through, 17 damage on Getsu's base. But now we start to see some big swings on Getsu's side. 5 damage into Ryan's base. It's 18 damage on. And we're going to see another For a Cause I Believe in, and I do believe another 4 here. 4 more damage to Getsu's base. It's 21 damage on. Things are getting tight here because another swing with Black 1 means that Getsu only has 3 HP remaining.
Yeah, I think it is scary, right? We still have pings from Sabine. I think 2 Sabine pings plus this attack from Black 1 should put us right. We can ping this turn, claim, likely claim, of course, but then attack with Black 1 and finish with Sabine. That being said, with so much damage on the ground, 1 more client activation, not even just a client activation, just taking Black 1 off the board. I might take client damage to the base just to close it out. I have to do the math to see if that changes how many turns. I don't think it would. Let's see, 5, 6. Actually, it would make it 1 turn faster of a clock if we attacked with the client. So I'm interested in swinging there if we can remove the Black 1.
Right.
Can't remove the Black 1, then things get really sketchy really fast.
Yeah.
Right? some pretty sketchy stuff. But these For a Causes don't develop the board. If this Black 1 is gone, your only real damage is gone. Obviously, there's still another For a Cause. There's still Cassian's, but Cassian doesn't look great when you're staring down 4 ground units. And For a Cause doesn't give you that ultimate 5 damage that you mentioned that Black 1 does.
Yeah.
So it would leave 2 Sabine pings and a For a Cause. That's only 6, putting it to 27 on. Getsu would take this second game.
So Getsu sitting at 21. Curious to see how Getsu follows this up, if he has a way to utilize these resources and answer that Black 1 with client on the board. And I think we're also deciding, there it is, what to discard on Ryan's side from that For a Cause I Believe in. So here comes client. Looks like another actionability bounty on Black One. Sabine's actionability used. It's 22 damage on Getsu's base, 19, but he's got top target. Oh, we're looking for some big heal. What does he have? Another Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, coming down. -6, -6. You heal 11 damage because Black One was unique, and Ryan instantly scoops the game. We go to game 3 here in round 5.
And it's another Talzin, another brutal showing versus aggro into sideboard cards, completely changing the matchup, right? Bamboozle could be main because of the Anakins, right? But maybe from the side. But top target, surely a sideboard card. We saw clients in the main, but man, just so much. These Talzin decks are so, like I said, they're so stable that all you need is a couple sideboard cards to swing the matchup sometimes.
That's right.
And we saw it right there. Obviously, Ryan's start was a little bit less explosive. Didn't get the guaranteed damage from the Nemec, and then getting that power of that dark side, that crucial power of the dark side to punish that pilot play from Ryan. Excited to see this game 3, right? Just every matchup that we see go to game 3, it's been fireworks, so I'm so excited.
It really has. Okay. So, McClunky Gaming took game 1 on table 1, which was the...
Should be CAD. Oh, McClunky took it. So Han Tarkentown. Han Pilot
Tarkentown over CAD?
Over CAD Blue.
Okay. Yeah, CAD Blue, the more control version of CAD. And I think generally speaking, Han for Tarkentown is probably, you probably feel pretty good about that control matchup, right?
Oh, for sure. Especially one doesn't ramp.
Yeah.
If it doesn't ramp, it can't get over the top of you. You have crazy flip turns with that Han Tarkentown deck. If they go to a game 3 and this one ends fast, we might try to see some of that. There's some really,
absolutely.
With the interactions with plot, and then you untap your resources with your Han Pilot, you can do a lot of stuff there. So a really, really cool deck. Obviously, taking advantage of the matchup.
I don't think we've seen that deck on stream yet today, have we? The
Not
Han for
on stream.
Tarkentown, and there's been a lot of talk about that deck. It was one of the more represented decks at the tournament, I believe, last weekend in Europe. So, yeah, Han 4 Tarkentown or Han 4 Red in general. A lot of talk about that deck and just how much plot has improved the deck and how much gas that it picks up with things like the sudden ferocity and just being able to really utilize Han's ability with those, or with the new plot mechanic, is really extremely effective. Okay, so we're getting word here from our amazing producer, Courtney, that McClunky Gaming took game 2. So that was the Anakin, right? So Anakin Data Vault, Kylo ECL, they're going to game 3. We've got a game 3 here as well. What do you guys think? And we can let the viewers, you guys let us know in chat. We're about to start game 3 here. We're about to start game 3 with Anakin Data Vault versus Kylo 5 ECL. Which one would you guys rather see? Because we could cleanly cut over to a different match if you guys would rather see it. Just a thought. Just a thought. I mean, this is exciting, but I don't know. I'd hate to not see the other two at all here. We do have an extension. Okay, so we do have a time extension here on this particular.
I want to see the conclusion of this Talzin Yellow deck.
Totally fair.
Totally fair. I think the other reason also we can expect this one to probably go a little faster than Anakin DV versus Kylo ECL, so we might be able to catch the end of that one. But I'm just so invested in these Talzin decks post side. They've looked night and day, and I really want to see it. Although maybe.
So it sounds like the fans are leaning towards Anakin, but that's all right. We do have a few that are voting for Talzin and Sabine, and Navarro here has put down his fist and said, I want to see Talzin, want to see how this concludes. So Ryan with the initiative, just thinking through our resource decisions here for the
getting some
final deciding game.
Getting some resourcing opinions from his teammate on the side there. One thing I love about these team events is just sometimes it is really team versus team, right?
Right.
Especially we're not seeing it yet, but there's some games where it goes really fast and it all comes down to one game and all 3 players are huddled around that one player and it's everyone giving input. It's so fun. The atmosphere is just so different, and I don't know, it's just so cool to see, and we're getting to see it live. And table 1 is 1-1, so we're all in game 3.
Oh, they're all game 3. This is great. So, like we've kind of already mentioned, even with a loss here for either one of these teams, still very alive for a spot in the top 8. So, of course, you love that, but, I mean, this is an intense match. 1-1 down the row here for all 3 tables. Curious how this is going to play out. Ryan taking the mulligan here.
Looks like both players taking a mulligan.
Yeah.
So it is all up to fate.
All or nothing right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go.
You said it. You said it though, right? It can be a little scary to mulligan with your back on the line. Ryan had a free game, if you will, last game, but now both players, both on the line, every one of them in game 3. This matchup matters so much now, right?
Yeah, it does.
You want to be the first team to break serve and really strike and put the pressure on the other 2 players. So both on a mulligan, it's going to be up to kind of whatever the deck has in store for them to figure it out.
And it's one of these situations, too, where you talked about one team break serve, get the upper hand. If you've got 1-1 down the line here, all these game 3 is so important. If, let's just say in this particular matchup, Ryan is on Sabine yellow with the initiative, he wins super fast. This gives like a real boost of confidence to your other 2 teammates, because now you know only one of us have to close out and take this final game 3 to win the match. So I think that plays into it as well, especially in this team event. You can really get that morale boost in the middle of a match, and we'll see how this one turns out. But both players really laboring here over whether to mulligan that opening hand, laboring over their resource decisions. But here we go. Game 3 is underway. Ryan's going to start with the Alliance X-Wing, and no turn 1 play for Getsu. So no early force unit to get that force online, to get Towson's action ability online. We see the Sabine action ability. So it's a very interesting start. Now, of course, you could follow that up with something like Power of the Dark Side and take out that turn 1 play, but I still don't think this is most optimal.
Yeah, obviously you want a turn 1 play, right? Especially off that mulligan. We mentioned it. You don't want to be the one who has to put kind of your faith into it. You want your own, you want as much control over it as you can. That being said, I am surprised to see the Sabine ping there and giving up initiative. I think you want to take that 2 free damage. Now, I was doing some math on top cut, because these teams obviously have top cut implications. There's the power.
There it is, Power of the Dark Side.
Like you called.
Yeah, absolutely. So he actually gave up a damage there, right, by using the Sabine action ability. But we're going to just flood the ground arena here with Sabine Wren, Explosives Artist, and R2 just as a 1/4 in the ground arena to just put pressure, to put multiple threats on the board and try and go a bit wide.
What is the answer? Now, one thing about this double ground unit, it looks really dominating, right? If any deck can clean up the ground, it's this Towson deck. Now, no claim into power, not really where you want to be as far as getting the force, but
that's the trouble, right? Is we're not working with the force yet.
Yeah, and that's really where Darth Tyrannus, Towson this turn would be it. And Client, I mean, we saw how much work Client did last game, right? But Sabine's going to flip this turn. It might not even have time to heal.
This is a huge turn for Ryan that's about to come. This is a green light turn, right?
Yes.
Client can't do anything.
Shields
There's
are down.
no force. Shields are completely down here. Sabine is deployed. We are about to see a ton of damage pour in from Ryan's side. And I think this turn right here is going to be very important. How much damage can Ryan push? And then how can Getsu respond to this turn? Because I think this particular turn right here, if Getsu can't respond quickly, I think we may see a very fast victory here in Game 3 for Ryan.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get some fight back here from Towson. Otherwise, I'll feel bad for everyone who said we should watch Anakin. Towson's kind of back against the wall, to say the least here. But these games happen, and these games can still be won. You have to. It can be a little demoralizing, but you have to think to yourself, give myself 5%, 3%, whatever.
Yeah.
But
look at this.
X-Wing is going to be
Wing Leader.
Exactly what you want.
Wing Leader, 2 experience tokens on the 2 cost Sabine unit, and it's going to be Bamboozle discarding a Cunning card to negate the cost. Sabine Explosives Artist is exhausted, losing the 2 experience tokens. Very interesting. I'm sure Ryan didn't expect that, but it is 2 cards out of Getsu's hand.
And the thing I like about this Bamboozle is exactly what we saw last game, right? Anakin can do so much to bring you back in. Being able to clean up 2 ships. If there was a way back in, I feel like it's a strong flip turn, maybe triggering the client next turn into an Anakin, or maybe 2 if we could back-to-back Anakin again.
Yeah.
That is the line I see for Getsu here, and it doesn't look too bad. Like, that was three of Ryan's resources and nothing to show for it at the moment other than a unit.
And it's interesting because Ryan, I do believe, was going for taking out the client.
Yeah.
He was setting up that play to take out the client. So, nevertheless, Getsu successfully stalls that plan, and he will be able to keep client in play for now. Sabine, leader unit, getting in for 3. We have 6 damage on Getsu's base, 3 damage on Ryan's base. Getsu with the initiative. We still have the client in play as of now. And Ryan not currently showing a way to deal with it in 1 action.
And that was a great call. Normally when you have experience tokens that you can move around freely or upgrades, you want to put them on your Sabine leader, right? So much harder to take out. You put her out of takedown range with any health buff. But needed 5 damage to a unit from the Sabine unit, right?
Yeah.
Sabine leader, her damage on attack always goes to base. Would only deal 4 with the 2 experience. So great call out, putting that onto the Sabine unit. But then we see, I mean, that was a timely Bamboozle, but it's not over. I mean, still a huge board for Ryan. 5 resources to work with, and I'm sure plenty of cards.
I think Ryan, he recognized how far he is ahead in this game, and he said to himself, if I can take out client, that was the way for Getsu to win game 2. If I can take out client here, I think I just put the nail in the coffin and really lock this up here. But not taking out client yet. We'll see what Getsu can do on this 5 resource turn. We know that Towson can be deployed. Can he claw his way back into this? Ryan holding on to the advantage in the race, holding on to a very large board at the moment. Getsu once again in the tank, really laboring over this decision. We are going to see client being used here. And the question is, what are we doing with the client? The bounty, where does it go here?
No, I don't think you could ever attack with the client. It's so, you just want to trigger that 5, right? But I think it was a great point. We're seeing this client as kind of been the linchpin for success with Getsu. Even in game 1, which looked pretty dominant for Ryan, client was the only way that it looked like we could get back into it.
Yeah.
So Ryan identifying that, right? It was so important in game 1, even through a win. Obviously monstrous in game 2. Wanted to slam the door shut that last turn. Now, we still got a game on our hands, right? We can see lines for Getsu to come back, and it's all through this client. So a really clutch Bamboozle, but Ryan was definitely playing to end the game last turn, which I really, really liked.
Clearly an extremely difficult decision for Getsu here. We are going to see the client give a bounty to R2-D2 or see heroic sacrifice on the Wing Leader. So Wing Leader getting +2 attack, dealing 4 to Getsu's base, 10 damage on, being defeated at the end of combat, and Ryan was able to draw a card. We see Millennium Falcon coming out after Getsu deploys here. Mother Towson, leader unit is out, attacking and defeating the R2-D2. And it looks like the -1/-1 with that on attack trigger given to the Sabine Explosives Artist. Sabine leader unit going to base for 3. Keep in mind, Getsu took out the R2-D2, so was able to heal 5 damage from the bounty put on by client. So we're seeing the client once again playing a role here. That Bamboozle last turn, so important, being able to keep the client online.
Yeah, and I really like that that heroic sacrifice looked a little strange, right?
Right.
Kind of just sacrificing your unit there. But the Talisman was going to clean up that wing leader after attacking into the R2 anyway. So just getting the damage where you can, not sacrificing any other units unnecessarily. So Ryan certainly still really paying attention. The only thing I might have liked the R2 attack, played that Millennium Falcon piece of junk instead of attacking with R2, but then ended up doing some other actions before that Millennium Falcon attack. So might have missed a point of damage, but Ryan knows this deck, so if there's something I'm missing, I'm sure he did not.
So now Getsu able to claim the initiative, and the client lives on here in game 3. Has healed for 5 damage at this point. And Getsu's really been able to position his way back into a rather strong ground arena. We've got the Secretive Sage there as well with that shield token. Mother Talzin, leader unit in play, of course.
I mean, it's so... You can see the pieces, right? You can see the steps that Getsu is climbing back into this game, but the difference last game is that we were keeping pace with damage, right? We were keeping the damage pretty close. Ryan, 10 damage up, 12 if you count the base health, like the 28, right? So way ahead on the damage race, and that is important with these Talzin decks.
So here it is, Getsu with the initiative. First action, client, action used here, action ability, bounty on the Sabine leader unit. Ryan quickly going to make sure he gets in with the Sabine leader unit. 3 damage to base, 16 damage on.
And we just got word McClunky wins on camera 2, so Anakin did... pull it off. Yep, Anakin took out Kylo,
takes
ACL.
out. Wow, okay.
So this is...
Oh, Anakin Skywalker, champion of Mortis, taking out Sabine Explosives artist. Was that R2?
I believe
it was R2, right?
It's R2. It's hard to tell with all the different showcases, right? It looks like a hyperspace R2. Just giving us some more damage. Anakin not clearing 2 full units, but saving you 3 life and killing a unit and pressuring the board. I mean,
this is big because Getsu was able to set up the bounty once again and take out the Sabine leader unit, healing 5 damage from base once again. Just 11 damage on base. Ryan does have pretty good presence on the board. You've got 4 power showing in both arenas, but this ground arena really starting to look like a problem on Getsu's side. And once again, the client is still on board. We could still heal some more damage.
Yeah,
the client here.
Now that there's all these ground units and Ryan has a K2SO, it looks like a pretty easy lineup for this client to get in, right? But going to run K2 into the Talzin shouldn't be defeated. Should just take 3 damage from that attack, which would set up an annoyingly easy client setup. Would do a little bit of overwhelm, would get a point of overwhelm, but yeah, I think gonna just go straight to base after realizing that it wouldn't take itself out. If it had a point of damage on it, then I would have loved that play, right? Make it so hard for this client to get a kill, but unfortunately, K2SO just a little beefy.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite run through the Talzin and just takes the damage to base.
Back to 15 damage on Getsu's base. Are we seeing a potential massive comeback here from Getsu, missing a turn 1 play, not getting the force online for several turns? But now,
I think that's the piece of junk. That's Falcon
more?
Piece of junk.
It is, yeah.
Good call out, chat. They have to pay for Falcon.
Oh, look at this. Fell the Dragon is going to take it out.
Oh, it doesn't have enough, though.
No, it's just R2.
4.
It is R2. It's only
R2,
4.
Just R2. No, so it can't quite be Fell the Dragon.
I think he thought it was the get out and push. Because that's what we were just making sure it's a piece of junk. Right. It's all of these different versions. Yeah, that is the piece of junk. So it doesn't get +1 power for the pilot on it. So it's only 4 power total, which means Takedown doesn't answer it here. Or excuse me, Fell the Dragon doesn't answer it. Takedown would be much better here. That would actually answer Millennium Falcon. So Getsu still laboring here over this decision.
Unless they might, did they just get, is this Ryan's hand on the side there? or is that a resource? I think it's a resource that he paid for Falcon. I know we were worried about the Falcon tax.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, because he has his hand in his hand.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Awesome.
Okay, so Falcon getting in.
Where is the client
for
going?
3.
Surely K2SO. Anakin can clean it up. A black
one. Okay, black one coming out. You've got the bounty on K2SO. We know that Getsu can heal another 5 here for sure. And keep in mind, Getsu still has all 7 resources. What do we play here? It's going to be Cad Bane, the hostage taker. Cad Bane can capture up to 3 units with total 8 or less HP remaining. Where is he capturing? It's going to be Millennium Falcon and the K2SO, both captured here. That is a massive play. We're going to claim the bounty. We're going to heal 5 damage, 13 damage on Getsu's base. Here comes Green Squadron A-Wing, and now Getsu has the green light. Anakin getting in for 5. Here comes the Cartel Turncoat. Oh, man, this is really heating up here. 11 damage on Ryan's base, 13 damage on Getsu's base. We still have the client in play. The client really has that play earlier in the game with Bamboozle being able to exhaust and remove the experience tokens on the Sabine's Explosives artist was crucial. We are really seeing the dividends of that play for Getsu. Ryan will claim the initiative. It's 13 damage on each base, and this has become a nail-biter.
From no turn 1 play, no force until the 5 resource turn, to what looks like maybe the driver's seat. I mean, there's a lot of space units. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet. There's a lot going on in the space arena. We have, again, similar to Game 1, completely traded arenas, right? No way you're going to get this ground arena back. No way we're going to even compete with space outside of events. But you see this Talzin, even just the attack -1 makes it so we can eat the most important unit, which was that Falcon, right? With the Cad Bane. And I didn't mention it earlier, but I was curious which yellow cards, it will be Cad, evens out this top end, because Talzin is giving up a lot missing red, right?
Yeah.
But that Cad Bane came in so clutch.
Action, bounty on black 1. Green Squadron A-Wing got in for 3. Fell the Dragon will take out the black 1, healing 5 from base. With Cartel Turncoat coming through, it's 16 damage. What we end up with on Getsu's base. And I am getting word that time has been called here.
I mean, we just have lethal from Getsu, no? We have 7 from Cad, 5 from Anakin, 2 from Secretive Sage, plus 3 from Talzin. That should be 17.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
I mean,
3,
at that point,
10,
at
17.
that point, you can have the unit back from that Cad. I just need to finish the game.
Yeah,
and
that's
we're
absolutely
not
right.
in burn range. Only 18 damage on still 10. We're not for a causable. I think Getsu just made one of the craziest comebacks I've ever seen.
Green Squadron A-Wing, I think so too, because this start to Game 3 for Getsu was dreadful. Another Green Squadron A-Wing here for Ryan. We are going to see enough damage to deal fatal for Getsu. What a come from behind win. And McClunky Gaming is going to remain undefeated. Getsu's been here before. He is back again. What a fantastic match as McClunky Gaming takes down LXO.
We can go to the other game, but that should have sealed it for McClunky. We can see how this game is going, just in case they play it out. I mean, that's a lot of units on that Light Maker. That's a lot of damage. But just to go back to that, what a game from Talzin Yellow. And we said it, you want to play those out, right? You never know. On the Game 3, you play it out, and the client, so critical. All 3 games looked like playing the client, even when it didn't look that good, right? But Getsu knowing his main way out is to stabilize with the client.
Yeah.
Even if you have to take 10 plus damage, you know you'll get it back with the client every turn. Sabine Yellow specifically, so hard for that deck to clear the units. But I want to give a shout out to Bamboozle. Kept that client alive, right? We went for the wing leader play onto the explosive artist. That would have been the 5 to kill the client. Bamboozle, not only did it remove the experience, it exhausted the unit, so it healed 3, removed the units, and the client took over that game afterwards.
As good as the client was, I don't know that the client plays the same role without the Bamboozle, because the client's not even around without the Bamboozle in Game 3, but don't forget that Bamboozle in Game 2 was critical as well, because Getsu was also very far behind, facing down another 7 damage from Sabine, was able to Bamboozle there as well. So I'm not sure if this was a main deck card or not. Like you said, there's very good possibility it came out of the sideboard, and that was crucial. Now, on this game here, we've got Red Dragon versus Evan. We've got quite the board state here. We've got another Cad Bane hostage taker. We've got Cad Bane leader unit deployed as well, with a hot shot blaster. Okay, I was curious as to why we had a space unit with sudden ferocity in the ground arena, but I figured it out. Bazine Natal was looking at the hand and we're deciding what to discard. It got me, yes, because I'm like, wait a second, the space arena's okay, but we figured it out. So Bazine would discard a card here. Going by the counters that we see on screen here, it looks like 0 damage on Tarkin Town, 10 damage on Evan's base, which this is a CAD blue deck, just a standard blue. Believe that's the U-Screw Entertainment District base from Secrets of Power. Can't quite tell, but now we're going to see the Light Maker coming out for Red Dragon. Cad Bane swinging for 6 into Tarkin Town.
I mean, these two CADs are just doing so much. The two of them are going to take out this entire Tarkin Town in 2 phases.
7 damage to Red Dragon's base with the hostage taker. Now, Red Dragon has the option to take one of these units and rescue them. Now, that will give Evan 2 cards here. And because he rescued Millennium Falcon enters play ready, so another 3 damage to Evan's base. It's 16 damage on Evan's base and 13 damage on Red Dragon's base.
I mean, looks like Red Dragon's going to need a pretty big exhaust here to stop one of these 2 Cad Banes, because we're threatening a 2-action lethal.
Yeah.
That being said, if we can stop a Cad Bane, we have plenty of damage upstairs. Lightmaker swings for so much with Raid 4.
Yes.
Millennium Falcon, no one's surprised. That card has been really prevalent today. So much damage. Could be more lurking in the hand. And then we, even though it's just a 1-drop, just a 1/3, still has a pilot on it. Looks like probably a Boshek. I can't exactly tell, but looks like I think Boshek.
Okay.
But so much damage if we can just survive these Cad Banes.
You know what? I think it's actually the leader unit. I think it's Han 4. This is the Han 4. Yeah, it's the Han
so
leader
even more
unit.
Damage than Boshek, right? 4 damage, 3 damage, 7 damage. I mean, this is so much represented from these. Also, Han leader making it really hard to interact with. Most of Evan's interaction doesn't really care if it's a leader or not, but some of it still will. Like Relentless Pursuit's a big one. Can't take a leader unit.
Getting word from chat here that Evan is Ethan. So Ethan on the right from LXO. Our apologies. Ethan versus Red Dragon from McClunky Gaming. All right. Is there a way? Cad Bane coming in, and Red Dragon, I don't believe. Oh, no, he does have an answer. So Cad Bane comes in for 7. He just threw his cards down there, but he has Han Solo, which would ambush and defeat Cad, the leader unit.
Yeah.
And then does he have game in the space arena? Is that what we're signaling here?
Yeah, I think the match may not have already been concluded.
Okay.
Like because I think McClunky already went up 2-0, so I think they might just be seeing who won this one.
Okay, that's fair.
That being said, I think attacking with the CAD leader. I mean, I forget that Han Solo pilot can be played as a ground ambusher, but if we attack with the CAD unit first, the CAD leader first, saves you from this Han 2 or the Han ambush leader, but no problem. McClunky Gaming 5-0.
Wow. McClunky Gaming, again, these guys, they know all about this. They've been here before. They've been at this record before. 5-0 so far. LXO falls to 3-1-1, so it's a must-win situation for LXO in the next round. But I think McClunky Gaming, they will find themselves in the top cut. But Really appreciate every one of you for tuning in. I think we are going to step away for a short break, and then we will come back with the final round of Swiss here for the team event at the Boston Invitational. Stay tuned.
And welcome back to the final round of Swiss for the 3v3 of the Bothan Invitational Atlanta.
Yeah, it's exciting. I am Jeff Creasy, obviously of the Bothan Network, as you can tell.
Yeah, Michael Carlock here with the Bothan Network.
And this is exciting. So the way the pairings ended up, there were 3 top tables that could draw into top 8, and the 2 worst breakers of the X1s have to play for winning in. And that would be one of the matchups that we're seeing here is one of the winning ins for top 8. Thankfully, my team was able to draw in, so we're in top 8. So I'm here commentating for all you lovely people.
Woo!
And we got some interesting matchups here.
Kylo
Datavolt,
Tarkentown.
Kylo Tarkentown, and Han1 Green. So it's a really interesting team comp. I'm guessing that is Josh Everly on the KTOD team, because I know he was talking about being on the Kylo.
That's correct. Yeah, Josh is running Kylo, our fan favorite of the BN team.
Yeah, and it's really, I think one thing that I want to see, especially a lot more on the 8K, is there's kind of a big debate now, right, of Quinlan versus Padme. They do kind of similar things in being Tarkentown leaders. They're both Yellow Hero leaders. So I'm really intrigued to see what the data says at the end of the week and how Quinlan does and how Padme does. I think they're both really good decks, but I'm really interested to see how the matchup spreads go once we have some more data about them.
Yeah, obviously we'll have to take some amount of a grain of salt with the 3v3 just because of being able to choose matchups and change who you get to play. Definitely makes a difference in what your record will likely be. But obviously we've got the full eight coming up.
I think we want to stay on this game and get some Luke Datavolt versus Han1 Blue. That's kind of an interesting matchup to watch.
Plus, who wants to leave this Believe Ted Lasso playmat?
Exactly. That's the main reason that we're here. Let's be real. So, what do you think about this matchup of Luke Datavolt versus Han Blue?
Generally, decks that have pings tend to do at least reasonably okay into Han 2, but without Tarkentown, we'll see if that actually is going to load.
I feel like most of the ping decks do well because if Han opens on an Ogdo, you just Tarkentown it. And Luke can't do that. It's going to take Luke a few turns to kill this Ogdo. So I'm really curious if Han is just going to be able to run away with the game with an early Ogdo, or if Luke is actually going to be able to get ground control. I also think that it might be hard for Luke to deal with something like a Grogu. So I could see this being fairly Han favored. But we'll have to see how fast both decks can come out of the gate. Because I think if Luke comes out swinging and Han comes out kind of middling, then that could be Luke's path to victory. But if either Han comes out swinging or Han comes out with the removal and is able to slow down Luke, then I think that Han could have a good run here.
Yeah, the Grogu opener does not sound pleasant. What is the out here? Is it an open fire claim? Like that doesn't sound good at all.
Like, I mean, the other option is it's tough. I believe it's Ryan from the Sekrit/KTOD is on the Luke Datavolt.
Appreciate it, chat. Thank you.
I am not sure which team member that looks like Wes, I think, on the Han Blue. I was going based on the bit of hat and top of head that I saw. But yeah, this is a winning in for top 8. So there is one other winning in for top 8 going on right now, just to keep you guys up to speed. And there are 6 teams that we have locked for top 8 already.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. Being able to get into those last 2 slots.
Yeah, and just a reminder before they get started, after this, we are going to very quickly end the stream because YouTube doesn't like long streams, and we'll start a second stream for the first 4 rounds of the 8K, which are going to start as soon as this event ends. So stay tuned for that. You'll have to refresh, go to the other stream. Blame YouTube, don't blame us. It's not our fault that they hate videos that are as long as we like to play SWU for.
12 hours, just a casual practice day.
Exactly.
So we're looking at the mulls for this first game.
Already some tough decisions here for Ryan.
Is that a trench run?
Wouldn't surprise me. I think a lot of people there was a lot of talk made about Kazuda with Trench Run when it came out. But honestly, I think Trench Run by itself is just fairly reasonable against a lot of non-control decks. They have a fairly compact mana curve. Like it's a risk, but I think it's not a terrible risk, especially in something like this Luke deck. So I wouldn't hate just Trench Run in the main deck for sure.
I see an off aspect Power of the Dark Side. And we're starting off with the old classic.
We do see the Grogu.
And the Grogu. Oof.
So now we've got to see if this Luke deck is running other pilots to try to save his 3/2. I don't see an open fire in hand.
Yeah, it's looking like this this Phoenix A-Wing is about to die.
Yeah.
But he's going to be able to attack and get a ping. Although, do you even ping the Grogu
There is
here?
a Chewie. There is a Chewie. So
there was a
You
Chewie.
could just play the Chewie because that protects from the Grogu.
Yep.
And I think that, I think I saw Sunny D's hand in there saying play the Chewie.
Yeah, I did not see that. Good call out.
Mm-hmm.
And, yep, with initiative, being able to save.
Yeah, and this is the other way
A-Wing.
to beat the Grogu. Like this... And this is one of the ways that I think Luke can win, because you could potentially race the Bogdo start with this, and you can also stop Grogu from killing your units. So now it's on West to try to have the answer for this before it goes a little too fast for him.
Yeah, how fast can he do 5 damage to this A-Wing?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
starting off with a 2 to it, so now he only has to deal 3 more. He could be looking for something like a red 5. He could just be looking for any unit that he could damage in, but that's 2 turns with Grogu. Oh, Marin's nice.
I've been playing a lot of Padme, so when I see Marin, I just think, Grenade Strike on my next card discard. But just 2 damage that we can do with that Marin.
Yeah, and it's interesting here because there are currently no friendly damage units to heal with Grogu, but he could attack with Marin, play a 5-cost unit for 4, and then heal that with Grogu to deal the last 2 damage. So we could see something like a Poe come down. And if Ryan can't kill that imminently and lets the Grogu heal get off, then that could kill the A-Wing. Yeah, he's getting in his damage. Nothing wrong with that. So up to 12 now.
That clock is ticking.
Yeah, absolutely.
And threatening to do a ping damage. Marin gets in for 2.
Yeah, discarding the power of the dark side.
Sets up the Anakin for future turns.
Yeah. And gives the Force. There's a red 5. So it looks like the ground is clear. If there is I don't know if there is something like a Poe. I can't see Wes's hand very well.
Does look like a Force Lightning in hand. Not the card that he's about to play, but the...
Yeah, because I think whatever he plays here, he wants to play it damaged, but it can't have 1 HP left or Luke will ping it to kill it. Yeah, and he plays the Yaddle damaged.
Plays it for
so not the big unit that you want, but still currently threatening to kill this A-Wing.
Grogu has the ability to do that last 2 damage.
Ryan here thinking, I'm not sure how much counterplay there can be for 1. Yeah, I think we're just going to get our ping in here and recognize that our fighter is... He got in some good damage, though. You already got 12 on base, which is a huge start for Luke.
Just 16 more to go.
Mm-hmm.
Not counting the massive heal potential of Hantu Blue in these colors. Itinerant Warrior, Luke, another Yaddle.
Yeah.
A lot of ways to restore. Opting to go ahead and kill that A-Wing that did 12.
Still has 3 resource. Oh, no other place. So that was I think that was a chance for West to get really far ahead, either by playing something like a Poe or just being resource efficient and playing Yaddle into another 3-drop. So the fact that he only had the Yaddle, he killed the big space unit, but he didn't really take a big advantage going into this turn. So this is kind of one more chance before this Luke flips for West to really try to take hold of this game. And Ryan's already got some damage in. And yeah, we see the Adelphi Patrol Fighter coming in, getting in for 5 more damage, so up to 17 now on Wes's base.
And critically being able to maintain initiative going into the next turn.
Yeah.
A lot of dirtle actions that this Hantu Blue player can do. Obviously, this is their flip turn. They do have that enabled. Actually, they only have the -3 from the villainy aspect, right, for the Anakin play. So they need one of those heroic units to die before they get the full value.
They still have the Marin, but even with something like a fully turned on Anakin, they can only kill one of these units. So it's kind of a tough spot for West. It's going to be really hard to prevent this Luke from flipping onto something, and from having initiative.
Does he have a heroic card in hand to discard? Nope, he does not. He only has an Anakin and another Ogdo, so there's no way to get that full value to this turn at least, without one of your units on the ground going ahead and getting defeated.
Yeah, I definitely think Wes is on the back foot here, even after he was able to kill that first A-Wing.
Yeah, we're threatening, a Senta play on the next action? The first action of the next turn? So definitely need to come up with something. Otherwise, this might be a quick game too.
So if Ryan pings the Grogu here, then I believe Marin doesn't say enemy unit. Can Marin discard to damage your own units? Could he kill his Grogu to get a heroic card in the discard pile, and then Anakin for 6?
I want to say yes.
I could have Googled it, and instead I'm asking the question.
It's okay, I'm Googling it for you. Yep. Deal 2 damage to a unit. That's what I thought.
Yeah, and whether Ryan saw that line or not, he does spread the damage around and go for the Yaddle.
Thinking about the next play. Healing the Grogu.
Yeah.
Seems
don't
reasonable.
hate that. He still has potential Force Lightning up as well, but that's not going to kill both units.
So getting just the -3.
Yeah, now he's going to have to discard with Marin as well to kill it. So he's going to be able to kill one of these units, but not the red 5.
And that red 5 is going to get a lot of value on that flip.
Oh, yeah.
Deal 3, deal 2. Potentially
and then
Senta.
keep dealing more, yeah. Yeah, if there's a Senta here, I don't know that Wes can... Well, I guess that there's not a good way for him to stop the Luke attack anyway that I can think of. So I think either way, this Luke is going to get in at least once. So the question is, can Wes kill it this turn before it gets in twice? And I think that's going to be tough too.
Yeah, not looking great for the Hantu Blue player, despite this excellent board that we have on the ground. Just a little too late.
We could play a Power of the Dark Side. We've seen him discard 1. Most
possible
of these decks are only
2.
on 1. I don't know how many he's running. I don't know his list.
Usually it's like a 1 or 2 maximum because you really want that Force Lightning.
Yeah, and one thing that you can do though is it's a lot more reasonable to run the second Power of the Dark Side when you're running Marin in your deck, because that's an extra discard outlet for it. When you're not running Marin, a lot of times, in my opinion, it's better to stay on the 4 total villain cards with 3 Force Lightnings and 1 Power. But he could very easily be on the second Power if he's since he's running Marin. Don't see immediate flip jam Senta hit you in the face for a bunch. So there's at least contemplation about what to do here. And I'm thinking that Ryan might be deciding, do I play around this Power of the Dark Side, or do I play around something that can deal 4 damage to my red 4 if I try to play another unit before I flip?
Yeah, notably the Senta would also play around Power, but does not appear to be a slam.
Yeah, correct.
Let's see, I see a couple disabling Fang Fighters. Is that what I'm seeing in hand?
Yeah. A couple of Fang Fighters and what looks like a Prestige ship that's probably black 1, but I can't tell exactly what it is. That's just the one I could think of that would be in the deck.
Thinking about whether to deploy.
Yeah, we do see the flip. And no Senta.
So a Power would be a really nice card to play here. But last time we saw an Ogdo. He's played out the Anakin. The Ogdo got discarded. So what's left in his hand? A Force Lightning? Still hard to see.
Well, he can't take 7 twice. So he's got to do something here. Does have 6 up, so something like Rival's Fall could work as well if he's playing that.
He does have the Lightning.
So the Lightning is going to turn off the on attacks. And then I believe, yeah, so there's 1 HP remaining, so he is going to be able to kill it with the Marin attack or the Grogu Exhaust as it currently stands.
Probably the Grogu.
Yeah.
You might be out of cards otherwise. But getting to hit, and because that Force Lightning turning off 3, that's both for the red 5's ability and the Luke's ability.
And yeah, but Ryan's really close to the finish line here. Oh, there's still 1 HP remaining. So you have to do the Marin and the Grogu to kill the red leader.
So he blue leaders into the Marin, preventing that discard damage to kill the leader.
There are now 2 lethal threats. The blue leader can obviously be killed by a ground attack, but then you're opening yourself up to the 1 hit. 1 hit from the Luke leader. It looks like Ryan's going to get this unless Wes has something up his sleeve. He could claim to draw another Anakin, assuming he has a hero card by now. I'm not 100% sure if he does yet.
Yeah, Trench Run would be +4, right? That would have put him to 27, not quite enough for lethal. Would have been a cute way to leverage that. To leverage that Force Lightning. Thinking about what to do here. We'll have to see if we can come up with a better way to play around this Luke deck in game 2. Even with the Grogu start, still not seeming like it's enough. Luke being able to just do so much damage so early.
Yeah, and that was kind of a thought of yeah. It looks like he claimed, and yeah, they're just going to the next game.
We're scooping. Little too much.
Yeah, I think
Can't stabilize.
The only way to kill both was if he had a hero card in his discard and could -3 both of them with a second Anakin. I'm not even sure he had a hero card in his discard.
Yeah, having just the YATL in hand is like the 1 hero card. It's just sitting on the ground.
Yeah.
Not being able to get full value out of that Anakin.
Yeah, and I don't think Wes could have played that any differently, because if he attacks with the Marin first to get that damage in, he still the blue leader could still kill the Grogu. So either way, Ryan had the option to kill one of the things needed to kill his Luke leader and leave a lethal threat behind. So really well played by Ryan, and I don't think Wes misplayed. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
So what are you sideboarding in this matchup?
It's really interesting because normally against pilot leaders, you say, hey, I'm going to side an upgrade hate. I'm going to bring in my confiscates or whatever.
And Luke says no.
Luke says, hey, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I think if you have any type of space hate, you can bring it in. I think you could see something like potentially Let's Call It War come in for 3 damage, 2 damage. I think that's a little bit of an upgrade over Grenade Strike, especially in these matchups where you see things like the 2 health A-Wing and the 3 health A-Wing. You can get a little more value out of that.
Yeah, you also know that this Luke player is playing a Delphi. They're trying to play around initiative to be able to set up that Cinta flip turn. So you're likely as the could be a little rough trying to set that Let's Call It War.
Yeah, definitely.
A little difficult. Yeah, Hantu Blue. How do we feel about the Hantu Blue into space decks generally?
It's solid. It's really dependent on the space deck. It depends on how good. It basically all comes down to how good Grogu and Ogdo Bogdo are, as a lot of Hantu matchups come down to. We saw here that if this was a different space deck that wasn't playing green, wasn't playing things like the Chewie pilots, then Grogu probably would have been amazing and just won him the game. But Luke had the answer with the pilot. And I think a lot of the space decks can fall short of just getting hit for 5 every turn starting on turn 2. So I think Han has a couple of options against most space decks. In general, I like the matchup for Han, but I mean, as we saw there, Luke has a lot of options and a lot of reach. Yeah, so I think Han is favored into most space decks, but I don't think it's favored into this one.
Yeah, a little difficult to deal with that Luke leader.
Yeah. So here we go, and we'll give you guys updates on any of the other games in this matchup or the other winning in. The other winning in that's happening right now is Team LXO against the other KTOD team. So we know we're going to have between 0 and 2 KTOD teams in the top 8 because they're both in winning ins right now. Thankfully, they're not in winning ins against each other. Nothing worse than a team kill to try to get into top 8 that you just have to play out.
I wonder what that's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good number of us Bothans have gone through that experience, at least at one tournament. Some of us more than others.
Oh, my last round, we were at a table where it was 12 Bothans. We had all 4 teams at that table. Yeah. 4 teams of Bothans all playing against each other.
We took a picture. It was a moment. 12 Bothans entered. 6 survived. Yeah. Okay, 1 drew in already.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Sorry. So KTOD has 1 to 3 teams in the top 8.
Okay. And how many Bothan teams? At least 2?
We have 2 guaranteed in, and this one is in a winning in.
So fighting for that additional slot?
Yeah.
Indeed. Many Bothans died.
Yeah, it looks like we had a mulligan for Wes into a tough resource decision, so he's talking to his teammates about this. Chad asking about the list. I would imagine I think the lists they're not in Melee, so it would have to be like a manual release of the lists. But my understanding is top 8 is going to be open deck lists, so I don't think there's a reason to have them sheltered. But I'm not 100% sure. And interesting here, Grogu on the play would have been much better into the 3-2 because you get to kill it before Chewie Pilot can go on it. But this is on a 1-3. So this is on attack, deals indirect damage. Which, honestly, I think Han is okay with, especially with the Grogu out. So the much less threatening start than the 3-2, but if it's followed up with something like a Chewie Pilot or bigger ships, then it could still be a rough day.
Oh yeah, that's Wes. That's not Wes. That's Cox.
And Frank won game 1.
Can we fix the name, by the way? And it's Cox. It's Andrew.
Oh, it's Reflex.
It's Reflex.
So sorry, this is Reflex playing. Sorry, I couldn't see the actual name, and all I could see was the hat.
I was pretty sure Wes was playing. Yeah, Wes was playing Ray Datavolt.
Sorry, Reflex.
It's not Reflex. It's Adam. Oh my gosh, there's just too many names.
Yeah, we see the indirect go back onto Grogu. Han is very okay with this. We saw him have to waste resources to get damage on his units last game. So this is a much better start for Reflex.
Oh, that's good shout out, KTD. Yeah, absolutely. The D10s, we should have known. Getting the ping on Grogu, going to 3.
There's an interesting play here to try to figure out what you want to damage, because you don't want Sabine's Masterpiece to get the free ping. You don't want to be able to pilot something, but you also can just take your kill before he attacks with it and removes the ping from the masterpiece. What would you do here? But between killing the unit or putting 2 on the masterpiece and trying to kill it in 2 actions with Marin?
Well, there's no green unit, so you're not at least getting an automatic experience token to just kind of survive that that 2 extra damage.
Yeah, I think I like this decision. You take the ping away. If he has a pilot, he has a pilot.
And it's not going to get additional value with just a pilot, right?
Exactly.
You need to have another unit.
You're not going to get the XP or the ping. No. And we know, so this matchup is going on. Frank is playing. Frank is still playing, and the other one, Mickey D120. So we have one matchup is gone 2-0 to the Bothan team. This matchup is 1-0 game-wise to KTOD, and we don't know the other match. It's still in progress. It's 1-0 to the Bothans. Okay.
Mickey been on a tear today.
Mickey is he's been killing it.
I think at one point he was 8-1 on games on the day.
Yeah.
So 10 and
yeah. Reflex has been talking about how Mickey has been just carrying the team all day. Mickey's playing so well. Air Superiority, love that card.
For what it's worth, he puts in the work.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Put a lot of time on Red Yellow Hero.
So Air Superiority is a card, if you're not familiar with it. If you control more space units than the opponent, you deal 4 damage to a ground unit. So he was able to ping and then deal 4 damage to Marin before it came in and kept wrecking Ryan's board. So that's a card that I really like in a lot of the green pilot decks. Mickey, for chat asking, Mickey is on Quinlan Tarkington. It's back. Did it ever really leave?
It was always on his mind, no matter what else we were testing.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about it last night. Mickey was always looking for an excuse to go back to Quinlan.
Yeah. Padme's good. He actually had some really good logic for why he went Quinlan over Padme, specifically for the 3v3. So yeah, up to 5 damage on base now. But Reflex has done a much better job of keeping the space lane clear and keeping the damage on his base a lot lower. I think at this point last game he was already up to 12 damage.
Yeah, that Chewie piloted
yeah.
A-Wing just smack, 12 damage.
Yeah, really tight game 2 here.
Definitely a much better start for the Hantu player.
And gets the Force going. That is Qui-Gon's Interceptor, I believe. So dealing... so when played, defeat any number of upgrades on a unit. Is that what that one is?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Basically, just did he get rid of the shield? Or was
he got rid of the shield on the Itinerant Warrior, yeah. That one had a bit of a resurgence when Kylo Tarkington was around because you could just kill everything that was on Kylo.
Yeah, all of that work we put on a unit, and you're just like, yeah, and I'm gonna just eat all of that.
Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite. I knew it was somebody's Aether Sprite. That's what it was. Yeah.
It's way more fun to mispronunciate, call things incorrectly. It's fine. We'll get there. We know what it does.
Qui-Gon's Aether Sprite.
There.
Force Lightning going in to kill the smaller unit. So to me, this reads that Reflex is showing that he has a power of the dark side. He says, I'm killing your small unit. Even if he doesn't have it, he's making Ryan make a choice of, are you going to flip with no other units on board into my power of the dark side, or are you not?
Getting in for 3 more.
Yeah. And honestly, even if he doesn't have the power, I really like that play from Reflex because it spends his resources and makes Ryan make tough decisions.
Another Kipfister Aether Sprite drawn and resourced, and an open fire drawn as well.
Yeah, open fire also solid in this matchup. Not into the Aether Sprite itself, which has more than 4 toughness, but
hitting
in general.
When it's cheated out early, hitting the Grogu, hitting the Itinerant Warrior.
Yeah.
A lot of targets. Just a really simple 3 for forward. Pretty good.
Yeah, so now comes the decision point for Ryan. It's kind of tough because you're also behind a bit. So can you afford to play around the power of the dark side is the question. Sometimes if he feels he's far enough behind that he says, you know what, maybe you're bluffing it. If you have it, you have it. Because he is much further behind this match than if this was the same board state last game with more damage on Reflex's base. I think he can afford to say, you know what, I'm going to play a unit. I'm going to play around the power of the dark side. If you have some other removal, then I still get to flip onto my exhausted unit. But he may be too far behind here to try to try to figure out to try to see if he can play around. And it looks
so
like
he
might
does
just
have the
flip
Senta. He also has looked like at least one Ferocity in the row.
Well, he can't play the Ferocities and the Senta.
Nope, gotta pick one.
But if he plays the Senta, then he gets in his 1 attack, but he's still vulnerable to power after Reflex kills the Senta on the ground. So this is obviously a much more natural line, at least, than just blind flipping and being very dead to power.
And just going for it, going to phase.
Yeah, but it's still a good time for Reflex if he has it. He can attack Han into Senta and then Grogu heal the Han. So not lose any units, kill the Senta, and then play power potentially if he has it.
Trying to see what Reflex had in his hand.
Yeah, 6 resources up. This is a very large Aether Sprite. I believe loot gives +4, +5. So I think it's an 8-10.
It's pretty big.
I see a Luke in hand. Luke does not kill this. The Marin dying was actually pretty big, I think, with the air superiority a couple of turns ago. Because Marin just being able to get in this incidental damage so that your Anakins and Lukes can kill the leader is really important. Yeah, we do just see the loot come down, so I think he's just playing it now to say, I'm going to kill the Senta eventually, and I'm going to get this Restore on board and get a clock going myself, which I don't mind at all. Because now he can just Grogu heal the Luke to kill the Senta, get 7 into base, and then have a huge ground presence with the Restore online. And he's still alive to drawing power, even though he doesn't have it right now. So that's still going to be in the back of Ryan's mind as well, is do I get in my 8 damage, or do I try to play around to power?
Yeah, you'll sometimes see that from players opting not to give Grogu the extra damage for something to shoot with.
Yeah, and I think he was acknowledging that he was close to being dead from Anakins and Luke's, and I'm not sure. I don't disagree with it, because also just the damage on Reflex's units doesn't matter. You're not going to get enough to kill the Han or the Itinerant Warrior or the Grogu without more from hand that you don't have right now. We see an open fire in hand, so we might damage units on this attack.
Yeah, he is,
but we'll have to see.
Threatening to do 3 to the Luke and then the open fire.
So with the open fire in hand, I don't hate this. And I'm curious if Reflex is going to respond here by potentially healing the Luke to get it out of open fire and also blue leader range. Or he might just get in his Restore and his 6 damage. He's already got 16 damage on base, but he's got 21 on his own.
A lot of cards in hand. Aggressive negotiations.
So if he needs to get this Restore with Luke this turn so that he's not dead to just a single hit from the Aether Sprite. So yeah, I think I like this. This is basically a safer line to say, you know, I could try to save my Luke, but I'm just going to make sure that I get in my restore, so that I'm not just dead in one hit. You have to have something else, whatever it is.
Opting to use that another air superiority.
Yeah. Leaves him 5 up to play potential other units. We know he still has the open fire. Now Reflex has got to make some other decisions. Looks like we're just going to base here. He can get it to 1 action lethal next turn. So Ryan, at the moment, Ryan has to do something. That is not it.
2 resources up.
But I mean, we saw that he has things like Trench Run in his deck. Because what I would imagine happens if Reflex attacks in for 3 to get within 1 action lethal, then that gives Ryan the chance to top deck a Trench Run, something like that.
Right now, I mean, he has 4 cards in hand, draw 2, so deal 5 plus.
Yeah.
He's got theoretically threatening lethal with that aggressive negotiations right now if he just doesn't resource, right? Actually,
yeah, and that's probably what they're debating, if he should claim or play cards.
He's just going to play it now.
Yeah, so he's going to play it now for a few more damage. So did that get him to 32, it looks like? And now Grogu is lethal? Yeah, so Grogu's lethal there with the... I didn't know how many cards he had in hand. So yeah, so Aggressive took him up to 32 for the Grogu lethal. So we're going to a game 3 here. Do you want to switch over to it while they're shuffling? All right, we're going to switch over to Frank the Tank. This is game 2 with
some spies.
Frank having won game 1. So we're gonna try to catch the end of this game and then get you back to game 3. This is, I believe, Frank versus Sunny D. Looks like we got there just in time for them to scoop up their cards. And
Perfect. All right.
I think Sunny D won that, and they're going to a game 3.
Sunny D on Hot One Green.
Yeah,
surprise.
so we've got 2 game 3s and 1 Bothan 2-0 win. So really tight best of 3. Yeah, so we're gonna go back here for the result of the match that we've been following, with Reflex on Han 1 blue or Han 2 blue versus Ryan on Luke Data Bolt.
So won't be able to threaten the Grogu turn 1 into immediately killing that green A-wing, the Phoenix A-wing.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting question of if Reflex brought in his confiscates, because you can't use them against Loopee, you can use them against Chewie. Yeah, and the link you're seeing in chat, that is the link for the live stream of the 8K that is going to start as soon as this ends. We're going to start the player meeting about 4 p.m. There's going to be a little bit of a break, so it is currently 3:06 Eastern, so in about an hour from now, we'll start Pool A of the 8K. And the link that you see in chat is the link that we're going to do that on, because once again, YouTube hates any stream that is 12 or more hours, and it'll just cut the bot off. So we're doing that to make sure that everyone can see all the matches. I can see people asking about CJ, Ophir, and Tada. It looks like Tada is playing against Ethan, and they're the only one still going, which is Ray Datavault versus Cad Blue. So they may be there a while. But I'm guessing the game 3 matters because everyone is watching it. So I'm guessing it's 1-1, and it is currently Tada versus Ethan. I cannot see how the game is going. I can just see that they're still playing. And here we have the Ogdo Bogdo start. So I'm curious how this goes. My initial instinct was that Ogdo can help Han win the race, but seeing how fast this Luke deck's been, I may be revising that statement. I'm not sure that it's going to be enough against what we've seen before. And there's also the air superiorities, the open fires. There's so many answers in the Luke deck as well.
A good amount of removal, and opting not to go for that open fire, just going for the let's do that 6 damage again, like game 1. But Reflex gonna smack back for 5, so keeping a little bit of tempo.
Yeah, getting some damage in there for sure. And we see the Owen Lars, which is just a nice little restore. Owen Lars and Yaddle, so we may be just going for the ground restore plan this game.
Just dump in ground. We've got that's a lot of restore.
Yeah, restore 3 on the ground along with 7 damage, so a 10 point swing on the ground. He does have 5 HP to make up with 28 versus 33, but I think that's a good start versus what we've got now. But we see Ryan has a lot of removal in hand, so I would imagine this is not gonna just stay status quo.
So air superiority in hand, open fire in hand. Looks like a blue leader.
Yes, air superiority, open fire, and blue leader for sure.
Healing one with YATL.
Yeah, and I think I like that over the out. You could get in your 5 or you could get in your restore. It's only a 3-point swing versus the 5, but I think when you have the lower HP base, just getting in the restore is helpful. Into the Crackshot V-Wing, so really efficient resource usage from Ryan. We see the... Oh, that was the other reason for the YATL attack.
Get the force.
Lets you Kiadi draw 2 cards. And it looks like Reflex claimed rather than getting his 2 restore in with Owen.
Did he have a Confiscate in hand?
He didn't last turn, but he may have drawn one off the Kiadi. We'll have to see. I see an Anakin.
He's got the other Confiscate, the official, the Constable.
Yeah, exactly. The Confiscate that Han can make into a Confiscate is you just kill your guy and kill an upgrade.
Super on rate. And Han too. Literally, it's just 2 cards in one.
Mm-hmm.
$11-7.
And I'll keep you guys updated. I can see the KTOD versus LXO table, so I'll keep you guys updated if I see anyone jumping up and cheering. We have another pilot. This one... Wait, which pilot is that?
Looked like R2.
R2? Oh, R2, sure.
The boy.
Mm-hmm.
Also the zero-cost pilot.
Yeah, we see the YATL get in again, get the restore, and get the force back.
And threaten more restore with that Kiadi.
Yeah, giving the Kiadi extra restore too is not insignificant. Now we see 4. Now it's interesting. If he has a way to use the force, he could get really greedy, like an itinerant warrior. But yeah, I think you have to just attack here and get your restore back. So now it's 13-13.
2 more damage. So he's got that air superiority in hand.
Now is Reflex going to try to flip? Is he going to get in his 2 YATL restore? He's got a lot of options here, and the sequencing is really interesting based on what you want to try to play around. They're probably asking if Luke can still pilot onto with R2. He can. That only doesn't work with Poe, because Poe is weirdly worded where it's not actually piloting. But Luke Leader can deploy onto that unit with the R2 on it. And I believe that's what they're confirming right now.
That's one of those rulings about, like, the card takes precedence or whatever.
Yeah, well, it's because the card is reminder text on R2. It says you can only pilot on a unit that doesn't have a pilot on it, but R2 overrides the reminder text of basic piloting. So we assume they're going to get that ruling right if they were conferring about it. But yeah, Luke can deploy onto that unit. To restore, pinging the guy down. I don't hate that. I like getting the restore in. Reflex might be a little nervous about flipping into 5 open resources. I like the Grogu with the damage.
And the superiority.
And then air superiority killing it. So that was a risk of playing it damaged.
Not wanting to deal with that Grogu effect. Let's just get that off the board now.
Yeah, but the problem is he didn't have any other damaged units. So if you don't play your Grogu damaged, then you're not going to be able to use his ability anyway. Yeah, just blue leader into space here.
So a lot of possibilities of who to flip to.
Yeah.
Also means that Ryan will be able to dirtle quite a bit.
Yeah, and Reflex deciding here if he should get in 3 damage or if he should claim. I believe we saw an Anakin in hand.
I see a Grogu in the trash pile.
There's a hero, no villain, so he can still kill 2 of the 3. Actually, he can kill all 3 units but with both, he would like to be able to kill 2 units.
Right.
Instead of just 1. Yeah, getting in the 3 damage.
He does have the Force Lightning in hand.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a discard outlet to discard the Force Lightning, so he can play it and try to Anakin next turn. But he can't Anakin -6 this turn from what we can see.
Big words from both players.
Yeah.
But that threatening Luke flip.
Currently ships in the night. Starting with 4 like this, just get in your most damage now and see what Reflex does.
So not opting for an immediate Synth to play.
I think you assume, especially because you know he doesn't have hero and villain, that he can't kill both of your units in one action. So I think you feel pretty safe just getting in your highest amount of damage and seeing how you want to play around what he does.
Just needing 11 more damage to take this game. We're already threatening 5 plus Luke's power, so quite a bit. Reflex thinking about this one.
Yeah, really tight, really tough decision. Sunny D and Frank are still playing, so this game does currently still matter. If Reflex wins, then the Bothan team wins this round. If Ryan wins, then it all comes down to Frank versus Sunny D, which is currently happening off screen.
Yeah, it's a good shout out, Paul. Could always deploy to ground and attack with Sento with Luke. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Still hit for 5. So 10, not quite enough damage this turn, with the potential to heal for 1, 2, 3, 4 right now from the Hantu player.
Yeah, the 4 restore is not negligible either, for sure. You see an Itinerant Warrior in hand for Reflex for some more heal.
They're really thinking about this one.
Yeah. Yeah, Reflex are starting with the restore, so this gives them 3 more restore on board. And up to 18 damage on Ryan's base.
Well, we definitely know he doesn't have a bombing run in.
Yeah.
Would have been way too much of a slam. See an Anakin and Itinerant Warrior. I don't know what that last card is, though.
Yeah, he's getting in more damage to base.
22.
Down to 15 on reflexes with the restore 1 granted by Yodel. And then 22 damage now on Ryan's base. Feels like Ryan is just trying to dirtle a little bit to see if Reflex is going to use his removal or spend his resources. And And Reflex saying, I'm just going to hit you in the base instead.
Yeah, currently Reflex is quite a few actions off of lethal. Not looking great for him here.
We do see the deploy onto the blue leader. So we now have a 7 attack space unit that gets to attack this turn. So 9 damage currently in space for Ryan, which would take Reflex up to 24, which would take him 1 action away from lethal. He still has all his resources unspent. We know he has at least an Anakin. Yeah, really tight actions here. So Reflex could, if he attacks with everything, he restores down to 13, puts Ryan up to 25, and then takes 9 up to 22. But he doesn't have a way to deal 13 before he gets 6. He's even with the restore from Owen, he's still... If Ryan attacks this turn, then Reflex is still dead to the blue leader plus Luke attack next turn.
He's got that itinerant warrior in hand.
Yeah, he's got an itinerant warrior for potentially more heal. I believe he has an Anakin, so he could potentially save some damage that way. He does just attack with Han to go up to 25 damage on Ryan's base.
Killing the Kiadi. Getting up to 22. Ryan still has all of his resources.
Yeah, so we have 22 damage on Reflex's base and 25 on Ryan's. And we do see the Itinerant Warrior to heal 3 more.
Oh, it's a Constable.
Oh, we see the Constable. It could only kill the R2 currently, though. Because Luke cannot be defeated as an upgrade by enemy abilities.
Crack shot getting it back up to 21. Yeah, that Constable is only going to be able to get Luke if you play Force Lightning, and it's a lot of actions before taking probably too much damage.
Ryan still hasn't spent any resources this turn, but he is still threatening. There is the 2 restore, so with the 2 restore from Owen, Reflex is not dead in 1 action to the blue leader. It would require a trench run or some other kind of pump. And I think that's what he's probably talking to his teammate about.
So a handshake?
I believe the other game has ended with Frank versus Sunny D. So I think, I can't tell who won. Well, if it ended and they're stopping playing, then that means that Frank won. But we are still trying to get confirmation on that. So we're going to stay here and watch the end of this game while we figure out what happened in the other ones.
Yeah, they're just talking through it now.
It looks like they're talking through lines. Yeah, so it looks like Frank won, and they're going to stop playing. So it looks like the Bothan team got it. I don't think Reflex conceded. I think Frank won his other match, so the Bothans won 2-0 regardless of the outcome of the Reflex-Ryan match.
Yeah.
For the record, when that happened to my team, we played it out.
Yeah, you guys did.
Yeah, and the other KTOD versus LXO match is still ongoing. Tada and Ethan are still playing.
It's hard to see their faces because there's now currently a crowd of people watching that game.
Yeah. Time in the round has been called.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right, so we are going to have the Bothan team that just won their winning in for the top 8 coming in. You can see them. You can see them walking in through the glass.
Spoilers.
What was epic? What up, boys?
What's up? Congrats,
Welcome
guys.
to the top 8.
Team.
I love my teammates.
Oh my god! We just carried Reflex so hard. What do you wear? Like 150 pounds?
I love my teammates so much.
3v3 format, pretty cool. Get to help each other out.
Reflex, you didn't lose there. I didn't lose. I'm pretty sure I did. I didn't draw the aggressive negotiation, so I think I lost.
Man.
Yeah.
What a match. What a
Please tell me you were watching their game and not ours.
No,
we were watching.
No, we were watching you.
We want the whole world to see what we were carrying today.
That matchup was super tight. It looked like with the Luke.
Yeah, 3 very, very close games against a good player. Like,
oh yeah,
like every game came down to actions difference.
Yeah, and something that we were talking about while we were watching you play is how Hantu Blue is generally good into space decks, but Luke has a lot of tools that kind of swing that the opposite way. What are your thoughts on that specific matchup?
Yeah, it's really interesting because like the interplay between Grogu and the ping, like you saw that came into play a lot. Like he was choosing to not damage my units when I had Grogu on board. So the way he usually controls the board is technically hurts him in a lot of ways. So yeah, and he just like had the little upgrade guys to put him out of range. Obviously, Chewie was really big, so he has a ton of tools that's really hard. And his Chewie's always one ahead of my Lightning.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm always gonna take a hit. I found the upgrade removal once, but it was after an action. So.
And question for Mickey. Yeah. Can anyone ever beat you?
No. Hard carry. Hard carry today.
Sabine Yellow can, which has been a historically very bad matchup. But
so all right, I'm sleeving up Sabine Yellow for the
otherwise,
for the AK. Got it.
Yeah, it was. I wouldn't call it smooth sailing necessarily today, but
so smooth.
I was playing my ass off. I felt like I was playing very, very
nice.
well. That last matchup against Josh Everly, he was on
such a
Kylo
good player.
Tarkintown.
Josh
I think
is
there
fantastic.
may be one other human in the world that has more reps into that as Quinlan.
We played a lot of that against you. Sorry, Mickey.
So, and they don't have force throw, and we don't either, but like, force throw matters way more for them in the matchup.
Kylo, I'm not playing Kylo anymore.
So both games we just went like pass, and then I had multiple gorillas in game 2, 1 gorilla in game 1, and then like at the end game 1 I killed him before he even flipped. Sudden Ferocity came in hot. Game 2 I could have Sudden Ferocity as well, but I was worried about power, so I went like I went Cassian instead and just pushed, and then Bamboozle killed the flip, and then I had a Depa, and I just made him have answers for the rest of the game, and eventually he just didn't draw the answer. So.
Nice.
In chat, Jonah asked if I was on Piet. Yeah, I was playing Piet Red today.
Yeah, how's the Piet treating you today?
It's a super complicated, deep thought deck. You have to put a lot of really high IQ plays into Piet. You go
so many rocks.
Ramp, big
3
ship,
rock,
big ship, big
5
ship.
rock,
We still playing big
8
ship,
rock.
big. We still playing big ship, big ship.
Rock counters, as we like to call them.
We still playing kill yourself.
Yeah.
But I went 5-1 in matches.
Pretty good.
So.
Nice. These guys crushed.
Yeah.
To be fair, I mean, I was the guy last time that got thrown to the wolves. That's kind of what we did to Reflex this time.
We threw the wolves a lot today. Though.
Yes.
A lot of.
And there's usually in these 3v3, there's gonna be one person that's gonna get an unfavorable. And so.
I would say like every time 20 minutes into the round, Mickey telling us that he won 2-0 was really good for morale. It was very good for morale. It was very good for morale.
Yeah.
That was very good. Thank you, Mickey.
Yeah.
Appreciated that.
I did my best.
I think I lost every game 1 today. I kept 1. I think
it felt like that.
It felt like I lost all my game 1s. My sideboard was huge today.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because what's the nice thing about the team comp is we knew there was a few matchups I wouldn't play. We were hoping I wouldn't play because we would be lining decks
and
up.
I think we lost one. I think we lost the first round, and I put that on me because I totally blanked that. Like
that was my one loss today.
We
put me in a really
designed
bad
we
matchup.
designed the deck to just not go into control, and I just completely forgot.
He just sat me into a blue villain control deck. Green. I was like, oh, what is this? But then the point though is that my sideboard was really warped for the matchups I thought I'd be playing. So even though I lost a lot of game 1s today, the deck came through in 2 and 3 today.
Sounds like they're nuts in top 8.
Yeah.
They are, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. They're calling out the top 8. We're still not sure who won the KTOD versus LXO match. Oh, it was a draw. KTOD drew the LXO, so Ray Datavault drew with Cad Tarkin or Cad Blue.
8.
We're 8th exactly.
This is clean 8.
Okay.
Clean 8.
What place is my? What
So
place am I?
KTOD's is 7th.
You guys are 4 or 5.
All right, 4 or 5. Cool.
We're all on the same side.
They just announced our team.
We're all on the same side.
Hey, the first like 3 PQs I went to top when I made top 8. I was the 8th seed. Chip in a chair, baby. That's all that matters. Chip in a chair.
Well, guys, congrats on your top 8.
Yes, thank you guys, and thank y'all for streaming and putting all the work in. Especially call out Blonsa being Courtney over here. She's been putting a lot of this together, producing all day. Our team sponsor, CardsHQ. Where's that at? CardsHQ.
That one.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, that's because we love them. They've put on a fantastic event.
Oh, absolutely, great venue.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Our streaming booth is incredible
this is
as well.
Insane.
Yeah. Everything I've heard about the stream today has just been that it's been a fantastic stream.
And
it's
what
real
we
clear,
have,
easy to see. Well,
what, 30 minutes before the AK starts?
Oh, I gotta go figure. I have a deck. I have to figure out a deck.
I think I'm just gonna run mine.
We'll let you guys know.
Just leaving up for the 8K.
Thanks, guys.
You guys got 30
chat
minutes.
Here, Courtney put the link in the stream again. So again, what we're gonna do is, I'll get over here so you can see my lovely face. We're going to end this stream now, so that this VOD goes out as just the 3v3 6 rounds of Swiss. We're going to start another stream at the link that Courtney said. This way, YouTube won't cut off the VOD when we reach a certain time limit, and we'll be able to have VODs of each pool and each section of the 8K. So we're going to end this stream. We will be back in about 30-ish minutes once the 8K starts with a new stream, and you will see my beautiful face along with Josh Snyder from Next Gen Gaming for round 1 of the 8K. So thank you everyone so much for hanging out, and we'll be back on the